What's going on, my dudes? We are live. Welcome to SNC Saturday Night Cope Weekend Chat, episode 80, episode the Big 80. What's going on, my dudes? How's everybody doing? Let's see. We're going to do our shout outs yet. Let's do a quick shout out to the Cope gang for being here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the Mystery gang for being in here, solving those mysteries. What's going on, my dudes? We are here. We have one viewer in the house. And it's time for the undisputed greatest Black Pill stream of all time. SNC Saturday Night Cope. Let's get ready to cope. Barbecue a whole chicken on mesquite. Interesting. I went to the gym this morning or this afternoon. Did some fucking cleaning. Study for my exam, which I don't have my exam till next week actually, so I'm pretty happy about that. So I don't have as much stress as I used to have, which is good. I'm coping. Coping. Oh god. We got 2 viewers now. 1 viewer. I guess the stream is dead. No more stream, I guess. We will no longer be having an SNC anymore. Did my practice exam. I did good. Nice. Good shit. Good shit. I'm kidding around about the stream, though. We're not going to cancel the stream. Shadow ban. Probably. More than likely. Ice fucking cactus. My dude. You've always been here. Always one of the old reliable people to always show up. So that's always good to have you around. It's a shame more people don't come on. It's quite weird. Hey, it's this guy. Amaral 65. It's over. Yeah, it's over, dude. No more stream. We're done. We're all washed up now. Joe Rogan said the N-word. It's over. Oh, did he? I don't really care. As the ambassador for all African Americans, I don't care what Joe Rogan does. I'm gonna make some coffee for this. Nice, dude. Make that coffee. I have some coffee right now, actually. Got some coffee and some water next to me, so we're ready. Ready for a nice long stream. Rojogan. Cope fee. Hey, it's kind of a cope. It's kind of a crutch, too. Get you energized. You have any memes? I do have all these memes I didn't do last time. I'll save them, though, for later. Not a huge deal. Give away free tactical sub to random watchers to draw in hundreds. I wish so. I wish I could do that. Coca-Cola. I heard Justin Trudeau had to leave his fucking mansion or leave his house because he was worried about the truckers. Shit's crazy to me, dude. The way I view it is I feel like leaders of the world should be afraid of their constituents anyway. That's the way I view it. I think that's a proper that's the way I think should be done. I think you should always have a healthy level of respect and fear for the people that you rule over, and that the moment that fear leaves, you become a fucking tyrant at that point. So it makes sense that you would fear your constituents, but like a healthy level of fear, not like some extreme fear where like you're worried about like getting killed or something like that, but like a fear that you'll be voted out or something like that. So yeah, it makes more sense to have that system like that than some cuck system where it's like, oh yeah, you get voted in and you stay in power forever, and because you get elected every time, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. I got 6 people in here now. Wow, we're growing slowly. Most things are out of stock in my area. It's annoying as fuck. Oh really? I don't know. My area seems pretty well stocked actually, but I live in the I live near DC, so maybe that's why. The Canadians are feared. They maybe tend to revolt. Canadians. There you are, mystery school. It's been quiet lately. Yeah, I've been very, very quiet. Or quite lately. It's been quite lately. What? No, you should be fearing your life as a politician. I agree to some extent. I mean, maybe a healthy level of respect would just be appropriate for politicians to have. What's up, Jack? Quiet. Yeah, for that figured you meant. Yo, I'm losing my mind. So am I. Slowly over time, losing my mind. This date I had went pretty well, actually. Though, it was a good date. Solid date for sure. So solid first date. Can't complain about so much. So who knows where it's gonna go, but see how things work out. I feel like the whole world's losing its mind right now. Actually, everything feels so weird. Solid date in 2022. Chat confirmed. Oh god. Well, she didn't a runaway screaming in my face, so it was that. And she didn't look too bad herself. A little bit on the chubby side, but not obese. It's kind of like chubby, which is kind of nice. Kind of what I'm looking for. Yo, what's up, Finleos? What's up, dude? The problem is that she loses the weight, she might leave my ass. So who fucking knows? She goes to the gym like I do, and so I think she's been losing weight. But that's the problem, though. It's like, okay, well, if you get too fucking hot, like you never know what's gonna happen. Always the big fear when it comes to women, dude. They'll fucking the moment they fucking ascend past a certain looks level, dude, they'll fucking leave your ass in a heartbeat. Especially if you don't maintain your shit. Oh boy, 8 minutes in. What's a date? My god, a date is a thing where you and a woman go out. And you might go to a restaurant. You might go for coffee, and the whole goal of a date is to eventually get to snuggles. Really, I guess it really depends on what you want. But in today's day and age, trying to go for marriage is like not worth the time. So you're going for snuggles. You're trying to go for snuggles at that point. So seriously, I'm noticing deterioration in my communication when I chat. I forget to insert words and misspell them. I think part of it I get way ahead of myself. Yeah, so do I. That's why I stammer so fucking much though. Courtship LARP. Yeah, very much as a LARP. Slavery on trial run. That's pretty fun, pretty good one. Chubbies are better than skinnies. Yeah, she had a huge ass. I was like, fucking Christ, dude. Ass was fucking righteous. Couldn't believe how fucking fat her ass was. I was like, my god. I was like, what in the fuck? I was like, what in the fuck? Huge tits, huge ass. I was like, okay, well, this is like working out pretty well to me. For me, actually. I was like, my god. What's happening, buddy? What's up, Drolix? Did you pay or split the bill? That's definitely a test for me, actually. It's definitely a test for me to do. If a chick doesn't even offer to pay the bill or to split the bill, there's something wrong, in my opinion. Because normally I expect to pay, but the reality is that it oh god, the reality is that you're always gonna end up paying the bill unless it's like coffee dates where you just go go your separate ways. In fact, what I've actually learned is that a lot of girls will actually split the bill or pay their own way if they don't like you enough. If they actually like you, they're gonna expect you to pay the bill. But if they don't like you, then they don't want to like leave you with a bad taste in your mouth, so they'll fucking make you they'll pay their own bill and walk away. I guess it really does depend on the girl, but that's what a few girls have told me actually. Where like they'll pay the bill intentionally, just so the guy doesn't feel some type of way. But yeah. So, but I ended up paying. Yeah, I paid. I want a skinny. I've read about these snuggles in history books. Seems like a thing of the past. It is, dude. I take an ironing board on any day. I'm a shrimp dick. Oh, Japan. Oh, mystery went on a date. Yeah, I went on a date yesterday, Friday night. Oh boy, went to a Thai restaurant. Pretty good food there. Very good, solid food. My yard is full of robins right now here in upstate New York. You guys are getting hammered by snow. When they demand to pay, they want out. Yeah, basically. Like they don't want you to feel some type of way or feel like they're obligated to give you sex. So they'll just like so they'll just like pay their own way to make the all the implications go away at that point. So, but yeah, that's like a huge test for me though, where like I'll test the chick to see like, okay, like the chick gonna be half and halfer, she gonna be make me pay or what? And I'll always pay, but I just want to see what she's gonna do. Is she gonna offer to pay half the bill or not? If she doesn't offer to pay half the bill, I know who I'm dealing with then. Thai food is awesome. Yeah, it's good food. It's good food for sure. Lots of spices on it. Spicy food, very spicy. Yeah, solid food. Yes, we received around a foot of snow and it's very cold. Might be sub-zero tonight. Damn. You aren't filtering for good women. You are filtering for chameleons. Ted K is getting a movie. Oh, is he? It was good. Simp Destroyer 69. I always pay. We are always paying with time, money, resources, the pursuit, etc. Very true. You never stop paying. Even if you don't have kids, you're still paying for some chick's kids via taxation system. So yeah, you're never not paying. That's the problem, dude. You're always paying. Even if you somehow find a way not to pay taxes some way. Let's say the entire government would fund it via inflationary money, which it kind of is now, but inflationary money. But what ends up happening is that like effectively inflation acts like a secret tax, so you still get taxed that way too. So even if they print the money to pay for Chad's bastards, you're still paying for it. It's like what the fuck? You can't escape it, dude. Never goes away. I was drifting on the ice in the race car. Nice. Sounds like a fun trip. Had Vietnamese yesterday, yeah, really nice. Sneed key, breed key. The thumbnail hits hard. Ah, yes. Laying in your bed crying. Life as a man sucks. Oh God, tell me about it, dude. It's ultimate cuckoldery law. The ultimate and final cuck. I need to release the Sneed. Sned. Sub 8 male. What's up, my dude? What's up, Finleos? Sub 8 male. Happy Lunar New Year's. Hello, comrade. Danny F. Neat BP remake. Or a burger. Oh yes, a burger. What I wouldn't do for a burger right now, but I already ate. I don't want to eat anymore. Trying not to fucking get too. Trying to break my diet more than I already have. So yeah, why are the Vietnamese so super friendly? Perfect for incels to socialize. Nice. How can you cope? Cope with what? Being alive? I just cope the way I can. I cope with coffee, cope with marijuana, cope with hookers. You cope with video games. You cope with driving around your nice car. Cope with work. Yeah, dude, you just cope. Cope to be alive. Life is cope. All you can do is hope. Need for sneed. Neat for speed. I don't celebrate that stuff, but this year, bro, we will ascend. So I keep telling myself, of course. Yeah, but of course. Do you have a Discord? I do have a Discord. I barely use it, but I have a Discord. Post in the chat later. You can just wait for it. Vietnamese people are scared of me or really nice to me, no in between. I don't have a lot of experience with Vietnamese. I have a lot of experience with Koreans. They tend to be very, very nice, very, very cool people. Not Koreans. Pretty awesome people actually. They have really good haircuts. Really good haircuts. And then I don't have a lot of experience with Chinese. Really a lot. Yeah. To live is to cope. Mystery School 2022. You ever feel cope has a negative connotation in the incel movement? Do I feel like cope? The word cope does. Yeah, it definitely does. Well, people will use cope for many different things. So effectively, people will use, let's say, cope when you're saying something that totally clashes with reality or black pill ideology. So like if you say, oh yeah, I was with this chick and my looks totally didn't matter, people are gonna say cope to you, cope. People will say cope like cope, dude, cope, because the reality is that your looks did absolutely play a factor in why you did or didn't get the girl. So there's always that. So cope has that connotation. It also has the connotation of people just saying, "Yeah, I cope with life by doing X, Y, and Z." I feel like in that connotation is very much neutral, where people would just say cope and coping and just lay down and cope and stuff like that, and do what you got to do. And it can have that can be a pretty a neutral connotation. Probably the most negative connotation is what I mentioned the first time, where it's like, oh, you're talking about something, you say something that like totally clashes with reality. People will just be screaming cope the whole time. I would also say the negative aspect of the word cope is that we always use cope for like things like making money or something like that. Is making money a cope? It might be, but the reality is that it's a better cope than the other things are. Like working out a cope, it sort of is, but working out also has benefits to it as well. Like just because you're coping doesn't mean that you're not doing anything productive or anything that's gonna like make your life better. So yeah, I'm gonna send you to incel heaven. Oh yes. I say that to myself. I'm saying to myself too. Celebrating things is so effing NPC. The Chapman Fast Car, 12/4/1988, Oakland Coliseum Arena official, Dusty and the Dust Bunny anthem. Of course, it's usually a social way of lying to yourself to get by. Yeah, that's basically what I just described, yeah. Koreans are mostly cool, but Chinese is a hit or miss. Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with Chinese. Koreans are pretty cool, actually. I like Koreans. Pretty base, in my opinion. Too bad they're only going to be like 5 less in the next 20 years, so. Yeah, that's true. I keep telling myself 1 year closer to death on my birthdays. Damn. Chinese cook dogs. They do. Sure fucking do. I've seen the videos. My God. The Chinese have no mercy when it comes to dogs, dude. You're like, come here, Fido. Put your ass in the fucking goddamn bin, and you're fucking just like watching Fido fucking get cooked alive, and you're like, okay, that's weird. All right, China. Cope is used for everything. It's not good or bad. Yeah, I think I've what I just described a little bit. Love what Google having to say about coping and cope. I know what you mean in the circles I am. It seems like if you are not Eldar, you are wasting your time coping. Oh. Like I said, I just tell people to do what they think is do what they think is the most optimum solution for their own life. Make a calculated decision about their lives and then do that. If you think Eldar is appropriate for you, well then good enough for you, right? But like for some people who have hope, they have hope in their heart still. You know, doing something else is probably more viable for what they want to achieve. So yeah, I would definitely say there's this strain of incel who's like, if you're not Eldar, you're fucking wasting your time. Stop wasting your time. You're coping. You're coping with life. You know it's not going to work out. Stop wasting your time. It's like okay, like I think that's when things get very very toxic and very very I even hate using the word toxic, but it's kind of like it's very appropriate here. Things get very toxic in the community when it comes down to it. And people are like, oh well, you keep coping with life, and it's like, well, yeah, like what else am I gonna fucking do? I can't Eldar. I have too much stuff to fucking lose to Eldar, so I'm not gonna Eldar, and then yeah, I'm not gonna Eldar. I can't Eldar, so I can't get a neat buck. So for me, the only fucking solution is either be on the fucking street like a homeless man or fucking work. It's not gonna work. I'm gonna keep working. Even getting a GF as a cope, yeah, especially in the short run. The long run, it's short run and long run, really. It's all this fucking shit, dude. It's the reality of it. Not very life is not very fun right now. Put like that. Cope with life by racing cars, eating good food, etc. Coping with overcoming unpleasantness. I feel like I've heard that before. Or definitely maybe I said that in my own video too as well. Yeah. In those gatherings, we're trying to make peace out here, baddie boyo. And these extroverts trying to drag you along. I feel like you're doing them like they're doing you a favor. Being close to death is base, to be honest. I slept 12 hours today. Make it easier to finish the days. Just sleep, bro. That's true. I don't even celebrate my birthday. I had to forget how old I am. Korean food and women are awesome. Yeah, I like the food. Not sure about the women too much, but I like the food a lot. Let's see. No, toxic is a word that has this place sadly overused for small stuff. Yeah, it really is. Like women love the word toxic because it sounds like like oh this sounds like sludge or it sounds like something that's like horrible. When in reality it's something so fucking like benign. It's like not even fucking worth the time to fucking even bring it up. But they don't overuse the fuck out of the word toxic for sure, which is why I hate using the word toxic so much. I'm like it's such a fucking shitty fucking it's been overused to hell and back. Eldar is not my objective. Yeah, be sure. Tell me about it, dude. Shit is wildly overused. Can't hear it without maybe assuming someone says it's soy. Yeah, yeah. It's either a soy or a woman doing it. It's using the word toxic. Like, oh, that's so toxic behavior. That's toxic behavior. It's like, okay, is it really toxic behavior? You're just fucking over fucking reacting to it. Hoping is listening to SNC. Tell me about it, dude. Oh boy, my objective in life doesn't involve women, but they are nice. Eldaring is pretty comfy as long as you have money, better than wage slave. I agree with that. If you have enough cash to fucking Eldar and like just kind of lay down and rot and fucking wait till you fucking pass away or use the old fucking nine a millimeter fucking ease the way out, one of the two, then I don't see a reason why not. Like why the fuck would you work when you don't have to? R deck, rise up and cope. If we're in the future, I would do the work that's related to STEM. Forgot how old I was too. Damn, women hate their own. It's so brutal. They really do. Women hate women. That's why I don't bother anymore. If gaming people are unbearable, everything is considered toxic. Yeah, dude, you can't. Gamer culture used to be so fucking phenomenal back in the day, dude. You call the N word, you could call the F bomb with faggot, you could call fucking gay, you could call it everything back in the day, dude. Now it's like, man, you go on a fucking go in a fucking lobby now, dude. You just get called like I don't know. You don't get called anything, dude. You just like everyone's so happy and like, oh, how are you doing, dude? It's like okay, where the fuck's the fucking horrible fucking insults at? Where's that shit at? I miss those good old days, dude. People were just more honest back then. Hobbies, traveling, and having friends, plus letting go of the idea of Disney love with good life. I would say that's very true. Letting go of the idea of Disney love is extremely good. Extremely good advice. I feel like that's like half the problem with our generation is that we have this idea of a Disney love where like men and women, but I say a lot of men. I think that to some extent men are far more whimsical than they like to admit when it comes down to like or more they believe in these ideas, these like virtues of like higher level love and being in absolute love and stuff like that, being in bliss with a woman. And they actually truly believe that shit. But once you like let it go and you accept women for what they are, it takes the magic away from things. But it also means that like you can finally like live your life in reality without having to like conform to this expectation of like making this Disney fantasy love relationship happen. It's like okay, like it's not going to happen. You're not going to be dancing with Belle as the Beast while in the middle of the fucking ballroom. It's not going to happen. You know that a Cinderella slipper is not going to fucking fall at the fucking sky and hit you in the face or some shit. Like you like because you accept the reality about Disney love being bullshit. I would say like your life is like I feel like a lot of the loneliness you feel probably goes away quite a bit too. My exhaust pipe is toxic from E5. Well, oh god, what is that noise? Toxic used by women because it has no real meaning anymore. Just one to hear assumes it just the one to hear assumes it is. Yeah, that's very true. Started using self-service checkout for grocery shopping. I am going to learn sign language so people won't bother me. Oh god, that's pretty funny. You're like, fuck this shit. I'm not talking to anyone. I ain't doing a fucking thing, dude. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to even hear your fucking voice. I don't even hear your ass fucking breathe. Yeah, I use this stuff check all the time, dude. Fuck that shit. I think I go to the cashier like once in like a blue moon where it's like I have like a big thing and I don't feel like scanning it. I'll just let them scan it for me. Other than that, dude, I never talk to the cashier. High skill, but not too high. If I am living alone or with my parents, 70K at most relatively. I agree. Yeah, you don't need that much money to make it as a lonely dude in this world. The word toxic was invented by Riot Games for League of Legends. If I come buy some money, I'm not working. I would probably still work, but I would like work for myself. I'd start like a little small business, something like that, just to like keep my mind busy. But other than that, dude, I wouldn't like work like a hardcore, like a biohazard of hateful language. COD 4 was wild online, dude. Dude, you get called everything back in the day, dude. You called everything but literally a child of God back in the day, and sometimes even that was used as an insult. And it's like, I don't know, dude. Shit was phenomenal back in the day. You could buy some NFTs and become a millionaire as long as you start with a few billion. The 85 2013 gaming culture was good. Yeah. Now we got nothing. They hate their hometown. They hate their culture and religion. They hate everything. They go to cities and overseas just to escape. They would help the enemy if they could. Who is they? Are you talking about women or are you talking about people in general? Cope, invest in unicorn, invest. If your mind will scream in agony to be allowed to live, you can only Eldar if you have a lot of money. I agree. In the book Rational Male, it covers the one I just pushed by society in the form of movies and media. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I'm not saying that everything that Rollo Tomasi says is wrong. He just charted too much for his shit. But the reality is that he's not necessarily wrong with some of the stuff. I think that the one I just think is real fucking true. Like you're one true love, you're one true this, you're one true that. You're like okay. The reality is that shit never fucking existed. It's been pushed by the media and society for fucking decades now, and That's another lie that like it's kind of like the whole a red pill will wake you up from that, or that the black pill will wake you up from that reality of like you wake up one day and you're like, wait a second, that shit wasn't real. But why do I believe it's real? And you're like, oh, because you've been pushed by media, and like you get really angry at fucking society for pushing this weird narrative on you. Even like a Disney level love doesn't really even does it even exist for Chad? Like, does Chad even get a Disney level fucking romance? Probably not. Like, he's probably getting like he's getting easy pussy, but he ain't getting like fucking like dancing in a ballroom with fucking Stacy or some shit. No way it's happening like that. I don't give a fuck about Disney shit. I just don't want a hoe or a crazy chick. That's it. Really, usually get both. Exactly. 2022's hoes is winning. Simp economy is limitless. Let it go. Enjoy your mobility. Sign language maxing. Oh yeah. Shame, insult, guilt, and you need to be right. Oh, that's Kevin Samuels' sign language. I'm sorry. I already work for myself. No, I should have did, to be honest. The whole economy's probably going to fall this year. Even Simps want to eat before they go on OnlyFans. They got to eat somewhere. Hell, will the Simps sacrifice before they pay up? They're like, I can't eat tonight. I can't eat tonight, baby. I got to pay for the OnlyFans subscription tonight. I can't eat my fucking Subway. Ugh, Cuckway. He means women, if I figured. Women are sells out, bro. Yeah, I believe that. Sign language classes have a lot of voids. Lies. They go out and refine in Shizun. Women vote for open borders. That says it all. I'd believe that. Yeah, that's very true. Women hate their heritage. They tell me about it, dude. Yeah. A Curry in my uni committed Sui. Let's say Sui. He jumped off his flat. However, he didn't die. He then crawled to the river and then threw himself. Oh my god. No way. Damn. That's a fucking with a. So he took the long way out. Why don't you just fucking get a fucking pistol, dude, and call it a fucking. Or get a shotgun and call it a day, dude. If you really want to go, dude, there's plenty easier ways to go than fucking jumping off your fucking flat or fucking crawling to a fucking river to die. Like, come on, dude. I always imagine as a teen the sheer idea that 7 billion people exist, yet you only have one viable match. Yeah, it's absurd. Opinion on the Ted K trailer. I didn't watch it. Should I watch it? I kind of want to watch it on stream. That's the problem. Ted Kaczynski is Ted Kaczynski in Ted K. Let me see. Ted Kaczynski movie. I'm watching the wrong one here. Oh, 10 days ago. Ted K. This looks horrible looking. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't watch it yet. Hold on. The Unabomber. I'll watch it later. I'll watch it tomorrow. Man, he rest in peace. Nobody knew the exact reason he was a jester. Holy shit, per retardation. What was his life story? Chad gets used like a dildo, no romance. I have to start to believe this more often now. Like Chad, he's just like a walking, talking. He might at least be a walking, talking, fucking Ken doll with a dick, and then like basically a dick in a wallet, and is he really getting like the romance? Like he's probably he has the ability to get romance, but he's really getting romance like the way like we think he's getting romance. Probably not. He's just getting sex, and it's over when dogs get all the Stacys. Yeah, dude, you know exactly when it's fucking over, dude. When the fucking his dog pill real? You tell me if it's real, dude. Chad is holding a 5'2" woman's wrist to stop her from hitting him, trying to not bruise her. You're not wrong. Never understood the mentality of opening a nation to everyone. Let them all in. I don't understand that. Yeah, like you can't simultaneously want a welfare state, but also want You can't want a welfare state and also have open borders. It doesn't work. Your system will just collapse in on itself if you have too many people coming in, expecting for free Gibbs. So the reality is that if you're gonna give out Gibbs, a Gibbs me dat, you have to fucking you have to fucking have closed borders and a relatively healthy population who's like not gonna abuse the system. But America has neither one of those, so you're fucked. So if you want socialism or like a more socialist state where it's like you pay for more things with the state, well then God help you. Like just God help you, because like your system, your internal people aren't healthy. And you're letting all these people in to fucking have more fucking to abuse your system. And it's like, okay, well of course they're gonna fucking abuse the system, like duh. So yeah, the reality is that we have neither one of those systems are gonna work. Even if you had closed borders and Americans were fat, the system would still collapse on itself because there's too many fat Americans. So women would sell all of us out. Yeah, they already have. They sold us out for a job and Chad Dick. So yeah, Chad and Tyrone Dick. You already got sold out, dude. And Chad can make her forget her heritage, am I right? Just be Chad sexual. Oh, God, my man was determined to die. I'd honor him. I mean, fuck, dude. He's like, it fucked up. I can't kill myself. Well, fuck it. I'm gonna go to the fucking river and go there and die. Like, fuck, dude. What a way to go. Like, come on. People are absolutely insane about borders. I don't get it. Pistols aren't available here like in the US. Well, damn. You guys don't even have the easy way out, dude. What the fuck, dude? That's sad. Only reason men can still find marriage partners is because dogs can't pay bills. Whew. Damn. My Indian samurai commuted. I don't. Can dogs pay bills though? Can dogs pay bills? I'm sure genetically modified dog men can pay bills. Ooh. Maybe that's what the next frontier is, actually genetically modified dogs, not cats, not cat girls, but dog men. Oh God, it's such a fucking weird fucking world we're gonna live in. You already have other kin, so you're already one step away from that. Indian samurai commuted the honorable day. One hacker, well, women vote with emotion, not logic. Whatever gives them the biggest sense of feel-good sensation, what is good for them goes out the window. Kevin Samuels at least tells young men not to be fantasies. Fantasist. Okay, hope I read that right. Where's the suicide pod when you need? Yeah, basically, who was looking for, dog? Give me the fucking suicide pod. I just want a nut. You feel me? You can do that now, dude. Just hire your hooker. Let's watch. I can't. I don't think we can all watch it. I'm too afraid to play trailers on my fucking channel, dude. Anything has gonna happen with that shit, dude. Looks like it'll be a base movie inspiring the next generation of high IQ master leader ER cells. I haven't watched it yet. I mean, can I watch this thing? Fan of Lord of the Rings. If you are bringing out a rip off Game of Thrones. If so, they are bringing out a rip off of Game of Thrones. I haven't watched the new Lord of the Rings. They have one. I think it's Amazon. I forget who has the new Lord of the Rings, but someone has the new the TV show. Haven't watched that, but I do like Lord of the Rings. They used to screen people at Ellis Island to make sure they were fit for the country. Yeah, back in the doodle days. Now it's like everybody and everybody, bring them all in. Fuck it, dude. Fuck demographics. Fuck the current society that lives here. Nah, this shit doesn't matter, dude. That's because like we've all conformed to this idea that people are interchangeable and that genes and environments mean nothing. So if you take a guy from India and throw him in America, well, he'll behave like an American will, and it's like, okay, to some extent he will, but like, will he be American though? Like, what does it mean to be American? Like, do Americans have a genetic lineage that we should be trying to preserve, or do we just have like a is America just like a free for all country with no real identity of its own? Not just a date. If Becky dates me, she doesn't have to take me outside for shit. Doesn't have to feed me, and I won't bark or be too energized. Dog pill is real. My God, she has nothing based on her historic IP that is released in the current year. Pill is legit. It's not a joke. If you know, you know. Dog pill is indeed real. I have a personal story about this too. I'm too low and hip and saw a Floyd in her cafe with a very exotic dog. She told me the dog was 4K euro, and the dog was Chihuahua size. Brutal. My God. Japan shall never let too many immigrants in. They never will. Japan's like, fuck that shit, dude. England has been open since the 1950s. Should have stopped inflow by the 1960s. A few foreigners is never a bad thing. I have no problem with foreigners per se. Just like you keep letting in more and more people over and over and over again. Then you wonder why. Well, why is the population getting more crazy and stuff like that? What's going on? Like, well, there's a lot of competition. I think it's like this. Like in speaking, I'm gonna be speaking off the cuff here quite a bit, but like I always speak off the cuff. But fuck, I think speaking without any real evidence here, but I think that between racial groups, between ethnic groups, there's inter-ethnic or inter-ethnic competition, and the competition between these groups like creates I think this is even talked about in the Sir Arthur Glove's book about the death of a civilization. I forget what it's called. By the way, in that book he talked about how like when things are going good, the population is generally pretty stable. People are generally happy, and there's a lot of harmony between these different groups. But the moment things go bad, like there's a stock market crash or a crash that happens, you're going to see a lot more competition, a lot more brutality, and a lot more competition between these groups to fight over scarce resources. So yeah, when things are going great in America, like America is right now, which is where the economy's doing great. Inflation could be better, but everything else is generally going okay. Like, well, of course you're going to have a group. These groups of people can of course they can all live side by side in a harmonious state. But if you have a group of people when things are going bad though, and there's a lot of this competition for resources and scarce resources and money and stuff like that, well, of course they're going to fucking go crazy and go off the wall. So, but I still think that even when things are going well, though, there's still competition between groups. It's just less. It's just more blunted because like you don't have the there's no scarcity around basically. To be fair, people have been fucking animals for little millennia. I'm more surprised men seem to do it less than women unless I'm just aware of the right places. Dogmen will be the Chad of the future. I agree. Now that I remember, I think some men are dog maxing. I've seen it on Twitter, TikTok. Dog maxing. When you say dog maxing, you mean like they're buying dogs to snuggle with, or you mean they're just buying dogs just to like have in their profile? Oh, fantastic. Okay. Hey, Mystery, what is the name of that video we watched last weekend featuring that black woman doing the interview? Oh God, which one? On which day? Saturday or Sunday? Let me look it up real quick. I know I can find it. I think that was if I can find the video again. Yeah, here it is. Found it. Let me I'll post it in the chat. There you go. This is a video we watched last time. It's been that way for decades. We're not people in Elephantis, probably some gay ass French from Elwer Elephant, if I had to guess. Mass immigration is an attempt to change the voting pool. It's probably that too, but it's also a matter of like the Chamber of Commerce loves it because like it gets them cheap labor. Politicians love it because it gives them free votes, and also gives them a voting constituent to go off of. So like there's a whole bunch of incentives to fucking bring in people for politicians and stuff like that. So the rice cell in Vietnam is a GF, in the West he is an incel. What does that say? Yeah, what's that say about American culture? Americans are red Indians, whites, and FBA. That's it. Facts. Changing the voting pool from the incel to incel. What kind of name is this? He definitely made it past the filter. How do names like this get past the filter? How does this make any sense? I can't even read your name. I can't read your name at all. I'm 6'8", 160 pounds. 6'8", 160? Isn't that a bit fucking light? I have significant trouble with women. They think I'm creepy. Height, especially at a low weight, can be. Yeah, about to say, dude. I was like, what the fuck? 166. That's Skeletor level shit, dude. Fucking King Skeletor. Lord of the Ring will have black hobbits, Gandalf as a trans, LGBT elves. Isildur's sister going to real power behind Gondor because women. Live Japanese, die Japanese. I agree. Fuck it, dude. I'm a 10 out of 10 chat, but I want Black people to support the incels. Nice, dude. No, thanks for being here, my dude. The same. They at least will have kids. Yeah, dude. So Japan, don't immigrate, cope. Why do other countries immigrate, cope? Oh, immigrant. Londoner here is bad. Have less than 500k foreigners in your nation at any given time. With making weird nigga jokes is appropriate, you responded, but that dude's name literally means I love him. Yeah. Yeah. Life in London is bad. Everyone is on the edge. Population is already down from a peak of 128 million. Holy shit. Average Muslim family has 7 kids. 7 fucking kids? Jesus Christ, dude. That is insane. Yes, immigration is a big problem in the EU in terms of money alone due to free healthcare and housing they receive and benefits. Meanwhile, taxpayers are pooped on. Just fucking, yeah. Shit doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, governments are completely like ass backwards now. They're like, oh, the people who don't contribute the most money, we have to fucking give them all your money. It's like, how the fuck does that make any sense? Like, I go, okay, yeah. Why the fuck? What shouldn't I just fucking lead this shithole country? Like, every family has a birth rate of 1.4. Yeah, dude, shit fucked. I am 0 out of 10 for catching dough jokes. Hope I'm good. I'm God. I'm not Cryptosburg. Coon petition. Yeah. Average Muslim family of which generation? 1.5 is needed for population stabilization. Gen 1, but Gen 2 is 3.5. 2.5. Oh. The outbreed whites by a huge margin. Black is 2.5. Even that Alex with fire uses a husky to try to pick up Floyd with his cringe day game. Just so laugh doesn't work. Exactly. Delayed demographic death. It doesn't solve it. I'm a 10 out of 10. That you in the picture? Can't tell. Penny's doing fourth marriage and children. They need something, dude. Yeah, I think I posted. I hope you got it. Meant they turned into dogs and make TikTok. Oh, they use the dog filters. Oh, that's so creepy, dude. U.S. Berg, if you understand social cues, but just refuse to respond to that appropriately. Nah, if you understand the social cues, you're just like, fuck it, dude. You're just fucking based. At that point, dude. What you gonna show a video about alimony for women? I feel like I read an article about that. I didn't make a video. No, show a video about it though. Where is the StreamYard link to join? Oh, it hasn't started yet. Now I'm gonna do it in about an hour or so. It's been about an hour actually. It's been about 49 minutes for me to talking here. So yeah. Get Slender Man out of here. Oh my god. Get the math gainer lad. Yeah, dude, tell me about it. $1,300 for a shake. You need something, dude. Fuck it, dude. You need some fucking math, dude. 1 to 2 ground here for Infildum. I mean, just there is going to be make houses in Japan just because of birth rate. Random question: what's your favorite anime? Probably Yu Yu Hakusho. I like Yu Yu Hakusho a lot. It's a good show. Yu Yu Hakusho. Right now, it's probably Attack on Titan, but Yu Yu Hakusho is really good. Free cut care. True oofy doofy. The mass gainer, dude. Have to admit, when I escort Max, I always go to the other side of the tracks. I'm a hypocrite. The war gene, that's all it is. That's all this is. Checking in from Copistan. Nice, dude. In the UK, where we have social healthcare system, we all pay into a system. The reason why it's under so much strain is due to immigrants not paying into it, and also illegal family members exploiting the system. Cut care. I know some immigrants who live here for 20 plus years and still live off the government. Any other person would be homeless if they didn't have at least work once or twice. Yeah, it's like a different standard for immigrants that we have for people who are for immigrants versus like regular native people. It doesn't make any sense. Like it makes, and then you wonder why you have so much like social unrest in your system. Like, well, of course, like people are watching people fucking literally live off the system their whole fucking life, and then like you have people who are like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I have to work my ass off and you get to live the system. That's bullshit. Told you kids are for normies. I'm a Wolfsburg. Nice. He can put on 40 pounds and still be skinny. Need to gain weight and muscle. I've gained enough muscle. I'm still on my cut, so doing pretty good on my cut. Yesterday was a kind of a diversion from that. So was today. But for the most part, I've been keeping my diet pretty in tight. So doing pretty good. Oh boy. "20 years off the government" sounds like the American dream. American dream. Almost a 205. Nice, dude. Been watching Gundam War in the Pocket. Pretty good. Yeah, I've remember that show. Most MGTOW are incels. Few exist though, but rarely. Let's see. We also have affirmative action in the UK for minorities university. You can get into prestigious university with much lower grade depending on your living location if it's poor. But the problem is the classes are too hard, so they flunk out. It's a waste of space. Yeah. I have the Gundam collection. Copy clipboard. There you go. There's the link for the StreamYard. Pin the message. Let me my screen clear. Anything over here I gotta worry about? Nope. Screen's clear. Good shit. Share the screen. All right, we're gonna do an intermission real quick. An intermission. Intermission. Just for having a good night. Do you think I should settle for a girl who is less attractive than me but shows high levels of interest? Depends on how unattractive she is. Like, if you think that she's like if she's extremely beneath you, you might just be unhappy your whole life. She's like slightly beneath you, or she has like a small problem, or like she's like overweight or something like that. You can probably fix that. But the problem with that is that like the problem with women is that the moment they improve, if you don't improve with them or something like that, they'll leave your ass. So, like, you don't want to like waste your time on a project just to have it leave you later on. So it's not worth it sometimes. So you have to really like be sure this girl's like worth the time for you to invest the money, invest the money and the time into to take her to the gym, improve her makeup game, et cetera, et cetera. So really, it's a fucking you have to be really careful with stuff like that for sure. All right, we'll be back in a sec. Hello, I'm back. Got Pepe dabbing the world. Let's see what we got going on here. Um, I think the immigrant are using the system propaganda is overblown. If you look at the totality of where taxes go, a lot of immigrants in the U.S. pay taxes only under the tax table pay isn't taxed. Flawed, fix her for Chad. Doesn't matter if you improve or improve together. Yeah. If you can improve your chances, you can't create them. My opinion, it's like a multiplier, but ugly ninjas out here multiplying by 0. Oh boy, getting nothing. The goal of getting a woman is to get one that to her, you her, to her you get her best option no matter what The hard thing, if you pick too high, she will leave you. If you pick too low, she will hate you. Oh, you will hate her. Oh, yeah. Nope, never improve her. If you improve her, she will leave you. Never pay off her student debt as well. Yeah, it's not worth it, dude. Nah, dude, no way. Looks like this guy. I know. I won't dox him though. Yeah, dude. Pepe. Dabbing on the niggas, dude. Dabbing on the ninjas. Happier without outlook on life. It seems like I will be alone for entirety. Yeah, join the club. Might just escort Max. You might as well, dude. I can get 5 a month. Hope you're all doing well. I'm just cleaning up the apartment a bit. Lobster maxing. Nice, dude. Make a formula to see what is more cost effective. You don't prefer to be alone, stop pretending to relate to humans. Or don't you prefer, yeah. Getting the Omega raise next month. Nice, dude. Motivational, but don't go too often. Can't fix you and it costs too much money. What do you guys' thoughts on Fox News talking about Eminem's character redesign? Shit's fucking insane, dude. I don't care about I don't care about either one of that. I think it's not news to cover it. And it's also not news. It's also not like worth my time to cover the fucking Eminem's changing their fucking gender or some shit. Who gives a fuck? It's better to spend time trying to improve a girl with high interest than to have a huge gap in your sexual resume. Recent breakup is a good pre-validation. I think that's very true. Yeah. Having a recent breakup is like something you like say like, oh yeah, I recently broke up with somebody, so it gave you like a pre-validation, like, okay, well this guy already has a girlfriend or has had a girlfriend in the past, so he's definitely wanted. He definitely being desired by other women, so therefore I had to be on my best behavior. So not best behavior, but at least I know this guy. He already has pre selection criterion to go off of. So they have good service here in England. Nice. Constantly natural human instincts for connections to others are there. The gods pull me towards solitude. My humanity pulls me towards community, and its contradiction is permanent. Look at the under the table shit. Texas border. They give them money. That reads like poetry. I need some Thai women right now. I want to bring a beautiful woman from overseas to marry me and later cook and leave me. What a fucking life that would be. I mean, on the bright side, the phenotypes you have are inherited from your mom. So, if an incel gets a hot wife, his child might come out Chad or Stacy. Costco caskets are cheap. Oh, Costco casket. My God. I'm a 6'6", black normie. I pretty much accepted that my purpose is all I got. Even if I got a woman to count down till she slips like ice cream. Dips like ice cream. Hot women ask me all the time. Okay, well, good for you. Imagine seething over a corporate mascot. Yeah, I don't understand, dude. I don't even fucking look. I don't even know fucking what to say about that, dude. Oh, it's Eminem. I can give two halves of a fuck, dude. Don't care. Literally could not give half a fuck. I was getting a tattoo. This girl started talking to me out of the bloom. She imitated. I spoke. Or initiated. I spoke to her. Tried to keep the combo going, but bored him out of the bloom. She said she had a BF. Oh, let's get the music on real quick. Get the music going while I can. Well, however I forget. Let's get some good music going. So audio on? Audio is on. Good shit. Let's get some jazz going. Put that there. Move that over there. Let's kick it. We are unironically having to treat dating like a fucking corporate workplace, and people wonder why the world is ending. Didn't ask her out. Why do women always think they're getting hit on if you have a combo with them? Because they normally are getting hit on. You have a combo with them. That's the problem. Like they normally are. They have to interpret it that way. Just getting arranged married, bro. Indian women are traditional, bro. I feel like I heard this somewhere, but I heard that in Egypt because there's women want to like maintain their chastity, but they end up doing anal, I guess. And what ends up happening that when they have kids, they have to use a butt plug to keep their fucking shit in their ass because they're gonna show the kid. I can't remember who said that, but somebody said that shit, dude. That's why female friends can be of value if you can have them do shit for you. Jay, are you on Discord? Oh, okay. Dips like ice cream. What kind of ninja shit is that? You tell me, dude. My mother's side fucked over my dad, and his brothers are literally Changs. Dang. I have a whole bunch of Chads on my mother's side of the family. I'm only sub 5 out of around 20 males. Some are 8s and 9s. The fuck? Kinda, what happened? Somebody get cheated on or something? Or what the fuck's going on? Being a thought is in fact the oldest tradition. Height is a huge advantage, but 90% of women would rather be with a 6'2 Chad than a 6'2 normie. Or 6'6 normie, I'm sorry. Height is a great, but has diminishing returns. Jazz. Your mother screw you over. Mystery Jazz Hour. Yeah, dude. I mean, I still eat out the green and brown M&Ms any day. Oh, God. Disgusting. I see that, but she started the convo. Talking to women is pointless, yeah. You're right, I'm 6'4". It hasn't stopped me from being sexless for over half a decade. Wait, what's butt plug? Like, it's like a plug they put up your ass so you don't fucking shit with the kid. Somebody told me that story. So I'm like, seriously, this is real? Egyptian women get that vagina surgery to make them virgins again. Ah, yes, to get the hymen back. Yeah, dude. Shit's crazy. Shit's fucking insane, dude. Ho jobbies are getting hymen reconstructed surgery in the Middle East. Yeah, dude. Shit's real, dog. You ain't getting none of that shit, dog. You ain't getting nothing for free, okay? Ho jobbies exist. Why the fuck you pretending you want to talk to women? You just liar, and she knows you're pussyfooting. Yeah, that's the problem. Let's be real here. No one really wants to talk to a woman. Like, even women want to talk to women, dude. Women always want something better, and they will always find someone better than you with swipe on her phone. You can't win. Yeah. I'm just mall walk, coping, swimming in a sea of normies. Depends on face and frame. If Meeks was 7 feet, there would be no pussy left for anyone. Like I said, the Meek shall inherit the earth, dude. Mystery. I got bad features from both sides. Big nose, chin cell, big ears. Some of the 8s and 9s have one of these flaws, but not all of them. I'm unlucky. What the fuck, dude? When I want to have a convo other than hitting on a woman, I always say nothing weird, but then they say I have to what I have to leave, what I have to say. Okay. Ho jobby, dude. Yep. I can do any girl I want. Okay, then do it. What do you want me to tell you, dude? Like, you keep saying this, like, just then go. James is alone. Everyone snores or cringe when women speak like my ass off. Yeah. 7-footed faces always look fucked. It's like fucking goddamn ogres. I did that to a girl when I was very high interested in me, so that's why it worked. Okay. Definitely see myself comfortably sitting in jazz countries at home while seeing a city burning down and everyone running around screaming on live TV. Beautiful. Serious question: how does one rate themselves realistically? I'm not sure if it's possible. I think you could try, but it's better to have someone like a third party do it for you. Someone who has to just like train to fucking do it. I'm not saying pay for it, but like I'm not saying you can't do it either. I guess you could possibly look in the mirror and be honest with yourself. Like, okay, like my nose is pretty big. I have like big ass ears. Like you can objectively tell if you're ugly as fuck, but you can also tell if you're pretty attractive too. You might have like one or two features that really stand out. So you have to really like be honest with yourself and see what you actually kind of are. It's ogre. I wish I had more feminine features like a male model, pretty boy. Pretty purely masculine features are no longer considered very attractive. But I mean, the best people who would be incels to rate you, right? Would be incels. Probably, maybe. Really, the only rating that really matters is what women think of you. Who cares what other men think of you, dude? It's what women think about you. If women aren't attracted to you, dude, then you're probably just unattractive, one of the two. So like, if you get some attraction from women, you might be like a normie or a high tier normie. If you're yeah, but the only attraction that matters is what you get from women. The men talking about other men being attractive or not attractive is really fucking weird, A. And B, it's also fucking like, who gives a fuck? Like, they're not the ones you're trying to fuck. Like, you're trying to fuck fucking women, so. Women said I look androgynous. Fuck, it's over. Oh. Well. Those pro-raters seem to be homosexuals to me. Might be. Well, there you go. Yeah. That's all you got, dude. Drinking that agua. I don't care what's attractive. I don't want to be a cancer patient, K-pop looking fat. No fag. If I was younger, I might think differently. I hear you. Bang on. Your SMV is based on what women think. I find it very hard to rate other men as I don't find any men attractive. I used to getting wet dreams in 27 and it's still happening like once a month. Like once in a month. I don't think so. Not too often. Weird thing is that doesn't work the same way for women. If men try to fuck them, it doesn't mean they're hot. Last time I had to even buy a new bed due to my nocturnal emission. I had to buy a new bed. Oh my god, I meant, holy shit. The 80s. If this was the 80s and I'm in my 20s, I'm wearing assless pants like Prince, getting all the hoes. God damn. We are coping hard. Really love the jazzy doomer music in the background. Dude, we try here. I usually get wet dreams with high tier Becky's, nothing higher or lower. Strange thing that I lack dating success. Wasn't Prince gay? Huh? I know you guys don't indulge in the Black Manosphere, but I wish you did because it's a mess. Would be a good discussion. I do indulge in the Black Manosphere, depending on what we're talking about. I know BGS had a huge video with about oh yeah, what's his name? Kevin Samuels went on Nicki Minaj's Instagram live. He had an interview with her. He went super softball on her and didn't really talk to her about anything substantial. And then so that happened. And then there's been a lot of backlash to KS about that. Quite a little bit. He rated Nicki a 9 out of 10. Whoa, I'm gonna look up Nicki Minaj real quick. Just to be objective here. What would I rate Nicki Minaj? Have your speller fucking who gives a fuck. Nicki Minaj images. Let's look at images of Nicki Minaj. Oh, let's see. Got a few pictures of her here. I don't like her facial expressions. They look really fucking weird. Never have liked them, truth be told. Yeah, she's probably like a there aren't any 39-year-old 9s. I definitely want to give her a 9. She has a pretty rocking body. I'll give her that. Body's fucking on point. Oh, I will give her that. She's at least like facially, she's got to be at least like a. I'm gonna break the KS rule here and give her a 7. But like 7 out of 10 face with like probably like an 8 body. I like her body quite a bit. And she's not ugly. She's not objectively ugly. She's just like not that bad. But yeah. I follow BGS at more hidden sub. I can't show my username to him. Oh, he rated Nicki a 9. Yeah. Kevin Samuels is a goat. I like him. He makes sense to Mayo cells too. The XGF was a model and I left her. Dude, are you just pure trolling something or just be Jimmy's room theory? Yeah, dude. Didn't Jimmy's room say in that debate he wanted to do he would date a porn star? I'm like, okay, dude. Yeah, I would never fucking do that. I've been trying to cut cancerous people out of my life. Now I have no one. Yeah. Your whole life's been cancer the whole time, dude. My God. Can we all pull on if we think Black Minister is going to die soon or not? Nah. Let's see. Let's ask the question. What would you rate Nicki? 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 9. There are no 10s. No, we're not gonna do a 10. We'll add an option for 10. Fuck it, dude. That's your community. Fuck it. Let's see what people say. My ex never existed. Nikki is not a 9. Yeah, she's a 6 with surgery. So all y'all guys work the Black Manosphere, I guess it's lit. Yeah, I like the Black Manosphere, dude. Liked her back when she was all natural. She's a 7 out of 10 to me, 9 out of 10 on the jawline. Prime Nikki is bad as fuck. I'd say a 7 out of 8 with makeup and all. Current GF at 19 currently doesn't exist. Oof. Nicki Minaj had tons of plastic surgery since 2009. Yeah, she really has. 8.5 to the body. Nikki is a 6 or a 9. 6 or a 9. It's not hot enough for me. It's cool, dude. It's the face or body debate again. Yeah, basically. His rating with BS power move to make him more appealing to future celebs. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think he was being anywhere near a genuine in that discussion at all. He wasn't being himself. He was being a complete fucking the sycophant, I believe. Is that the word for it? Sycophant? That's not sycophant. No, that's what we're looking for. It's sycophant, yeah, sycophant. If you saw her naked, you wouldn't be saying that. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be like, fuck it, dude. You're a fucking 9 tonight. Like, you're a 10 tonight. Fuck it, dude. She is a 6 or a 7. Y'all capping over. Plastic bitch, shaking my head. I pipe for sure. Dating a porn star is ultra cucked. It is. Bubble got bonanza. Drop it like a belly dancer. Don't forget the mouth viscosity quote. Dude actually belongs here. Yeah, dude, he belongs here. And then the sad part is, like, during the debate, I watched the entire debate, and he has this moment where he like goes off on this guy. And you can tell that it's totally canned. Like, that entire like little fucking rant he did was completely fucking canned. He probably had it like written down on his screen of what to say and how to react. He's a complete NPC. Complete fucking NPC. He had to like literally write down his own little rant on the screen probably to fucking talk like that. I'm like, okay, dude. Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah. I was looking at him like, are you serious, dude? Like, you come off as like some like self-righteous fucking cuck. I date a prawn star if she's giving me the money. People don't realize that most people only have toxic people in their lives. You know, toxic, here we go again. For me, she's a 0. I'm not into black women at all. Damn, you won't get canceled, bro. You are. Your mother is the most toxic person you know, most likely. Probably. You're not lying, dog. Nikki is a 6 with surgery. Any skinny, fit women is a 7 out of 10 to me. I want women to fart my mouth. Okay, well, there you go. Nicki Minaj, 6 face, 9.5 body. To be fair, it depends on what he means as date. If he's talking about taking her out on dates, and he is a cuck, but if at least he's just tapping that ass, and it's just different. Cuck a fan. It's a PR move, the next male Oprah. Yeah, I believe it. Jimmy is a cuck. Chronic is funny as hell, dude. He did a good job. Chronic did a really good job in the debate, surprisingly. Yeah, no guests today. The link is there. I don't know what's going on. I'm having fun talking, though. Pretty cool. Doing a good job today for once. Drinking that water. But yeah, there's been a lot of talk over like what KS did or didn't do during that discussion. So it's been pretty big news in the Black Manosphere for sure. So we got 21 votes. People have rated Nicki Minaj a... Dang. He's a 4 through 6, 5, 57%, 7 through 9, 20%, 1 through 3, 19%, 10, 0%. So. Jason Black from The Business did a very black pill show called The Concubine Generation. You should review it. It tells the alpha chat chasing Floyd what's their future. Oh, really? Remember Yogi Obes? You remember Yogi Obes? Is it on YouTube? Let's see. Oh, I see it. This is 4 hours long, dude. That's 4 hours long. I don't got time for that. That's a long fucking stream, dude. I'd watch it. I might watch it on my own time, but damn, that's 4 hours long. Look, he gonna hate for this, but I prefer the solo stream. Hey, man, sounds good to me. Yeah, depending on who comes on, it can be very, very hectic, and I don't get a chance to talk. Like, not that it matters to me, really. I don't really care too much, but I'm like, hey, it's what it is, right? Yogi Obes, yeah. Yogi fucking Obes. I date eat coke for that prom star. Who are the good people? Are good people? These women pretend to be good or evil and problematic. Very true. Yogi, no obes, no abs. We send the link on Discord. Lucy Ty married a black rapper. Last I've heard. I smashed Mia Khalifa, no worries. I'm so anti-social, I'd marry her. Oh my god. Let's do a flash mob. All 29 viewers join the live stream and overwhelm mystery completely. That'd be crazy. Just go out to bars and clubs and get bitches, bro. Oh god. Listen to the first 5 minutes only. Okay, we can do that. We can do that, I guess.
Ladies.
Okay, we'll watch the first 5 minutes of this video. Not watch it, I guess. I won't put it on the screen. We can listen to the audio of it. Here we go. All right, so this is the Concubine Generation by The Business. I think this is Jason Black talking or something. The first 5 minutes of this video.
I'm here to help.
I think it might be too low for you guys to hear it, though. There's no way that's high enough. Here we go. Here we go. All right.
Sincerely, I mean that. Ladies, I am here to help. Although it might not feel like it for a little while, I assure you I am. This is a program I've been meaning to do here for a while, and the way that things have transpired, I guess I just went ahead and took this as my opportunity to go ahead and get to it now. So I want to send out a message here to the concubine generation. Years ago, I coined this term in reference to, unfortunately, the female culture of today, that you no longer have wives and girlfriends and folks talking about jump offs and whatnot. So no. We're dealing with straight up concubines now. And that's going to be a very important thing to understand, because a whole bunch of folks, if you haven't read your Bibles or whatever, you might not be familiar with the term concubine, but definitely you need to be. You definitely need to be, because it has a long and storied history and it is very relevant to your current day.
Yeah, this is something I talked about on my stream as well. Not my stream, rather, but on my one of my videos where I talked about the polygyny and polygamy and stuff like that, where instead of having like all these women are being pumped up by chads and these high upper tier men, they're effectively just concubines. They really are. So he's not wrong here. He's not wrong at all. Like these chicks are basically just devaluing themselves, not devaluing themselves, but they're all like, you know, like, would you rather be the if you were a chick, would you rather be the farmer's wife or the king's 35th concubine? Well, you're obviously going to be the king's concubine, obviously, because you have the money and resources and the power to change your life, whereas the farmer's just a farmer. So This is very obvious stuff here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me post this in the chat so people can actually watch on their own time. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm gonna play the first 5 minutes and then we can go from there. Here you guys go. You can look it up on your own. Here we go.
If you go to Webster's dictionary, it says a concubine is a woman with whom a man cohabits without being married, such as one having a recognized social status in a household below that of a wife. Now, next definition is mistress. But I want you to check out that definition there. A woman with whom a man cohabits without being married, such as one having a recognized social status in a household below that of a wife. So what does that tell you right off the bat? That tells you that there's levels to this thing. There's levels to this thing.
Yeah, but does this really need to be said though? Like, this is very obvious. I think Richie Shark's kind of right here. He's like, someone should tell him they don't care. Yeah, they really don't care. Like, these women don't care that they're below the wife. As long as they have access to the resources of that man and the prestige of being with that man, they don't really care. They might be envious of that woman being the wife, but they're not gonna care that much. Though the reality is that they don't really care. Like, they don't care at all. It's hard to make an hour-long program entitled. It's hard to make an hour-long program entitled "Don't Do Women Care?" The answer is no. Yeah. These women don't flat out don't care. Yeah.
In the Bible, who was that? King Solomon had hundreds of concubines. He had a wife, he had mistresses and concubines. That means these are women who are there just for sex, and that's it. That is all they're there for. They are there for sex and nothing else. That is all. And right now, we've got Generation Concubine in front of us. You have girls who have grown into women now, and they are completely devoid of any wifehood properties whatsoever. Before we launch into this tonight, I want to ask you all to go ahead and make sure you hit my likes for me, because they're going to try to slam dunk this one hard, and we're going for the jugular. I'm just being totally honest with you here. A lot of folks' feelings are going to be hurt. Some of my friends' feelings might be hurt. Some of my associates. But I have to tell the truth as it is. So, to be aware here, we are in the middle of Generation Concubine now, where there's no wife status or wife potential here. We can't even pretend to play about it. There just isn't any. And they might look cute, but they have absolutely no future whatsoever, and that is the problem.
It's so weird because in this video he's showing all these chicks that's like shaking their ass, and this looks like a huge like a mating ritual. It's all it looks like, dude. It's like oh, it looks like a huge fucking mating ritual, shaking their ass for Chad, trying to attract a mate. It's amazing how animals look when they fucking do shit like that. But yeah, well, people look when they do shit like that with animals, I guess. But either way, so let's see. Mystery, do you know about the "they know they don't care" movement? No, I don't, but I probably agree with it now more than I ever could. Well, he's trying really hard with his voice, trying to sound maximum masculine and tough, but it doesn't sound natural. Yeah, it really doesn't sound too natural, really, sometimes, but. They don't want to be wives. They don't need to be. Yeah, like that's the problem. Women no longer need men, and if the only value that men have at this point is either being a walking dildo or being a something for them something for them to brag about, well, then you can't brag about being the wife of the accountant, or you can't brag about being the wife of the electrical engineer, but you can brag about fucking Drake. You can brag about fucking fucking some rich celebrity. Basically, at the end of the day, all it comes down to, like, you can brag about fucking some rapper or something like that, like Future or something like that. You can brag about that to your friends. You can't brag about, oh yeah, I married a Bob from accounting, or I married Joe the electrical engineer, or I married John the plumber or something like that. Like, you can't brag to your friends about that. That doesn't get you anything. But yeah, he's just showing all these women here shaking their asses. Though. all this video really is. The beginning of this video really is. But he's not wrong. He's not necessarily wrong here. Though. He's not wrong at all. It's just true. And the reality is that that's the sad reality about this video is that we are all subsidizing Chad's concubine, or all these high value men's concubines. Basically at the end of the day, because these women, because they aren't married, they're single moms at this point. So they all carry the higher tier man seed. They all don't marry that man, but they all fucking fuck him. They all have his babies. They get child support, but they also can get other benefits from the state because they're broke, they're single moms, et cetera, et cetera. So like at the end of the day, we're all subsidizing their behavior too, which makes it even worse to some extent. So.
And we're going to discuss exactly why that is. Now, first of all, we need to take a look at what it is that signifies or determines or indicates that you, no matter what you might think about yourself, that you are in fact concubine status. Doesn't matter what you think about yourself. You don't get to decide whether you're wife status. Only the male society at large gets to decide that. And most of the females today, when I say most, I mean 80% or greater, unfortunately, are concubine status. Jason, what is that? Well, fortunately for you, I brought a list for you. As y'all remember before, I told you the big three: tats, brats, and ats. Tats, brats, and ats. Tattoos, bastard babies, and attitude. So let's go ahead and start with those three. Tattoos. Tattoos are a major indicator that you have assumed concubine status. Why? Because a woman expresses emotional instability by marking up her body, cutting it, marking it, tattooing it, permanently disfiguring it and changing it. That is how females express emotional turbulence. Men express emotional turbulence by marking up other people. Females express it by marking up themselves. Men express it by doing things to other people. Women express it by doing things to themselves. When a woman allows some strange man at the tattoo parlor to paw all over her, which is what you have to do. Anybody who's watched a person get tattoos, you realize they got to put their hands all over you to be able to do that. And when a female is able to walk into a strange man's presence and be totally comfortable with that, what that means is that she has become disassociated from seeing her body as sacred, sanctified, special, off limits. She has now indicated that she is fair game to the world. And that's what she wants to show, is that it ain't no big deal. Your body is supposed to be the biggest deal there is. But when you say that it isn't, you've lost that. Then you'll attempt to turn around. When you want something from a specific man, you will then attempt to claim, oh, your body is sacred. No, not according to the guy down there at Skull and Bones Tattoo Shop. You're not. No, you're not. So understand, you're not going to get men to put more value on your body than you do. Learn that immediately. That's a game that you play with yourself. You're not playing that with the men. You're playing it with yourself. So when you start doing the tattoos, we all know what that means. Also, tattoos are a way of signaling to men, notice me, take a look at me, notice me. When a female starts jockeying for random male attention, that is a major problem. She is indicating, I'm not fit for wifehood. I am assuming concubine status. Next up is bastard babies. When you have absolutely no regard for your womb, you don't see it as valuable, then you can't raise the price to men.
Yeah, that's something I do agree with. Having the tattoos is a little bit kind of much, because so many chicks have tattoos now. It's like, are all of them going for concubine status now? Maybe they are. But so many chicks have tattoos now. Even the fucking quote unquote the ones on proper fucking orientation have fucking tattoos at this point, dude. It's kind of a fucking weird thing. Like Isaac said here. I know what he's saying, but he has everybody has tattoos. Like, yeah, tattoos are kind of everywhere. Tattoos are just the results of female herd-like behavior with respect to things like fashion. Yeah, kind of like the whole thing about traveling, the whole traveling aspect of it. Like where it's like traveling is like a you know, traveling becoming a huge meme now, where it's like, oh, I love to travel. You only love to travel because like their friends are traveling too. So like if you want to understand, if you want to raise the birth rate, all you have to do is make sure one or two of the friends have kids, and all of a sudden all the girls want kids at that point. That's all it's gonna come down to. It's not that hard. There's such herd-like behaviors where women do shit like that all the time. So yeah. How long am I into this video? I don't want to go too far. 6 minutes in. My God, this is a 4-hour long video. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Definitely a good video though. Definitely, I mean, I might watch it later on. Maybe tomorrow. May have more time. Yeah, cut the audio off. Unless you guys want to keep listening to it, but up to you guys. I can keep going if you want. You said listen to 5 minutes though. I did listen to 5 minutes of it. It's a good video though. I might watch it myself and then maybe do a review on it tomorrow. Listen to the whole thing. No audio. Yeah, I know. Bonnie, that's because you a degenerate. Yes, the jazzy doomer music is amazing. God. Women are worthless in the modern day with all the accepting gender roles. Why bother? Nah, don't need to hear some guy try to shame hoes. They don't care. Yeah, especially the ones who are like, I think there was a story about some of these chicks who were like, they were chasing around the NBA stars, trying to sleep with NBA stars, and they were all sleeping in like a U-Haul or some shit like that. Like when you have women going to such lengths to fucking like fuck an NBA star or an NFL star, something like that, with literally sleep in a U-Haul. Like, what's that tell you about female behavior? They don't care. They want to have that bag any way they fucking can, and if that means they gotta sleep in a U-Haul to have a chance to fucking fuck Steph Curry, they'll fucking do it. Hoes not mad. They don't care. A hoe will succeed before a hood carrying man. Oh, good carrying man. Yeah. Women want the bag. They do want the bag. That's all they give a fuck about, dude. Your mother would be trying to fuck Steph Curry too. Yeah, dude. If my mom was of this current age, she would be having the exact same way. But the reality of that, she's not. So yeah, she was born in this generation. She'd be trying to fuck Steph Curry too. Yeah. Like you're not wrong here. Would you sleep in a U-Haul for a shot and never working again? Yeah, dude. That's the reality of it. Like they're literally fucking fighting for that bag. Okay, who can get a fucking NBA star pregnant, dog, and never being socially shamed? Yeah, dude. You're not wrong. Yeah, you make perfect sense. You're making real sense here. Disagreeable. You're making a lot of sense here. It's true. Sleep in a U-Haul, fuck a few NBA stars, and open up your fucking legs for a few NBA stars, and hope they fucking impregnate your ass, and all of a sudden you're fucking somebody now. And you got all of it by literally being a whore, like a degenerate. I mean, like, come on, you don't have to do anything. Social shaming is good, but women don't feel shame. I wouldn't say they don't feel shame. They just don't care. Or rather, they do feel shame. The pressure has to be like real and tangible. I'm not black. I'm Moorish. I'm tired of you ninjas. All right, dude. I hear you. I stand with women getting the bag on stupid simps. The bag, yeah. Women only feel shame after they've been caught. Women can get away with anything. Nothing new here. Yeah, nothing new. Very true. Women don't care. You gotta take the money away. Quit subsidizing it. Yep. Make it hurt real bad. Yep, shaming works when it's part of the culture and comes with consequences. Absolutely. Something I advocated for many streams ago. People look at me like I'm crazy. It's like, what? Mystery school? What? You want to bring back a system of shaming where people can't do whatever they want? Yeah, I said that. People are like, what? Nah, dude, no way. I'm like, that's unfair. I'm like, okay, well, people thought it was crazy. It's like, nah, dude, you're not crazy. Nah, I'm not saying people thought it was crazy, but yeah, people keep knocking my cultural fucking thing where it's like, oh yeah, we don't need religion, something like that. Well, religion, you don't necessarily need it per se, but you need like a code of ethics for people to follow, and God is an easy way to fucking get people to follow it. If you attach some fucking some like bullshit narrative about, oh, you go to heaven or hell if you do these things, well, all of a sudden there's an incentive structure to do something. You know, it's a really basic part of human psychology. People respond to incentives. But yeah, it gets knocked sometimes, so I only feel shame when there are consequences with it. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Hindustani are not Indian. All right, Moors, Titanic fight with medieval Spanish. I love shame, don't we all? Pros and cons. Many of us are gifted with all this information, but we are better off compared to being a blue-pilled cuck married. Yeah. Let's get a hot... Okay, dude. Technically, we still have religion being practiced mainstream, feminism, and progressivism. Yeah, very true. I would agree with this very much so. We pray at the altar of the female, and we cry at the altar of progressivism. We wonder why the hell we're not moving forward anymore. I'm not saying that Christianity would be the ideal solution either. I think that Christianity is dead too, and we need something new, something more tangible, something that's more enforceable, something that makes more sense. Otherwise known as a man. Yeah, basically. Basically, what you're telling people to do is just become gay. Disappoint me, yeah. Without social shaming, all the acceptance stuff leads to degenerate society. There are no boundaries anymore. So Wild West progressive crap. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Do you follow any incel YouTubers? If so, who? Who do I watch on a regular basis? I like Travis Blackpill. He's pretty good. I like the Boner Condoner. He has a pretty good podcast. He puts out every once in a while. He's not really an incel guy, I don't think, really, though. I don't know, I'm not sure what he is, but he was on Infomatics. He had a pretty good podcast. Who else is there? Base Pluto isn't really incel per se, so he doesn't really cover anything. He's not incel related that much anymore. But he hasn't streamed in like literally months now, so same thing goes for Face and LMS. He's done too, I think. Check your privilege, bigot. We need a new religion. What's up, dude? What's up, Tard? I banged a TIE Transformer by accident, but no homo. Oh, yeah, okay. No homo, dude. That's why I'm thinking of cult massing at least making ideology that favors me. Boner Condoner, yeah, dude. I have difficulty understanding Travis Blackpill, his speech. Oh, really? He's pretty easy to understand for me, actually. He's pretty good. I think he's alright. I was binging Boner Condoner's content last month. Yeah, dude. John Jones is my role model. Nice. Do you think it's weird most incels are blue-pilled normies? Do I think it's weird? Not really. I would expect him to be blue-pilled. No, he didn't rope. No, he said he's done with the black pill. He's kind of like done. Face is on Discord, still on Discord all the time. Okay. Lord Bogdanoff is good too. Ah, yes, the Bogs. He even gets on voice chat, so does he? Huh. Yeah, I almost never go on Discord anymore, so like I used to. Bum bum bum. Maybe nobody's ruined the space for good. It might have to be dead, yeah. Really hate all spaces online. Black pill incel is homoerotic as hell now. I just like this channel. And I get pussy, so I guess I don't belong here anyways. I'm not incel because I'm not a bigot. Unaware incel, yeah, basically, yeah. Face has given up, but his message created this black pill. Very much so. Definitely deserves his spot at the top incel channel for sure. Bum 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 bum. See some memes real quick. We got time. No one's joining the stream, so we got plenty of time here. Here we go. We have Casey. Bumble date. Casey, 36 years old. Part nerd, part athlete, part free spirit. She got the tattoo, concubine. And we have eyes. Look at the fucking eyes, dude. She bitch has crazy eyes. She's got like the 1 million cock stare. What are you talking about, dude? Maybe we saw Casey already, but all I know is that her fucking eyes look fucking insane, dude. Maybe we saw Casey already last week. Here's some of the Here's an old meme, but a good meme. This is an old meme for sure. This is old as fuck. All right, here we go. We have Alicia. We have Joe. Hey, Alicia. Hi. The fact that he can even open up with a hey Alicia is pretty fucking sad in my opinion. Well, look at him though. Chad Light for sure. At least Chad Light, one of the two. Hey, Alicia. Hi. You look pretty innocent for what I'm looking for. Shoot. Sorry. I want to fuck. Nothing too serious. You down? If you can handle me. 8 inches long, 6 inches girth. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. It gets the job done, but I'm tired of not being able to put it all the way in. Could you handle this? Any day. Give me your number so we can arrange a fuck date. By the way, I have an ass sniffing fetish. You're gonna have to get over it. As long as you can eat me out. What? As in eat your ass, yes. What else would you do to me? I'm into water sports, so I'm probably pissed on you before you're too horny to say no. Love it. What else? I'd grab your throat and jackhammer your pussy until it becomes beet red. I like the sound of that. Anything else? What would you do to me, you dirty slut? I'd ride your dick harder than it ever been ridden. I'd swallow your cum. It's like water. I'll give you a blowjob while you ate me out. Yep. Alicia. Faith, family, and friends. Giving blowjob to men I don't know. Being choked during sex by men I don't know. Having ass sniffed by men I don't know. Having ass eaten out by men I don't know. Getting pissed on by men I don't know. Yep. Faith, family, and friends. Alicia. Ah, yes, but of course. Country music, volleyball, most sports. Ah, yes. Faith, family, and friends. Oh my god. What's the number? Oh, he didn't post. They didn't post the number here. I think they got rid of probably blocked it out of the scene so you couldn't see it. Oh, you wanna access, don't you? Did that meme already. Some of these memes are old as fuck. Stale memes. Here we go. I think we did this meme last week, but fuck, we do it again. Look at this shit. Look at the eyes. Anyway. If I were president, there would be no president because we live in a leftist utopia where time replaces money as the currency. Does she think she's smart here, or is she just like... Well, there you go. Here we go again. Early AM gym enthusiast, an avid baker, social justice activist, fuck 12, no pigs, compassionate to a fault, slowly attempting more DIY projects. 5'9". This chick is huge. Active graduate degree, never. Relationship, Leo, liberal. Gym, baking, sense of humor, LGBTQIA ally. Black Lives Matter. She has she, they pronouns, my dudes. She fucking they pronouns. God save our souls. Postdoc at UNC Chapel Hill. UConn 2015. It's like your standard Becky. Pretty standard looking chick here. I think her face looks very standard looking. Yeah, very standard, kind of frumpy kind of body here. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Explore yourself. Both sides are really shit. Are shit really? Oh really? Liberal women are better. Too right wing. Too angry. I don't know about that one, dude. Liberal women are pretty fucking crazy too. Liberal women are crazy. Right wing women are fucking are angry as fuck. One of the two. So women always have shit politics, left or right. Very true. We waffles will destroy the black community. Mark my words. Really? Oh. Well, like the moment we were like moving away from like lookism, we started to get into like other areas of like the black pill. Is when he kind of showed up. Kind of weird. marked. Let's see. Explore yourself. Both sides of shit, really. Conservatives or liberals, pick your poison. And there really is no good pick there at this point for when it comes to women. What's up, Alex?
What's going on, buddy boyo?
Not a lot, my dude. Just chilling, laying back.
Damn, man, I was so tired last night. I slept like 12 hours.
Dang, dude. Got a lot of sleep then.
Yeah, I think I went to bed around 10 and woke up around noon.
I went to bed around like 10, woke up around like 9 o'clock-ish. Did some cleaning, went to the gym, stuff like that.
Yeah, I cleaned my room a bit, so I was listening the whole time, but yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Just chilling, man.
Yeah. How have things been on your side of the USA?
I guess next week I'll find out my bonus and probably pay
Promotion?
raise, and if I'll get a promotion. So I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, I get my next big pay raise next week as well. Actually, I'm not sure what it's going to be like, but I did pretty good this year when it came to performance bonuses and stuff like that. So I'm doing pretty good so far. So can't complain about so much.
Yeah, like let's see. Well, they said that something interesting because since inflation is so high, the standard like 2 to 3% raise is probably not gonna be cutting it for many people.
Yep. So far, that's what they've been giving out to my company. I'm like, well, shit. I'm gonna ask for way more. I'm gonna negotiate the fuck out of that shit. I think a lot of. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think a lot of companies take advantage of like the workers' ignorance of like inflation, even though they hear on the news, they don't really know that it translates to wages as well.
Yeah. So at least for me, if they don't give me something that I feel satisfactory, it's probably just gonna solidify my plan of like, seeking my next job. Like I really don't want to move because it's just like everything's so cush and but then I've been at this company for a bit now and it's like, yeah, if I can get more money elsewhere, I might as well.
Oh yeah, I hear you. Makes perfect sense. Yeah. I'm probably gonna stick around here for at least another maybe year and a half before I decide to quit, or if even decide to quit at all. I have pretty good advancement potential here at this current job, but I'm not sure if I want to leave or not. Not quite yet. So probably give it another like year and a half, maybe 2 years before I decide to like what I'm gonna do next. But
yeah, that's my goal too. It's like one more year and all my stocks are gonna vest. So then I would have gotten everything I wanted. But yeah, what was I gonna say? That the Joshua Fluke guy did a video. Some fucking LinkedIn went viral. Like an HR lady was bragging about she offered the candidate what she asked for, which was $85K a year, but they had like a budget to give her, I don't know, either $120K or $130K. So it's like, why would you brag about giving your employee less money?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So wait, so what happened with this? So basically, what? So the HR person had a budget for $100,000, but she only gave him $85K.
Yeah, I think how it usually works is like, so when they hire people, they have a budget of that, how much they're gonna pay that person. And I guess they were willing to go as high as 120 or either 130. And then I guess the candidate didn't know, quote unquote, didn't know her worth. So she said, yeah, like 85K. And then they were like, okay, yeah, here you go, is 85.
Yeah, I came in kind of low with my offer too when I first got my second job, but they gave me like two pretty substantial raises within my first like 6 months of being there. I got a raise and then I got like a 20K raise my first like 6 months of being there, and then they gave me another raise at the end of the year. So I was like, well, there you go. So I'm basically where I should have been anyway. So
you probably got the low end of when you got hired, but
yeah, guaranteed.
They had plenty of room to give you a raise since they probably already had a budget.
Well, the person person they initially fired, and they didn't fire her. She had to quit because she was like she got too old to work basically at that point. She was already like pretty disabled, and she was making like well into six figures, pretty good salary. So yeah, so they had plenty of room to pay me more.
Yeah, I get like either one or two emails like from LinkedIn or other places, be like, yo, your profile looks attractive, we want to chat to you about a potential job opening.
Yeah,
I just ignore all of them, but because I got no plans to move since I'm already waiting for a promotion. But yeah, not much, dude. Just fucking working, chilling.
stacking that bread.
Yup. Dude, I put my fucking what was it, 401k contribution up to 17%. It's like my regular net pay took a massive hit, but it's like I'm putting away like 1,800 a month.
Are you like doing the accelerated deposit?
What do you mean by accelerated
Are you like
deposit?
doing it? Are you gonna like reach the maximum before the end of the year? A lot of people, some people do that. Some people do it the full year. People, it's like
Oh,
I
you
have a
mean
guy. Yeah, I have a guy doing that right now with my company. He's like he putting like a huge amount of money, so he will finish up by like the middle of the year. So
yeah, that's front loading.
yeah, front loading. Yeah.
See, I haven't officially confirmed, but like I don't think I get the employer matching if I front load. I think you only get matching up till the pay periods that you contribute. So then it's probably more beneficial for me at least to just, pay the maximum per month to reach my max at the end of the year. And then that way I still get a 12 full months of employer matching.
Okay. Good shit.
Yeah, actually, it kind of dawned on me. Maybe I should make the next social black pill on retirement. A lot of people just don't fucking know they're already fucked.
Oh yeah. You hit 1,000 subscribers, right? Pretty
Uh,
recently.
yeah, let me see. I'm up to like 1,018 now.
Nice. Good shit.
Yeah, I got the email to monetize, but I'm like, man, do I really want to? It's like probably have to like dox myself too, right? Like, cause they gotta pay you and they gotta
Yeah.
claim taxes on that shit.
Yeah. Up to you. Yeah. You might as well make extra cash in your bank account,
No,
right?
so that's the thing. I talked to Medicaid. I was like, what is like 1K sub and views gonna do? It's probably like you'd be lucky enough to get like what $2 a month.
Oh my god. I
I'm like,
figured it'd be more than that. Never mind. Well, if I'm wrong on that, then I guess.
man, $2 a month ain't worth my time.
Apparently, all Inkwells are making six figures. Some of them are. Some of us definitely are, but yeah.
So yeah, I probably won't monetize. It's just not even worth the time.
What the hell is retirement in 2022? Death? I have no clue. Depends what retirement means. Like retirement means doing nothing to you. Basically, the ultimate Leon and Ross strategy, where like you have money, but you have like all this time to do nothing with it. So you just
Yeah, I
lay down and
mean,
run.
I'll probably rope before 60, so it's like, what's the point? But you never know. Just never know. So better to prepare than not prepare.
You would need 2 million views in a month to earn $500 in a month. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like 10K views a month is probably like $1.
Hardly any money. Holy shit. Why retire to stay close to retirement without having children and grandchildren? Or stay close alive to closer, yeah. That's true. I don't see the to some extent I don't see it, but I also I don't think I'm the kind of person who could rope anyway. Truth be told, I just don't have that demeanor in me. But maybe if I get close to that age, I'll be like, well, fuck it, dude. What's the point? You never know what you're gonna do when you actually get to that point.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I mean, I probably would have roped like long time ago, but then it's like giving in. It's like truly over, if you know what I mean. There's like still a bunch of other shit that I want to do, irrespective to quote unquote ascending. And the more like you live long, it's like even that what's his face thinking ape, like his main other topic is ascension and life after ascension. And basically he was just saying that even if you quote unquote get a GF or wife, like life ain't gonna be that much better. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. He's been putting out content pretty like regularly now. Actually, he's like put out 2-3 videos this week or something like that, and or this past week, at least 3 videos, right? Must have been at least 2 or 3, and
Yeah.
they were all pretty good. And yeah, he talked about past ascension, like okay, well, after you ascend past getting your GF and stuff like that, and fucking and stuff like that, is your life really gonna be that much better? And it's like, he's probably kind of right there. At least for some men, though, I think Jack's right here. Some men only have the illusion of that, so maybe getting past that illusion will make them more cognizant of like how it's not really all that important to have that. But I don't know. It definitely improves improves your maybe it'll improve the mental well being to some extent to have that one little box ticked off. But overall, is your life going to change that like spectacularly? Like there's not going to be like a national fucking like holiday named after you because like you got a girlfriend. Like like it's going to be like a regular another day with an annoying woman basically around your ass. So
Oh yeah, I think white computer power has it right. It's like I don't want to be old and then not be able to work when you quote unquote actually need money.
don't have to rope. It's about thinking of a balance between saving enough and stop working before old age and leaving with no extra income when you die. Huh, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Saving enough to be able to need. I can agree with that. Yeah. I can agree with that very much so. Just a huge load will be taken off my back. Nothing else will change. Yeah. Yeah, getting a girlfriend is probably the biggest it's like the mind fuck of not having one is like probably the biggest issue.
Yeah, I'll probably go to Southeast Asia, but I'm not really looking even to get married or have a kid. It's just like, what's the point, really?
Yeah, so like
Live the bachelor life, like have a quote unquote women in my rotation.
I'm about to say like what's your end game? Because like so I've asked this question before to some men. And it's like okay, well, what do you want to do with women? Like what's the point? Like if you're not going to get married and have kids, and it's like okay, like what's your next big option? I guess the next option is kind of like basically to be like Chad and just pump and dump, right?
Pretty much, dude. That's all women are good for at this point. Like even the freaking last video, it's like concubine. What else is there?
Yeah, they can't cook, can't clean. They're just bitchy and complain too much. So what else are they good for? You're right,
Yeah,
to some
like
extent.
they don't quote, well, maybe some of them need me for the resources, but beyond that, it's like why bother? It's like you're only good for the box. What else?
Hard for me to disagree with you to some extent. I would say I guess it depends on what you want and like in a more like existential idea when it comes down to like like do you want like a woman for hold on, someone wants a Discord link real quick. Give me a sec. Oh god, I thought I did this already. Invite people, copy. Here's the link. Let me Discord the sucker down here. Here you go. This is the link. Anyway, as I was saying, not existential, I guess, but it kind of becomes more of an issue of like, do you I think he actually did a video on thinking he did a video on Sargon Vakad or Carl Benjamin talking about how if you don't have kids, you're being lazy or you're being selfish or something like that.
Oh
And
yeah,
he did that
I
video
did
too.
watch that.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of gonna go off of that topic where it's like if you care about perpetuating your society and your civilization, should you have kids or you rather you should have kids? But like for some men though, like the problem with that whole argument was that like okay, but like what about the men who actually want kids or the men who want women but they literally just can't get them? Like, are you still considered to be a drag of society by his own standard? And I'm like, how could you possibly say that and like not realize that there's men out here who literally who couldn't get a woman if they fucking tried? That's probably my biggest problem with that argument, really. Also, it kind of comes down to like, is having kids really like in and of itself a moral good or a moral evil at that point. Like he basically is trying to ascribe morality onto like a biological act, saying that, oh, you ought to have kids because you want to perpetuate your civilization. But it's like, like what if your civilization in your society kind of sucks? Why the fuck would you care about perpetuating it anyway?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I feel like because it's like, irrespective of society and continuing the future or whatever, it's like at the individual level, like people have kids because one, it's just like the biological need, but then like past beyond that, why there's a drive, right? Like every quote unquote dad I've talked to, it's like they want a better future for their kids, right?
Yeah.
And they want to have kids and hopefully they can leave the world in a better place for their kids, quote unquote. And, hopefully their kids are going to make the world better. But it's like, even that's like, I would say rapidly dying out. It's like, why would you want to have a kid in this day and age?
Well, yeah, if you look at if you actually look at the people, like the reasons why people have kids to some extent, like a lot of people do it. Like there's so many people out there who shouldn't have had kids to begin with anyway, as it is. Like there's so many people out there like the Chads who like pump and dump women and they make single moms and stuff like that. They should have never had kids to begin with, because those kids aren't going to perpetuate society to begin with. But like if you're like a man to today and you're seeing the way society's kind of going, like you can kind of sort of see the trajectory of like where things are kind of going to end up at in the future. And when you see all this weird totalitarian type of like language coming out of the left and all these weird election shit and all this stuff like that, and you see all these like weird things happening in the current society, and you expect someone to bring a kid into this world and expect that kid to come out functional and fucking normal, like you're lying to yourself. Like the reality of that, like the future looks very, very bleak right now to me anyway. So like having kids is like sort of like okay, like what's the long game here? Like even if you thought like the future was going to be better, like your current now is like fucking horrible. Like the current age is pretty fucking rough. So like having your kids survive long enough and be normal enough to make it to the end of this age and make it to a better place, I guess, would be better off. But that's a lot of work and effort to put into a kid.
Yeah, I mean, like at least when I was growing up, the people around me and the people that I knew, it was like strictly, two-parent household. Like, single mom or single dad household was like actually kind of rare.
Yeah.
And for those ones that I knew, it's either one of the parents, passed away untimely because of some accident or some disease or whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like no fault of, say, bad relationship or something. It was like super rare. And then now it's like, oh, single mom or single dad home is like just a common thing. It's like, what? You have no two parents? It's almost like a oddity if it's like if you come from a two-parent household,
a natural regular family. Yeah, if you don't come from a broken family, you're like you're like the oddity now. It's like, what? You're like you're the not normal one. Very much so. I remember being a kid and being in my neighborhood. Yeah, like every single family was like a two-parent household, and there weren't really a lot of what you could say single parent broken homes. There was like one in my neighborhood that I remember, like the kid was like very much an asshole, but everything else was very much like every other family had two parents in the household and it was very stable. So like that was the time to bring a kid into the world. But now you look at it now, you're like, what the fuck? You're like, like this is just horrible. There's actually a graph that this is a video I put in the Discord talking about how the a demographic what do I call it? Demographic drought. And in that video, he showed the graph of the birth rate from. Is this you, Jack Tisson? Can you respond in the comment section? I see your name here, but your name looks a little bit different.
Yeah, I've seen him in the comments.
Yeah, I've seen him in the comments if it's him or not. But yeah, this graph shows the birth rate for like the last few decades, and it showed the Great Depression rate, and the Great Depression rate was like we're roughly at a similar level of a birth rate to where compared to the Great Depression, actually, believe it or not. And it's like the exact same things happening again, where it's like, so who knows? Maybe there's going to be another baby boom after this, or maybe they're going to have another crunch, and we're just going to slowly die off into obscurity somewhere. So who knows? Let me let this guy in. Let's see what he says. Is that you, Jack Tisson?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, just come in because you're talking about birth rates, and I went round to my friend's this week, and he showed me a photo of a group of women who we went to school with. They all met up in London for a day out, and he basically said to me that they look pretty good for their age, and they do. You know, they're in their late 30s and they've taken care of themselves. And I asked him how many of these women there was 7 of them have children and have settled down and and have families. And this is a shocking statistic. Out of 7 women, only 3 of them have reproduced, and out of that 3, they've only got 5 children between them.
Wow.
And this is women who are approaching their late 30s.
Did you see that article I posted and I read like a week ago where I talked about how the birth rate in Britain is so low it's like not even funny.
It's to the point now where the careerism. I noticed it myself when I was I'm studying myself, and before COVID I used to go into my local library, and it's next to a university, so there's a lot of university students there, and they're all women. You very rarely see young men at university. They're basically mostly women, and the projection for these females is just that through their 20s and their 30s they're going to be concentrating on their career and hedonism, and the biological clock just passes them by, and they get to the late 30s, and by that point it's not really worth it. You know, you're looking at your 40s and 50s bringing up a teenager, and it gets hard when you're in them years to deal with that kind of level of stress. So a lot of them have just decided to opt out. And if you actually project.
Yo, Jack, did you say 7 women and only 3 kids?
He like told you to stop. It's weird. Maybe his connection got.
Probably the internet died.
Yeah, something happened to him. It's like, what the fuck happened? You put him back, make him leave, and then make him bring back. You still there? Are you there, Jack? Let's see. What does this say? Jack? Okay, that was weird.
No, I think
something happened.
Died.
Yeah, something happened. Either way, but I think he did say out of the 7 women, only 3 of them have kids, and out of the 3 of them, there's like 5 kids between them, so something like that. So yeah, the connection died for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say to keep the birth rate going, it's at least 14 kids are needed.
Yeah, a whole lot of shitting out kids for sure.
Oh man, but yeah, it's pretty shitty. And then even most people only have like 1 or 2 kid, if at most.
I said out of 3 women was 5 kids. Yeah. 3 women had 5 kids. Yeah. So one of them maybe had 1 had like 3 or something like that. So something like that. One had 1. Birth rate less than 1. Brutal. Yeah, dude. Doesn't Korea have a birth rate less than 1? Isn't it like below 1 at this point?
It's like 0.83 or something.
Fuck. God. Koreans, what's going on?
Oh, I think Korea is probably the worst place because it's all about lookism. Like
they have like whole plastic surgery industry over there. Like it's like literally booming.
Yeah. So like for women, it's all about careerism, like modeling, staying young and cute, and all that shit. Lookism is at its peak over there. I think the word selfie was like invented in Korea, to be honest, like even before selfie became like a known thing.
Up, Jack?
Yeah, hello. When did I cut out? My Wi-Fi cut out. What was I saying?
You were cutting out. You cut out close to you were saying
you were studying, women. Yeah, you were studying in the library.
Yeah, the library. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm just saying. I was studying in the library, and you noticed that the majority of the people in the university tend to be young women. A lot of the young guys nowadays are not even bothering to go into the universities. I know official statistics say that it's close to 50-50, but from this university I went to, I would say the ratio is skewed by about 80% female, 20% men. And feminism's got to the point now in the UK where I don't think the majority of the young women see the idea of settling down and having a family as a viable option. It's now the career that has become their raison d'être when it comes to how they see their future. And it's getting to the point now where I think that if you look at future population projections within the UK, I think we're probably going to shrink down to about maybe a third of what we are now, the British people. And
what's the total population now?
What in Britain?
Yeah. Oh, hey, hold on a second. Mystery. We'll get an echo from me at least.
Yeah, I hear it too. Let me let's do this real quick. Let me get 1 sec, guys. You guys have echo now?
112. Kind of still here, I guess. Well, no, it's gone. It's gone.
I'm about to say, okay, go ahead, Jack. You think we were saying a story, or somebody had a question? Somebody?
Yeah. The actual population of Britain, that's open to debate. The official statistics say that there's around 65 million, but the supermarkets, who I should imagine have a much wider experience with dealing with the mass of people in Britain, they claim that the population is around 80 million. So it depends on who you ask. The government, I think, are underestimating the population when it comes to how many people live in Britain. But the actual feminist doctrine has got to the point now where we're not reproducing ourselves. We're essentially a sterile people. And as I explained before, when you've got 7 women that you went to school with and only 3 of them have reproduced, what does that tell you about the future? It tells you that we're not going to be there, you know?
Yeah, one other thing I can speak from experience though, because I went to uni as well. Like all the women that are like going to university are going for basically bullshit degrees. Like social studies, the humanities, the arts, like they're fucking completely worthless, I would say, in the job market today. And so, I mean, they got a harsh reality waiting. It's like you go into school for, fucking human resources or whatever. It's like you're easily replaceable. It's like the Beckys and the Stacys are competing for the same job anyways.
Yeah.
And they go into, debt to get like a fucking useless trash degree. They're like 30, 40, 50K in debt. And then now they just have to work regardless. It's like, I mean, skip the whole college thing. You could probably still, work your way to some good job and not having to go like into 50K in debt. It's like you're already starting at a higher disadvantage. And no, I actually think men that stop going to college is actually a smart move, unless they're going for, the STEM or the doctors or lawyers kind of thing, where you actually do need a degree.
Yeah.
It's probably far better just to go into like trade skills like mechanics or, electricians and plumbers.
Yeah. Kevin Samuels, what he teaches young men, I think, is probably one of the best things you can say to young guys at this present time. He tells them that a lot of the goals you've got as a youngster, which are typically very high status end games such as sports or music or business, unless you've got the genetic ability, it's just not going to work out for you, and you're going to end up very disappointed after loads of years of failing. So the ideal thing to do is to actually gain a qualification which enables you to earn money. And you're right, in university, the only reason you should be going there is if it's something that's substantial, like engineering, STEM, the legal profession, something that actually gives you a decent job. Apart from that, what's the point in studying English literature? As you say, you're easily replaceable. If you're a young man, you might as well become a carpenter or something, or a bricklayer or electrician.
For sure. Wait, Gopnik Max, you said you went on a date with a 8-year-old? Maybe he
Sorry.
forgot the. Maybe he forgot the 18.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's not good. Otherwise,
Wait. I'm like, how does an 8-year-old have management skills or management degree? But yeah, it's so dumb. Assuming she went to college and now is working minimum wage. Oh,
yeah,
8 years older than me. Okay, yeah.
yeah. You're right. You're right. You know, it's. I think a lot of the university infrastructure around the world today is just geared to getting women into the workplace rather than actually creating anything of value for the economy.
No, I think it's partly because it's only kind of beneficial in fueling the capital, or the capitalistic system.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you promise them, they can get a good job, and like the majority of the consumption is always being done by the women, right? It's always girls buying shit, and so promise them they can get a good job, go to college, which effectively doubles the labor market, which cheapens the labor cost, and then essentially turning them into debt slaves too, because you got them bound by student loans, and
yeah,
then you have them essentially it's just slavery for the system because now you got to keep making those minimum payments for your loans, on top of that still having to make a living, and capitalism doesn't give a fuck about morality. It's like it's all about making higher profits every quarter.
mm,
And so as long as you can churn out these dumb sheep women, it's all good.
yeah, yeah. Also, another reason might be that if you double the amount of people in the labour market, it pushes wages down. So it actually helps the the people running the businesses. So it's within their interest to have both genders competing within the workforce.
Yeah, and they say like the wage gap doesn't exist, which is true. It doesn't. But then it's this I would say it's kind of like maybe the wage gap. I mean, technically it is the right term, but it's like women are far more agreeable, right? So I'll tell you this story. Like back in the day, I was working, and like I met another girl from the previous job. So it's like we used to work together in the same job, but then we ended up meeting up again in a different job, but we ended up working at the same place. And so it was a point where she was like, "Oh, how much are you making?" And I told her at the time I was making like $20 an hour. And then she was like, "What?" And she was basically making, I think, $1 more than minimum wage or something. And then
Mm,
like, "How the fuck are you making 20 when she's making like I think it was like 13 or something. I don't remember. But anyways, I was making like almost 50% more than she was, and we literally do the same job. And so she was like, "How did you get that?" I was like, "I negotiated my salary." Right?
oh,
And so then I was like, "What do you mean you didn't negotiate your salary?" And then she was just like, "No, I just took whatever they gave me." And I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess that's the difference." But I mean, I guess that's my point, right? Like some people, and especially women, are probably far more clueless, or they don't have that aggressive nature or ability to say, okay, this is what I demand. I mean, in terms of pay, right? Like, so then, yeah, she was like, I think from that day onward, she was just like super, like, what's the word? Like depressed, knowing that she's just making so much less for the same job, right? And
yes,
there's nothing illegal about it. It's like we were hired for the same job. Like, well, maybe I have a little bit more experience or previous experience or whatever, but I negotiated
yeah,
it. I said I'm not gonna take anything less than $20, and then
yeah.
they were
Out of
like, yeah,
interest, out of
yeah.
interest, Relux, have you looked at that channel Lux Maximus before?
Lux Maximus. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he does a lot of videos about ancient Greece, and he describes what real patriarchy looks like. And when he describes what real patriarchy is, and you compare it to the critique of the patriarchy today, you actually realise that what a joke it is when the patriarchy is criticised, because we really do not have one. And he says in ancient Greece, um, and I admit I don't agree with how harsh it was back in the day in ancient Greece. I think they were too draconian, and they were too. He uses the word androcentric society. In this society, a female, when she was subject to an arranged marriage, and she was expected to be a chaste virgin before she married her husband, and then she wouldn't be allowed to leave the house. It was practically a prison sentence when she got married. And then the only other type of occupation a female could have in ancient Greece was to work in brothels. There was no other vocational opportunities. It was either in the home as a chaste wife or in the brothels. Now, to me, that's a little bit too harsh, but it does kind of show you we do not live in a patriarchy. I mean, you can surely agree with that, Drew, can't you? His analysis.
I mean, there's a spectrum to that, though.
Yeah. What's that,
Yeah,
Jack?
I mean, I agree. I don't necessarily think like we need to take away, all of women's right per se.
No.
Cook. No, I'm playing.
No, I mean, like, get real, dude. It's not gonna happen anyways. But I'm just saying, yeah, like, I would say that ancient Greece, that could have been. I mean, even in today, that's just too extreme. Like,
Yeah, it is.
so. But yeah, no, like, I like his channel. It's pretty based AF.
Yeah, he did a good video on this disabled gentleman called Sean something.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that. I mean, even before Rich Cooper and his cronies like kind of silenced what is it, Face and Elements that time on, the live stream or whatever. It's like any base black pillar knows that the girl is there simply for, his resource, his clout.
Yeah,
Yeah, like no woman in 2020 is gonna, shack up with a disabled person, let alone, like he was a literal abomination, so to speak. I mean, I feel bad for the dude, but it's just
yeah.
like they have infinite options, so it's like choosing the worst option when you can easily get anything else.
He made a good point about the guy's options from his perspective, and we know from the black pill that you can't buy attraction. You can't put yourself in a situation of status and expect attraction. Attraction is something that is instinctive, and it doesn't come from what you do. It comes from your genetic frequency, so to speak.
Yeah, and the one thing I would kind of disagree with Maximus there was that, from Sean's perspective, like he literally has 0.001% as an option. Like even if he were to go, say, Southeast Asia or somewhere else, yeah, like what is he increasing his chance to like 1 or 2%? Yeah,
No,
maybe
no, but
his
what you could escort Max. That's what he's trying to say. You could escort Max.
yeah, yeah. I mean, in terms of like ascension, if you want that, happy wife,
Oh,
whatever bullshit, yeah, it's
yeah.
probably possible with his resource. But yeah, he could have definitely escort Max there. But then, like I'm pretty sure most guys don't necessarily want to escort Max. It's always chasing that happy life, happy wife bullshit.
Yeah, yeah,
There's nothing socially validating about having a hoe.
Yeah. Like,
That's
oh, I
you
fucked
can't.
10
No,
bitches and I paid all of them. Like, there's no clout or status in that shit.
yeah, that just kind of denigrates your status. It doesn't increase. Like, oh, this dude couldn't get on the strength of his own ability or self worth. He had to go out there and buy a bitch.
Right.
yeah.
So the only disagreement is that from Sean's perspective, like that woman was his only option. Like if he didn't have her, he would have never had anything else. So he was like, basically stuck. It's like you either have absolutely nothing or, this low tier used up void.
Yeah, yeah, but this part of human psychology. I know when I was being friend zoned for 3 years by this East European woman, it does give you a kind of sense of value when you're walking down a road with an attractive woman, even if you're not getting anything. Just to sort of project to other guys that this is the woman that you're with. It gives you some kind of boost. It's an instinctive thing. You get it without even trying. And I should imagine that Sean, he was looking at that. He was looking around, and if he managed to get this woman, and she was with him all the time, and it gave him a sense of worth amongst other men. But it truly is an illusion. You can get all this validation from other people because you've got a woman with you.
Damn,
Or you
man.
can actually go to somewhere else where you can actually get it.
Yeah.
And
So
you've got that kind of harem experience. And I think Lux Maximus was right. The guy
yeah,
should
I'll
have gone
tell
off to the
you.
third world, and he should have brothel maxed.
Yeah, definitely. And so, like the one that you spoke of, the validation, it's fucking real, dude. Because I experienced it firsthand. And so the story was, this was actually probably when I was even less, or before I was like truly black pilled. But going back to the old work stories, um, like one of my old coworkers, like, dude, she's old, right? So I'm not even looking at her like, quote unquote, in the snuggles terms. It was just like some coworker that I used to know, and she was pretty cool because we used to work on a daily basis together, anyways. And she's married and everything, so it's not even like I look at her snuggle wise. Anyways, long story short, she moved away because she got married and this and that, and then she had some kids, and she was like back in same town area, so she was like, oh, like I'm visiting here for like a week, I'm meeting up with all my old friends and blah, and like she just out of the blue like contacted me, and I think I went over. I think it was just literally a Starbucks meetup just to catch up. I think we like chatted for an hour, and she ended up having twins or whatever. And I fucking shit you not. Like we go to the Starbucks. She obviously she's with her, two like freaking infants. And like the gaze and attention that I was getting from other people was insane. And like people would come up to us and while we're even talking is like, oh, such a cute baby and this and that, and like I'm treated like I'm the dad, right? And I'm just like, no, these aren't my kids.
Yeah, you dumb as hell. You should have said yes and pulled some numbers, dog.
No, like there was way blue pill status life back then.
We
But
had to be up. Shit.
yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
but just the amount of people, even dudes, even girls, they were just like coming up to the kids, such cute babies, blah blah blah. I was getting like the looks from the ladies and everything. There's that social proof, like the validation, like, oh,
Yeah.
he reproduced, he's a viable or whatever.
Yeah,
And
that's very real. That's very
yeah,
real.
yeah, like back then I had no idea and no clue, but then once you realize, it's like, fuck, man. So even Incel Maddoxon first talked about it too, and I fucking know exactly what he meant. It's like if you're a couple in this world, everywhere you go, especially with kids in tow, it's like you're treated so much better. And as a fucking single male, it's like, get the fuck out of my store, like pay your shit and get the fuck out.
Yeah, yeah. I noticed it when I was going around with this East European woman. When I went into my local, because I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I go into a local cafe, and I noticed that the females in this cafe started treating me differently. They started looking at me as a human being for once. So I was typically I go in there, and these are young, attractive women, and I'm like this jester maxing moron who just sits in the corner of the cafe with my dog. But now I've become this kind of legitimate man, and it probably is down to social proof that they've seen with females before. It's definitely something, isn't it?
Yeah. So I kind of know when they say, that's social proof when you're with a girl.
Does it work with JPW?
Like, what do you mean?
Well, all right. Say for example, I JBW maxed, yeah. So I managed to bullshit some woman in, I don't know, Dominican Republic or something, yeah. And we do the whole visa thing, and she comes over to England. Now I'm walking down the road of her, and we're going to different places, and I'm being seen by different people. Would that work? The whole social proof thing, or would they just see that I'm doing JPW?
Hold on. Explain that to me again. Sorry, I was distracted.
All right. Say for example, this is hypothetical. I'm not doing it at the moment, but say for example, I managed to bullshit some woman in the Dominican Republic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. So I'm on this dating site, and I'm telling her that I'm high status, and I'm sending out all these signals that I'm this high value man, and I've got this great life in England. And she comes over to England. You know, I meet her at the airport, and I'm walking now through my local neighborhood with this hot Dominican Republic woman. Would that work on the native females? Would they start seeing me as high value because I've got this woman with me through JPW?
I would say probably would work. Like, because I
Yeah.
mean, women always want the dude that, other women want. So by the fact that you have a woman besides you probably makes them want you. Otherwise, if you were just single or, solo.
Yeah. It's a hard thing because so if you're an incel and you're not attracting anyone, the fact you're not attracting anyone makes other people not want to be attracted to you. So it's like a self-perpetuating problem.
But yeah, like, I mean, if you manage to ascend, quote unquote, in the Dominican Republic, I wouldn't bring her back to England.
Hell no.
Yo, mister, are you there?
No, he's away at the moment.
Oh yeah, he did say BRB.
Yeah, the ideas that Lux Maximus comes out with, in many ways, I think he's right. You know, he does describe the psychology of the modern man in relation to her, to the modern woman. In my opinion, the best analysis that we can find online, because he says basically it's all about validation from other men and being seen in public with a hot woman, and you're basically stuck in this state of jester maxing, being used for your resources, and you're dealing with a constant state of toxicity, toxicness from these modernized people. But you're oh, I'm echoing.
Oh shit, I'm back. My bad.
All right, Jack.
Yeah.
Yo, mister, you back?
I mean, he added me, so I guess he just saw the thing.
Okay.
How you doing, Jack?
Hey. Yeah, so I had like nothing significant to say. I was just listening.
Right, you live in like the Detroit region, is that right?
Yep.
Detroit, the city of champions.
City of Champions.
Why the fuck would you do that to me?
Hey man, there's some shit coming back to Detroit, right? I think there's some stuff coming back, right?
No, I was thinking of the sports teams that you said. That was like,
oh
fuck.
shit, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I was thinking more about like the industry there. Like, come on, I think it's coming back, right? People are talking about building chip factories over there now or something like that. So
who the fuck knows? By the time they build some shit, all the original inhabitants are gonna be gone.
that's true.
Is it being gentrified there now, Jack?
Everywhere is.
Yeah, the same thing happened in London. Where East London, which is where I'm originally from. It used to be a really solid middle working class area. But I go back to today, and over the last 20 years, people like me aren't welcome there anymore. The average house in the East End is approaching £1 million, and it's just totally changed.
Yeah, that sounds more like a New York thing, to be honest.
Well, yeah, the same thing in New York. You used to have these ghettos in New York, didn't you, in the 1970s, where people could just get a place to live very cheaply. But now the same thing happened there as happened in London.
I have no idea when civilization goes with all this kind of centralization and inflation shit.
It's unreal, Jack. I mean, if you ever come to England and you wanted to move to London, you'd be shocked by how much it costs.
Like what would the average? Let's say, what would the average apartment cost then?
What
Yeah,
in London?
what's the living cost there?
You'd be shocked. You're looking at, if you want to rent an apartment in London, you're looking at about £4,000 a month.
Let's see, £4,000 to USD, and that comes out to 5,412. So that's a normal California rate.
Oh, so that's reasonable in America, yeah.
In the fucking California, New York.
Right. But then you've got to factor in that we don't earn as much money as you guys.
Neither do people in California or New York.
Oh. Yeah, the only way to live in London is what a lot of the immigrants do. They sort of stack themselves up in one place. So they might rent a house, and there might be like 15 people in one house.
Yeah, multi-generational housing is a not very old thing, but a few generations ago that used to be kind of normal.
Yeah.
Now it's coming back.
Yeah.
Like, people don't get like the way modern living has been for like the past 50 or 60 years is kind of like a blip on the human radar. It's not a usual thing at all.
Yeah. But the problem is in England that you've made a good point, Jack. A lot of the young women, they expect you to have your own place in London. You can't tell them, well, why don't we just get
Jack, internet again?
Damn, the internet died.
Oh, come on, Jack Tiffin, my dude. You're on a roll there, my dude.
Internet can't handle two Jacks in the same place.
Yeah, it's like two Jack. Oh shit, dude. Which one
It's like
here?
Quantum entanglement and shit. I don't know.
Crazy shit. So, like, what you guys going on about, like, the price of, like, goods relative to where, like, London? To raise a family on or something, or what's going on?
He was talking about the cost of living. He said the average house in London, I think, is about £4,000, which came up to about $5,100.
Okay.
Wait, is that mortgage payments?
Nah, I asked about apartments. I think that's just rent, maybe.
Oh, damn, that's fucking high as fuck.
Yeah, 5K is like the average price of a house in London. Then that's pretty insane.
Isn't the worst? No, I think the worst housing to income ratios in China, I think, but I'm not sure.
Well, doesn't China have like isn't that like how their entire market's kept afloat? Isn't it like they have like all this real estate to keep building and building and building to like make it seem like they're growing, but they're really not. So it's like fake growth. So it's like to keep building new shit and like and people would just keep buying stuff because like buying houses is the only real store of value there. So it's like, what do you really do?
Oh, and also don't forget it's a necessity for getting a wife. So.
Yeah, it's also that too. You have to own property, which is really fucking odd. Like, I get it, but I also don't get it. Like, why do you have to own like 5 fucking condos? Like,
well, because somebody's gonna buy those condos later. Look, the houses in China are basically like. Houses in China basically third dimensional NFTs. The thing with like that.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is, because that's when you think about it, they're like, who's gonna buy the next house? Like, who's gonna buy that next house?
Somebody who thinks that buying that house they can sell it later.
Like, yeah, for more. Sure, but like,
oh crap.
You can't possibly believe that though, right? Like Like, you can't possibly believe that like you're gonna get more for that house later on when it's like the value's already so high up here.
Why not? It's worked
But
historically.
like, has it been though? Like, is the market really strong in there in China? Like, are people are buying houses, but nobody's living in said houses though. Like, so there's no real point in buying the house.
No, you guys don't get it. So like in China, for most people, like say outside the West, you got several options, at least options that you have, like say invest in real estate, invest in the stock market, invest in other things like gold and silver and whatever. But like in China, it's like you're limited. Like the only place that you can quote unquote safely put your money is in real estate. And then even with the whole like Evergrande collapse, it's like that's the only place that they can put in. So then all these housing markets are like super artificially inflated. It becomes like unattainable for most people.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Like, so like if there's not a next generation to buy those houses up, and how could the value possibly go up? Like, it's supply and demand. If
Yeah,
the demand's not there for the house, then well, my God, look at the
Well, the
supply.
ministry, the government to figure
that's
all that shit out. That's irrelevant.
yeah, that's why it's all
The government's
collapsible over there.
just gonna what pay the way out of this, like buy all the houses up or something, or what?
Yeah, they'll fucking figure something out. Like whatever. And
I guess
market.
China kind of has the ability to do that, but like does America? Like with our debt this fucking already wide, like does America have the ability to make a plan like that? China, I could see doing that. China to be like, fine, fuck it. We'll make some shit up and then we'll buy these houses up, saying we have the authority to because of communism. For the houses for a certain rent, they become like little fucking what do you want to call those things? Ghettos, or not ghettos, but like the projects, kind of like that. Like you work at like a housing project, and it's like okay, like
yeah, China's fuck. There's no way around it.
What's the birth rate like in China? Is it really low?
it's horrible.
China is, from the government says it's around 1.6 or so. There are other people who are probably actually credible who say it's around 1.05 or less.
Yeah.
My God.
I'm pretty sure God left the building decades ago.
Yeah, and it's like I think China already said the government isn't gonna bail out these failing, real estate tycoon companies. And the ones that do have money are buying real estate elsewhere, like in the US and in Australia. And then it's actually one of the bigger problems where you got these people coming in, I guess some rich Chinese that would buy up, real estate in New York, and they don't necessarily give a shit about, generating like rental income. It's like for them, it's just more safe to park their money there.
Yep.
And then it's really bad for the local economy because then you don't actually have houses occupied by people, and so it's just this empty neighborhood of houses being bought by foreigners that don't give a shit about it, and it's growth. Yeah.
And from like the government standpoint, they don't really care either, because like the thing is that those housing values keep going up. They get to charge more tax revenue for it. They don't really care what happens really in the market. Like the market's kind of like irrelevant to them as long as like the market doesn't crash. They get enough tax revenue every year, and it's like okay, so like they have no incentive to actually fix this problem. Like if you like follow the money to where it ends up at, where it's like the government and these like big huge tycoons buying all the stuff up, well they don't care. They're getting their cut. They use the cut to fund the crap that we all kind of need, the roads, bridges, get a few kickbacks here and there, what we want to call it, and they move on with their day. Like,
it's quite common in London for left-wing groups to occupy houses that are empty and move people.
How does it work? Let's just say you owned a house, you sold it. Technically, you got a new owner. And then let's say the new owner can't pay at least the property tax. Not unclaim it, but on bankrupt, can't pay. You abandon the house. There's no like actual tax revenue coming from it. Then does the government get to claim that house and then try to sell it again?
A lot of governments don't. They just keep kind of tacking on the tax to the end of that. They just keep tacking on the taxes. So when you show up a few years later you have to pay all the back taxes. That's why they call it back taxes. Like, okay, well, what's going on back here? Okay, well, let's keep taxing it. Can you pay all the back taxes on it? Like the value is here, but you're paying taxes on something that's way up here now. It's like, what the fuck's up with that?
Doesn't that make it even harder to sell it to a new person?
Kind of, sort of. But if you're so rich, you can just afford anything. You don't care. Like, okay, fine, I'll pay the tax. Give the fuck. I'll pay it because this housing market is going crazy up here. I might as well cash in while I can. You don't time the market, but you buy little houses, you sell them. You buy them for 1 week they're 100K, and next week they're fucking 300K. It's like, okay, fuck it, sell it. They sell it to somebody else. Some other sucker takes it over, and at that point, so if you can pay the initial investment for cheaper property, well then yeah, it's worth it to fix it up at some point, sell it, and then you move on your day. So if you're a rich guy with enough, like BlackRock, which is an investment fund, like if you're BlackRock and you just have unlimited money, you can literally just buy up whole neighborhoods as they're being built, rent those houses out. You don't care what happens to the houses, but the reality is that the market's going to keep going up because I keep buying all the houses up. So
yeah, basically Uncle Sam still gets his share regardless.
Yeah, like the government's getting their share. They're just not. And once again, there's no incentive to fix the problem because the government's like, okay, well, they benefit from rising housing prices because they get to raise taxes on houses. They benefit from the market. They get capital gains taxes from the people like that, or maybe sometimes they don't, but most of the time they get capital gains taxes off people like that. So like the economy has been stimulated enough to where like, okay, like you have enough of your cash, you can spend your money as you see fit, and then like at that point, like you have it's kind of like that, yeah. So like the government always gets their cut. They always get a cut, and the government doesn't really care what happens.
Jesus Christ!
Like the market could literally crash. Like I don't know. It's just crazy. Like
yeah,
go ahead.
No, just BlackRock has about $10 trillion of assets under management as far as January 2022.
Yeah, like when you have a company that fucking big, of course they can afford to buy these houses up. Like they're just gonna keep buying them up. The government does not give a fuck because it's like, okay, we get our tax revenue cut. They only care when it crashes, but as long as it keeps going up, they're fine. They're fine to keep taxes relatively low on the houses or high on the houses they can because they can like keep the value goes up, so they get to tax it more. Not taxes more per se, but they get to the rate's the same, but the taxes go up because the value of the house went up. So they can just tax it that way. It's a win-win for everybody at the end of the day, other than the boomers, not the boomers, but the Zoomers and Gen Y trying to buy their houses. And they end up having to take out more debt. So they took out debt for the student loans. They took out debt for their cars, took out debt for, I don't know, anything else. And then they also taking out debt to pay for regular shit with credit cards. And beyond that, they're also paying, now they have these big, huge housing debts now. Okay, so at that point, you're just a fucking debt slave at that point, dude.
Just out of interest, if in the USA, what places, you hear about like poor neighborhoods in New York, like South Bronx or other places like maybe Brooklyn or something. How do these people actually live there if you've got all these high housing prices? Is it the same as London? They just all moving into one place?
Those who can afford to live there just live like peasants.
Yeah, but you've got these places that people may not even have jobs. Like the South Bronx or something. How do they? Is it just that you got project? If you got because we've got places called council estates, which are government-owned properties where you can rent a house for very low prices. Have you've got the equivalent over there? It's the projects, is that right?
Yeah, Section 8 housing.
All right, Section 8 housing, and these are in the major cities as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Queens in New York is basically one of those places.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right, so how do you get these places? Do you typically have to have a child and all that and a family?
I don't know what the qualifying factor is, but I think you got to be below certain income level. And then I think if you have kids, then you're more likely to get the government assistance housing.
Yeah. Because in England, it's quite common for a young woman to get pregnant and then just to get a council place, which would be Section 18 housing over in America, and they get it straight away.
Fucking Christ! Is there any difference between these two places?
Oh, that happens in America as well, yeah.
Yeah, you might as well just be. Well, you might as well just come here, goddamn! You already know how to live here, apparently.
Right.
I don't see what the fucking difference is yet.
Yeah, well, I didn't know if that was the same thing that you could do that over in America.
Oh no, it's happening in any Western society that has public welfare, I would say.
You've got these situations with in England where a woman, if she's got no prospects for life, she can have 3 or 4 children, and then she's guaranteed income and housing for the next 20 years.
I think it's pretty much the same, like in the so quote unquote ghettos. Like women will have kids. Like you get more benefits per, having kids, basically.
Yeah, yeah, and there are claims that this has a bad effect on the future population because the birth rate amongst people that may have less education and less capacity goes right up, and then the people that may have slightly more advanced skills in certain areas, these people are having less children, so this is going to have a dysgenic effect on future populations.
Yeah, but then see, I don't understand the logic, right? Let's say you had a kid and then like one kid equates to, I don't know, like $300 of benefits per month. I mean, it's like raising a kid isn't cheap. So then having another kid to get an extra 300 a month, it's like, the logic, it just doesn't make sense. But I guess it does for them.
Well, yeah, I mean the only section of the British population where we're above replacement level, it, is with people who are both on welfare. That is the
Well,
only
yeah, I think it
section
goes
of,
back to the less fortunate, lower status people are the ones tend to reproduce more
yeah.
than
Good luck
the
to them. Good luck to them.
well-educated. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. At least they're fulfilling their Darwin, whatever you want to call it. They're doing what they need to do as a human.
Yeah, but I don't know, dude. It just makes no sense to have quote unquote more kids to get more government benefits.
No, you're right. You're right.
I
You're
mean,
right.
shit, you only had to pay for a house once.
Well, this is a problem that we're coming across now, and this ties into the incel problem. It's as you were saying earlier, Jack, about these single family households being an historical anomaly. Well, in up until recent history, children were all born into abject poverty unless they were part of some sort of aristocratic elite. That was the norm, and that's been the norm throughout history, you know. And part of the lifestyle propaganda that's been aimed at young females is telling them that they can't actually settle down until they're rich. And if you do that, it's going to have a bad effect on the society because people just won't form families or get together unless they've got the right economics sorted out. And as I said,
Mm,
as I
I
said,
think one thing I would disagree, like in, back, let's say 100 years ago, yeah, you're right that, the rich having kids is, and then you were born into a rich family, you'd be totally fine. But then for the, average person, it's like having a bunch of kids was actually a necessity. Like if you think about it, say like a poor farmer's perspective, it's like you almost have to have like 5 kids, just to help around the farm. Like they're also technically your retirement plan, all sorts of stuff. Now it's like, you know, as long as you kind of, come from a two-parent household, like even the both parents working, having one or two kids isn't necessarily, a bad thing. It's just like the norm. But then in the extreme cases, you got these ratchet women having like 7 kids just to get more benefits. Like there's a certain difference, I would say there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Apparently, according to some research that's come out recently, um, there are actually genetic traits for females who are more predisposed towards starting families. They've actually identified um, that women, that there are certain women who basically do not have this instinct to want to start families, and there's others that do. And these are the ones that are having children now. So maybe in the future, society may become more case selected based on the fact that the people having children now are doing it against the propaganda of the state. So, maybe if this is what this guy claims, that maybe in the future, this might change, and we might actually enter into a phase of people being a bit more family orientated.
Yeah, like if the pendulum swings like one way to the extreme, it's probably likely to come back the other way at some point.
Hope so. I hope so, Drew. And I saw that photo of these 7 females with 5 kids between them. It was pretty shocking. It was rancid. It was rancid looking at the photo.
Oh yeah, you probably missed it because the internet went down. But I was saying they need to have at least like 14 kids to be at replacement, and maybe 15, 16 to be above replacement.
Yeah, it's just totally rancid seeing it, and I know the life history of these women. It basically encompasses a lot of work, working in these medium status jobs, and holidays and nightclubs and casual sex, and that's just, it's not a sustainable lifestyle, and it's empty, and it's just rancid looking at it. To me, I find it repulsive, but I might be in a minority.
We call it here
What's that? What do you call it, Jack?
American.
No, I think you're right. I could probably go on, as Jack would call it, boomer book, and all the foids that I knew from college. The ones that are still single. The ones that are married, I guess they were technically married, still going to uni, but some of them have reproduced. But yeah, I think the vast majority of the foids that I know never have yet.
Yeah, and it's also the age thing. I think a lot of these young women, they think that they can start forming families in their 40s, and I've got people who are involved in midwifery in my family, and it's just not the case. Once you cross the 35 mark, it becomes harder and harder.
Yeah, I think something like a woman in her teens is like the chances of getting pregnant is like a quarter. And then by the time you're in your 30s and 40s, it's like down to 2%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like some of these women are like freezing their eggs in hopes of like, getting pregnant later in life with I don't know, like a fresh egg. But I'm like, it doesn't matter.
Get the idea that the eggs are healthier up front. And then it's like, okay, well, I freeze these eggs and I work for the next 20 years. I can have a kid later on. And it's like, yeah, I mean, like, apparently the rate of loss of the eggs is so fucking high that the one chick, probably the story you're referring to, is that one chick that like further eggs, and like, yeah, she's fucked, dude. Like she screamed on the fucking floor, screaming all her fucking eggs. And it's like, look, chick, you had a chance. Like, all you had to do was fuck the first guy you fucking met or some shit. Like, I'm not saying do that, but like, fuck. Like, you had a chance like a few years ago, and like you just didn't take it.
Yeah, and IVF is like expensive as fuck, and it's not guaranteed,
Yep, it's not guaranteed at all. You have no guarantee at all, and like beyond that, like the loss rate of eggs is so fucking high. Like that's the reality of it. Like, so like if you have like, let's say you froze 10 eggs, you might be getting like 3 out of there, and out of those 3, are they still viable or not? Will they work? Okay, if we implant it here, will it still stay? Nope, it's not staying. Like, okay, well, fuck. Like, so you have 3 eggs. Okay, so like, my God.
Do you think these there's quite a common trait amongst these women that when they approach their early 40s and they realise it's over from the perspective of forming families, that they actually realise that they've made a big mistake throughout their 20s and 30s?
Do you think they know that they fucked up or what?
Or do you think it's part of female psychology that they can actually reflect on their past and realise they made a big mistake throughout their early years.
I mean, you would hope so, but what does that look like? Like the behavior apparently, I think actually maybe I'm wrong on this because like Alexander Grace did a video on this topic, not the video on this topic, they did a study about that, and like they talked about how like, oh yeah, they don't tend to have the like they'll make a mistake and then make the exact same mistake again, and then they'll like they justify stuff differently than we do, like than men do. So like trying to get into the mind of a woman is like, okay, like what do you mean when you say it like that? Like what's your justification for that?
I think I did saw the video you're talking about. Like they can't self-reflect, and even if they, you know, learn for quote unquote learn from their mistakes, they're still bound to repeat the same thing because it's in their nature. Like they can't help it.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd think that you'd think if you got to the age of 41 or 42, and let's face it, no one cares about your career. No one cares about how many likes you got on Instagram. Nobody cares how many guys you had sex with who are above 8 in looks. You know, as you get older, this becomes less and less important, and it's a natural female trait to want to nurture, and to want to sort of bring up the next generation. That's something ingrained in them, and I wonder if they look back and they just think, what the hell did I do wrong? Why did I get fooled by this lifestyle choice that I took on for all them years? But you don't see many women in their 40s and 50s warning younger girls, do you?
Yeah, it's really weird. Like just in the sense of like sisterhood, we want to call it up there.
Yeah.
Or rather, if there is a sisterhood, it's all about telling them how to like fleece men. Okay, well, this is how you fuck this guy. This is how this guy works. This is how this guy works.
So
blah, 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 but
here's the thing, right?
Fucking, like helping actually women for like a civilization or to be a wife.
No, the common pattern I've noticed is women will unite in order to fleece men, right? It's like, this is what you got to do, girl. Like, you got to get his money in the bag and this and that or whatever. But like when it comes to actual like looking back on life and regrets, it's like they're more vindictive. Like they want them to suffer the same fate. So I think like from a woman's perspective, it's like they don't want to warn them like what's waiting for them, at least from the older to younger.
Or it could even be worse than that. They might not even think they made a mistake. Like, what is like, okay, well, like, then what do you mean you didn't make a mistake? Like, that's far worse in my opinion. Like, like knowing you made a mistake and then not telling someone else to avoid that mistake is like one thing. To make a mistake and not even think you made a mistake, it's like, okay, what the fuck? Like, everybody can see that's a mistake. Everybody see that having Chad's kid's a mistake. Everyone can see that the kid's gonna grow up and become a criminal. That's a mistake. Okay, so like we can say all these like different things, and it's like, okay, well, if you look at the data, it's right there in front of your face, but you just don't seem to care. Like.
Dude, I think you're right. They probably can't recognize that they made a mistake, which is probably the sad part.
Yeah, it might even be a virtue to them. Like,
I was about to say, isn't what y'all talking about considered progress now? So
yeah, like, well, it might even be a virtue or it's progress in their mind. Like, okay, well, I fucked this guy, and then I fucked that guy, and then I fucked. Okay, well, then like, what? This is progress. Like you're not doing anything. Like the man did all the work, and then like you behave as if like, oh, I'm making progress here. Like, I don't know. Like if that's what they're really thinking, I don't know what to tell them. Like, you're not making any progress at all here.
Yeah, it's probably both. Like vindictful, they want to see them suffer the same fate, or they just don't recognize that they probably made a mistake altogether.
Like, I've heard a few women try. I had a teacher who actually tried, and like when I went to community college, she tried. She actually said a few things. I'm like, what the heck's up with that? She's like, oh yeah, well, wait your marriage, you gotta have sex, blah blah blah. And she would say that like in like biology class, which is fucking weird. So she would do that, and then like, but you can see the looks on the kids' faces. They're looking at her like, yeah, okay, lady, like whatever. So like maybe just a flat out change into the way we're thinking and culture and stuff like that. Like, we could always come out to culture, but the reality is that like you weren't taught or trained to behave that way. Therefore, you're not going to behave that way. Like, and you're going to think that any advice given to you that could be the right advice, you're going to look at it and say, nah, we're too far past that now. This is stupid. Like, we're not going to talk about that advice. Like, we're too progressive for that.
Yeah. I was looking at the birth rates around the world, and I back 10, 15 years ago, a lot of the narratives out there was just that the West, the birth rate's falling in the West, but it's okay other places. But I looked at a graph at other countries, and it seems that even places like Colombia. Now, would you believe that Colombia, which is a third world country, it's got a below replacement birth rate?
I'd believe it. I've seen the data before.
Oh, so isn't their single mother rate like 80% or some crazy shit?
Yeah, some crazy shit. Too.
Yeah, the Barbados is almost as bad as places like the Ukraine and Russia. You know, it's like 1.4, 1.5. The only place in South America that's got above replacement fertility is Argentina. Brazil's gone through. You know, it seems that this careerism, feminism is hitting the whole world now. So I suspect that inceldom is rising in the third world too.
Argentina probably all those clones of. Never mind. It's a long story.
No, I don't think it's just gonna be third world. It's gonna rise everywhere, regardless.
Yeah. Well, if there's a really low birth rate, this means that men aren't forming families. And what do they do? You know, what do you do if you're a guy and you aren't forming a family? You've got a third of the population who are basically just Esquire, just walking around. They've got no focus, no reason to be here. And it doesn't bode well for the stability of future generations, does it?
So it's basically, if you're third world, you're trying to strive to become first world. And if you're first world, you're already living the life. And when I say living the life, it's like, oh, you got your own place, you got lights, you got running water, you got heating and air conditioning.
Yeah.
I mean, these are kind of, basic, I guess, if you already live in the first world. But in third world, that might be shit, I'm living from a mud hut to go into a castle, from, even though an average apartment technically has already all those things. And it's like, once you become first world, you're already in the shit that we're in. But then even as the third world strives to be first world, it's just going to be the same thing all over again.
Yeah. And when you read the ancient texts, like some of the old ones from the Babylon, what was it, Epic of Gilgamesh? Anyone heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Yeah.
And I was talking to my friend about 3 years ago, and he was reading this book, and there's warning upon warning upon warning. It says if promiscuity starts to rise and the arts start to become popular and people start to become less serious and they start to get less interested in forming families and doing the normal things of a healthy society, then you're on your way out, And this has been observed by the Babylonians, and I think even the Romans. There's a famous text by I think the guy was called Tacitus. Have you heard of him? Tacitus?
Yeah. I know Tacitus.
Yeah. Have you read Germania Mystery?
No, I haven't. I just know of the book. Yeah.
But you read the book, yeah. There's Britannia and there's Germania, and this guy Tacitus looks over at Germania, and it's like a healthy, fertile culture, and they're reproducing a lot.
Yeah.
And he actually contrasts it to Rome and says that they're the future, and we're the ones that are we're the ones that are going to go down. And what happened? The Germans, the ancient Germans, that they waited, they produced children, and then a little while later they took over Rome.
Yeah.
And it seems to be a pattern that if you're not a fecund culture, then you become a cultural dead end. And I can see that happening not just in the West. I used to think it was a Western phenomenon, but now it's happening in places like, I was shocked when I read places like Jamaica. Jamaica is doing the same thing. Jamaica's got below replacement birth rates.
Wow.
It seems the decadence is hitting everywhere now.
Yeah, I guess I can say kind of firsthand, it's probably human nature. It's like to always want more. So, like, back when I made like 50K a year, you can only dream about making 100K a year. And then it's like when you're making more than 100K, it's like my next goal is like if I can make 200K. And I bet you if I make 200K, I'll be like, yeah, I want to make 300K next. It's like, it's just never ending.
Yeah, but yourself, Drew, I mean, um, one of the countries in Asia which has still got a very fecund culture is the Philippines.
Wait, say that again. What about Philippines?
Well, the culture which has a really fecund culture, like with a high birth rate, is the Philippines. There seems to be like an outlier there. You know, it's quite common for women in the Philippines to have like 3 or 4 children.
It might have something to do with isn't like a huge Catholic influence in the Philippines, or is that another country I'm thinking about?
Well, a lot of them wait. This is you know, they go against a lot of. They're kind of like an outlier nation. A lot of Filipino women they wait until they're married as well. A lot of them are virgins when they marry. You know, they take the religious values very seriously.
Yeah, I think Philippines is predominantly Catholic Christians.
Yeah, I was about to say Catholic Christian. Yeah, very devout people for sure.
And they're healthy. They're healthy.
Yeah, so they have like still you know, that social shaming, like if you're a woman married out of wedlock or that kind of things. So the culture is still strong that quote unquote keeps them in line.
Yeah, yeah. And they've avoided this feminism over there as well. You know?
Wait, are we getting echoes?
Yeah, someone tried to join me. Do this again. Give me a sec. And they're back. Echo.
Yeah, they're an historic. They're a present outlier in the world. The Philippines.
Sorry, what you say again? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
You know, from my studies of various countries, it seems to me that the Philippines is a country where they've managed to shake off a lot of the degenerate cultural norms from the West, and they've still got a high birth rate, and they're very family orientated people.
Yeah, what do we call that though? Like, this is the poverty. The Philippines, that I guess it is kind of poor. It's not like a rich country. It's like a second world kind of, maybe a second world country, something like that. Or
poverty in religion. They take their religion very seriously.
Yeah, I think you got it right. Still strong religious beliefs, and then yeah, they're not like a rich country. So poverty kind of keeps you, I guess, still more traditional.
Yeah, and one other country as well, Chechnya, down in southern Russia. They're a culture that's kept traditional and fecund and family orientated, and that's a lot of that's down to leadership of their leader. Have you seen the guy who runs Chechnya?
No, I'm not familiar with that area.
Well, he's like they're Muslims in the south of Russia. They're like these. They're kind of like a sort of
West. Isn't that what the Boston the BB guys were? Boston bomber guys were?
Yeah, he was Chechen. Yeah. They're a bunch of crazy cats, mystery. You know, their leaders. Their leaders, like he's very close to Vladimir Putin, and he's a very strong Muslim, and he explicitly says that he does not allow Western cultural norms to enter into the bloodstream of the Chechen people. He polices the media. He polices the education system, and he only really allows them to get involved with sports or religion. And they've kept their birth rate high in a region where the birth rate's plummeted. You know, so there is a case that culture can reverse it if it's strong enough from the top down. You know,
yeah, if it's strong enough from the top down, though. I mean, if it can or not, I don't know. It depends on how much of it takes, and there also has to be an enforcement mechanism as well. How do you keep people on the straight and narrow? You can't just have like a system where it's like, oh yeah, here's a book of all our stuff in it, or of what you should do or what you ought to do, and then do it. Like,
well, it hasn't worked in places. Hungary tried, their leader out in Hungary, Orban, he tried to raise the birth rate in Hungary. It hasn't worked.
Yeah, because the culture's already been fucked. Like, that's the problem. Like, if the people aren't culturally ready to accept your changes, they won't accept your changes. Like, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, and how hard is it, Mystery? You know, how hard is it for a woman just to fucking have a few babies? You know what I mean?
Is it hard in the fact of like what it takes to do it? No, very easy. Is it hard in the if I'm gonna like level with them here, then like to want to have a designer baby basically who this baby he went to he went to Yale and Harvard and he went to the private school when he was a kid and he ate the best foods, all that crap. Like if you want to have a life like that, well that requires like far more sacrifice and that means working your ass off and you have to have a 2-parent household and stuff like that. Like I don't understand like
Yeah,
like if you want to have a baby like that, then yeah, then you have an issue with trying to have a kid to that point. If you're trying to have a regular kid though, just a kid who went to public school rather, maybe he went to private school if he's lucky, but probably went to public school and he eats the typical food that an American does, eats an American diet. He doesn't have a special diet or some crappy fucking no fucking gluten shit or what you want to call it. He doesn't have some weird diet. It's a regular kid. It's like, okay, he went to public school, not all that smart. He's like 100 IQ, maybe not. Yeah, 100 IQ maybe. And yeah, like he's just a normal person. Yeah, like a regular standard human being, and like he's nothing special about this guy. And it's like, okay, if you want to have a kid like that, well then yeah, sure. But like that's also genetically determined too. Like if you think you can nurture your way through that problem, you're probably kidding yourself too at that point. But I'm getting a little bit off topic. But yeah.
What do you mean, Mystery? What? Yeah. If you've got a person that's got like a case strategy worldview where they have high parental investment and that they seek through childhood stimulus to raise a 100 IQ child into some form of excellence.
Yeah, like that's not to say that the environment doesn't matter in that situation. Like it does matter. Like giving your kids the best stuff, or maybe the best education that money can buy, and the best food and all this stuff, and they're giving them a proper diet and exercise and stuff like that. Like maybe all that stuff contributes. It obviously contributes to having an IQ, but the reality is that there seems to be like a limiter. Like the genetics is a limiter of IQ. It tells you, okay, like your IQ can't go above 110 because that's like if you had a natural diet and unless something goes horribly wrong in your life, you're gonna reach a certain point where like you're gonna hit that level. So like everything comes down to genes to some extent. Now, yeah, environment matters, but genes also is extremely important too.
Yeah, they are. I mean, are you aware of the YouTube channel 3D Alpha?
3D Alpha?
Yeah,
never heard of him.
He's an African American guy. He's originally from West Africa.
Okay,
and he's produced a whole burst of videos on genetics and how they relate to sports. He's actually getting quite close to the line of getting cancelled off YouTube.
Oh wow!
And yeah, he's coming out with some pretty out there statements at the moment, you know. And he's got.
What do you mean by out there statements? What's he saying? Like he's saying like it's all genes and there's no.
He speaks about how genetics are determinants with sports, but then he also starts to mention things like IQ, but he stops before he actually gets to the.
Okay, that's what you mean.
Right,
if you go too far down the IQ rabbit hole, you're gonna start getting some people who are gonna be looking at you like, okay, your channel's too fucking risky. Get the fuck out of here. Like, you know.
Yo, Jackson.
Yeah.
Can you post a link on the private chat for that dude's channel?
Yeah, I will do. Yeah. The guy's a legend. You know, he's an absolute legend.
But yeah, that's very true. Like if you get too close to the rabbit hole, you'll go down the rabbit hole too much. They will snatch your shit off YouTube for sure. That was a huge rash of that during the snow nationalist movement back in the day where they had all the channels up here. But yeah.
Yeah, but I think YouTube is getting pretty cocked.
It is.
I think the latest news was that I forgot what that channel's name was. It was that. I think it was a rice couple, like this Asian guy and his girlfriend or wife. Like they basically just watch videos and comment on them. So it was like a commentary reactionary channel, and they had like 2 million plus subs, and they literally just got like yeeted off YouTube. No warning, no nothing.
What do you mean getting cooked? There's a reason everybody's on bid shooting Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the truth is that YouTube is still king. Like you can't get as much views over there or on the alternative platforms.
Yeah, that's true. The mainstream is still very much YouTube. They have so much normie content out here that people don't even like. Yeah, people aren't gonna leave that.
But then, yeah, like with 2 million subs, they were getting like, lots of views. Technically, they quote unquote make YouTube millions, and then they just got wiped out. Which I don't know if it was an accident or anything, but
Yeah.
it's like, how do you let that happen?
Yeah, this guy 3D Alpha. One of the things he said was really, really profound. He was describing genetics in sports, and he spoke about he did a case study of 8 different athletes, and he did one of Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan's famous for turning around to his fans and telling them that you can do anything you want with your life. All you've got to do is believe in yourself. That kind of nonsense. And 3D Alpha made a point. The guy was 6'6". He had a wingspan of a 7'5" man, and his hands were oversized with fast twitch muscle fibers, and this enabled him to become a great athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you'll be the next LeBron James at 5'2".
Yeah, and the same thing with IQ. It's what Mystery is saying about the IQ debate. I'm not a great IQ fetishist. I don't think you can categorize people with their IQ.
Yeah, it'd be really weird to like. I mean, we already kind of do that, but like, you can't really do it with just that though. Like, you can't just say, "Oh, you're a low IQ," and then you do, and then because you're low IQ, you do these things. Like, it's possible, but like, we don't know like how much the environment affects that type of behavior as well.
Well, I mean, my IQ is not very high, but I've overcome a fairly low IQ. I mean, my IQ isn't down in the toilet.
Yo,
Yeah.
Jack. Yeah, Jack, I wanted to say, man, like, keep studying, IT and CS and all that stuff. So I would say, like, being high IQ, it's probably easier for that person to grasp, certain concepts.
Yeah,
And so it makes it easier for them to learn. But then being low IQ doesn't necessarily mean you can't learn and succeed, right? It just might take you
Takes you longer.
longer.
Like a processor. Yeah, it's like if you think of like IQ as like different types of like CPU processors, like like your Celeron with like absolute dog shit tier. You have your Pentium. Yeah, and then like the amount of like clocks it has obviously affects how much it can process information. So like if you have like a Pentium, well then it doesn't mean you can't do that process. It just means like, okay, well, the process is going to take longer for you to do instead of like a i5 or an i7 or something like that.
yeah.
If you took hardware and computer organization, it just means you just have more data registers and address registers. It's a joke, by the way, but yeah.
Well, this.
No, but my point is, keep studying, even if it takes you longer, even if you got to pay a tutor. It's like, it doesn't mean you can't learn and succeed, is all I'm saying. So it's just, you got to work a bit harder.
What I do is I study 70 hours a week. I may lack the core intelligence of some people, but I'm an obsessive person. I just study 12, 14 hours a day.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when I was in university. I practically lived in the CS lab.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. When you've got these arguments coming out from the left, the right wing, when it comes to the debate about genetics, I believe they can be a bit too harsh because they devalue the individual to a level where they become like non-entities and without human rights if they don't fit certain criterion, and it becomes a way of very narcissistic, ego-driven people to just like lord over others. From the right-wing perspective, that's what happens. I've met people in my life who are extremely right-wing, and they just seem to just look down on others, and it's not a very nice way of doing it. It's also not true. You can improve, but the left-wing perspective is even worse because they'll turn around to a person who's disabled and tell them they can get in the NBA.
Yeah.
And it's it's a bit like the argument with the looks maxing. You've got a genetic threshold, and then sometimes you've got to improve in other areas. And sometimes it's the same thing with that. I think you've got this genetic potential, and you've got to be able to max it out. But sometimes you've got to take the Samson option. If you've got a low IQ and you're doing STEM like I am, it might mean that I've got to study 3 times harder than the average person.
Yeah, very much so. It's also a matter of like, just to go use another computer analogy here, like if you have like software that like your computer literally can't run. So like let's say we all have the same operating system, which would be like, just the regular state of being of human being. And then you have like software, which is like, okay, like can you install like some like high-end computer software on a CPU with a Celeron or something like that? Probably not. Like you're not gonna be able to run that program at all because you don't have enough power to even do so. You probably need an i5 or an i7 to run some really high-end stuff, depending on what we're talking about here. So like, could it run a bastardized version of that software? Maybe, but like when I'm talking about high-end stuff, I mean like there's certain concepts that you might not be able to grasp because you can't grasp the very low-level stuff either. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, at the moment I'm learning Python, the Python programming language, and the material that I get from the university is actually too hard for me. So what I've done is I've gone into YouTube and I'm looking at the basic stuff on the videos, and I'm doing the basic first to actually get me up to the rudimentary levels to be able to even tackle the university material, And I was talking to a friend of mine. He said that when it comes to educational theory, you really have to learn. You have to work out what works for you. You have to learn.
Yeah.
You have to work out your learning style, and I think a lot of the research that was done. Are you aware of Malcolm Gladwell?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he's a gentleman from America. Really good sociologist. Most sociologists are generally a bunch of.
Hey, Jack, not to cut you off, but I sent you a link. I use this to learn Python myself. You could just sign up with like a simple email and password user account and then practice basic shit. It really helps.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's actually an inspiring case. Actually, there was a guy in a refugee camp in Calais in France, and this dude was a West African guy from Sierra Leone. I don't know if anyone heard this story.
I feel like maybe I have, but go ahead.
Well, this dude was like, you can't help but be inspired by this dude. He sat with a cheap laptop in a refugee camp and learnt to code. And when he come to I think he ended up in Germany, and he's actually like a high level programmer now, self-taught programmer. That's pretty fucking gangster, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty good.
It
goes to show you that it's not like like a, doesn't have to be like a, I don't know, like a racial thing where it's like he learned how to do it too. Like not even a matter of that. It's like he just did it. Like Stacy hit the books, stayed in there, did his thing, and then somehow made it.
Yeah, without a doubt. He just did it.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying, man. Tech is like one of the trump cards. Like if you can get good at it, it has great potential to get you out of poverty too.
Yeah, well, it's the growth industry. Everything now is going to be tech, isn't it, products?
I would say pretty much everything is some way, shape, or form touched by tech.
Yeah, it's especially for guys like us. We're probably a little bit less social than other people, so it's a way of dealing with people in the workplace who are maybe a little bit more on the spectrum.
Yeah, like pretty much every company has their own IT tech department, and it's like I remember like one of my university fellow student, whatever, he got an internship at Nike, and I was like, what the fuck, isn't Nike like shoemaker? You know what I mean? At least that's what you initially think, like when you think of Nike, like the famous sportswear company.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh yeah, I'm working on their website or whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Like every company needs their own programmers essentially.
Yeah, and I think it does tie into Inseldom as well, because I know there's a lot of talk amongst the Black Pill community, and it's correct. Since Face come. I mean, to me, I'll put it in the comments section. Face is the goat of the Black Pill. He's the guy that really did come out of looks theory first, You know, it's undeniable. You know, people were mostly red pill before him, and he cut through all the BS, and he actually it has affected him as well. I mean, Face has been very badly affected by the black pill. You know, psychologically, he's suffered quite a lot from what the things that he's discovered. But the elements that are not spoken about in the black pill community is that, yeah, looks are important. You know, they're a primary attractive phenomena. You know, if you haven't got the looks, you're not going to be able to attract women. But if you do manage to get past the looks threshold and you meet a woman, you do need to have a career. You need to have some sort of skill set. You know, this isn't beta boxing. This is just being a man, you know?
Yeah, I agree. No one's coming to save you. Like, you only have yourself to save yourself. So if you got to study and improve your skill, like, it's all on you.
Yeah. And I mean, there were several occasions in my 20s where I was friend zoned. Do you remember I told you that story when I first come on this show about this Italian Stacey who friend zoned me?
Yeah, I think I remember that story.
Yeah. And, you know, I told you the story when she stripped naked in front of me.
Yeah.
And I refused because I thought that she would see me as a good person if I didn't actually, take advantage of the situation. But I know it was a terrible situation. You know, it's the only time I've ever had like a really attractive woman do this and, you know, strip in front of me. And I think one of the reasons why she didn't want anything to do with me in the long run was because I was a neat loser drunk, you know?
What the fuck that guy with her being attracted to you?
Sorry, mate?
So what that got to do with her being attracted to you?
Well, you know, the reason why I couldn't be with her in the long term was because, you know, I had nothing to offer. You know, I was living from drink to drink.
So you were thinking more like on like a level of like a relationship or something like that, right?
Yeah. I think if
you were thinking more like that. You weren't thinking about just smash, and you were like, okay, like, well, if I'm gonna like date this girl, I gotta have like the money and the resources to definitely do it. If I can't do that, then what the fuck's the point? Like,
yeah, I used to think like that, and it's probably wrong.
Sorry, Jack, what did you say, mate?
So I used to think like that, and it's probably wrong.
Really?
There's a lot of people with a lot less than I have that seem to be doing just fucking fine.
Yeah, that's when you start thinking about stuff like that, where it's like, okay, like he has less than I do, but he still slays, still at least has a girlfriend or a wife. How the fuck is that possible? And it has to be, yeah,
for real.
You have to start wondering, like, okay, well then what's the other variables there? Like, what's going on?
Well, I've never been able to decode the situation with this woman. You know, it was a really weird situation. She friend zoned me, but then she stripped naked in front of me one time. It was you know, and she didn't mind being seen in public with me as well. You know, I used to, you know, walk through the streets of London with her, and she was quite affectionate to me in the street. So she didn't have this revulsion to be seen with me. But anytime I tried to take it any further, she pushed me back, apart from one time when she stripped naked, you know?
Wow. Well, not sure what they even say to that. Let's see. I don't know. Fuck it.
Have you got any friend zone stories, Mystery?
Any crazy friend zone stories?
Yeah.
I've got, most of them have been like, there's this one girl I was we were somewhat dating. We were like in the middle of like, you know, getting ready to kind of date, and we went on like one or two, you know, dates, like the first few dates you go on, and like we had this one case where like we had sort of kind of been intimate, and then like it got kind of weird, and then she kind of like, she basically said, oh well, I don't see it that way, so we can just be friends. I was like, okay.
Yo,
like,
Mystery,
is that like a smash and pass type shit or what? Like,
you gotta clarify sort of intimate. Like, did the D go into the hole?
Yeah, I would say it did. In that case,
okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Sort of intimate.
Either you are or aren't.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Fucking
I
shit. So
didn't want to brag. That's why like, I don't know. It's kind of like that, where it's like, You know, like this happened like God over like a year ago now, but like
The motherfuckers that try not to brag are the worst kind of braggers. Goddamn it.
you're right. Either way,
Yeah, I happen to have a 12-foot penis. You know, it's just going that way.
oh,
Yeah,
I didn't happen to have. I
just
was
keep it straight.
just keep it straight. You're right. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I was just trying to be like nice to the less fortunate. either way, yeah. And she basically said like, "Oh yeah, I don't really see you that way. Can we just be friends?" And I was like, I don't not really. Like, I don't want to be your friend. Like, not really. So you kind of broke it off at that point, but who knows?
Yeah, that's the thing with the whole friend zone thing. You know, there's nothing to stop you, getting something from a woman and being friends with her at the same time. You know, it's not either or, is it? It's not binary. You know,
Yeah.
In some ways, you want to be a friend more if she's giving it out. You know.
Yeah, I'd say shoot your shot. If it doesn't work out, she's like, "Oh, I want to be friends." I'm like, "Fuck no. It's either we're boning or not. Peace."
I'm too old for it. I'm too old to be friend zone now.
I'm probably too jaded.
But it's
BBC
something.
was not big enough.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen friend zones before, where not even in my own life. I've seen friend zones when I was living up in Scotland. I saw one case, and it was just so brutal. This guy was basically bringing up this woman's children. He was paying for her children's upbringing, and I used to go around to see this guy, and he would tell me that he liked her, and she was just a friend, but he clearly was attracted to her, and this went on for years. And to me, it's the friend zone, being put in the friend zone and being used at that level. It's a criminal act. It really is. Because you're not just stealing the guy's resources, you're taking his time as well. You know?
Yeah, very much so. It's like, what's the point? Like, don't waste my time. Yeah.
You know, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, because like it ended up with that girl. We ended up going on 2 dates. So, like, I had to pay twice. I'm like, okay, like, like this is like horrible.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, mystery. I think I missed it earlier, but you said you went on a date to a Thai restaurant or something earlier today.
Yeah, I went to a Chinese restaurant this time.
So how did that go?
It went pretty well. You know, we had a pretty good conversation. Just talked a lot. Ate the food. I was tired as fuck though. Normally I go to sleep around like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, so I can get up at 7. But I was like, fuck it, dude. I was like, I'm just gonna fucking like, I'll just go on this date. I was like tired by the end of it though.
Have you lean maxed, mystery?
Lean maxed. I'm in the process of it.
All right. What are you down to, like weight wise?
I was down to 220 and I got back up to 230. I'm trying to get down to like 200 pounds. That's my goal.
What's your height, mate?
6'1".
So 230 at 6'1". So you're probably a little bit overweight, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit overweight for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the calculator you use. I use these online calculators for like, you know, if you do your measurements, like you measure your waist, you measure your arms, you measure your legs, stuff like that. I come out around like normal body fat. But if you do like just regular BMI calculations, you just get like, you get that. So depending on if you're like, I mean, obviously those calculators only really matter if you're like an athlete, but yeah, I've been lifting a lot of weights too. That's been like my primary way of like staying not lean max, I guess, but just, you know, working out. So
yeah, but if you got good physique, I mean, I'm not being a homo. You good physique, yeah?
What's that?
You got good physique, yeah?
I would say yeah. People seem pretty. My back's pretty damn good. Chest is pretty good. Arms look pretty good. Legs are pretty good. Well, guys, got this bad midsection, soft midsection. Other than that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's important, you know. I mean, I was talking to Drew Lux over Christmas, and something he said to me was really made a good point, and that is that look maxing doesn't count until you lean max.
I would say that's probably pretty true. I think that I'm a firm believer in fat cells also. Absolutely. I was like 350 pounds at one point. And,
really?
I was huge. I got down to 220 was like the lowest I got down to, and now I'm kind of hovering around like 230, 240 ish, kind of like that range right there. And then it fluctuates back and forth between 235 and like 240, 245 sometimes. So I've been fighting that for a while now. But overall, I've been maintaining weight still and working out and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, you're at 350, so you must have been clinically obese at that point.
I was huge, dude. I mean, like the sad part is that I actually carry my weight carried my weight pretty well, actually, believe it or not. And I actually had, I never forget this. I was working at Walmart, and I had this girl who was like openly hitting on me. I couldn't believe it was real. I just didn't take it.
When you were 350 and you were getting
I was
women hitting you.
350. Yeah, I'm not even lying. Like this girl at this we were coworkers, and she was like totally hitting on me. Like looking back on it now, I just couldn't believe it at the time. I was like, I'm 350 pounds, dude. No one's looking at me right now.
Tell me your Chad without telling me your Chad. That's basically what's going on here.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, you clinically obese and still pulling
I mean, that's the, I was like, what the
me,
fuck?
I got incels over here built
I
like
was
a stick who have never even smelled the
350,
girl's
like 350 is
breast
huge.
milk and shit.
Like 350 is a huge body weight. Like it's insane to be as big as I was. I mean, I was well on my way to fucking 400 pounds at that point. I was eating like pizza every fucking night, dude. Fucking goddamn eating McDonald's every fucking night, eating the whole pizza, literally whole entire pizza at the time, dude. Like I was straight up fat fuck, dude. And then like, yeah, dude, like, but still, even back then, I was like, what?
Yo, I have a theory on this. So under all that blubber, she probably spotted a potential Chad, and she was like, "We're gonna work this fool to a Chad."
Probably, I don't know. All I know is that I was like sitting there like, okay, like why is this chick like doing this to me? I was like, what in the fuck? How
somewhere out
the
there,
chick that was on it at work, dude? She was like, I don't know her weight, but she didn't look that bad. She actually didn't look that bad.
Grim is on his purpose out there somewhere, fucking working his ass off, and yo fucking obese ass just over here.
I think the music stopped already.
With no fucking work whatsoever.
Not tonight. I'm sorry, I was speaking to somebody else. Anyway, hold on. Get the music ready. Let's do some New York jazz. Fuck it.
Yeah, jazz, man. You like your jazz, Mister?
A little bit. I like the sound of it. I don't really listen to like. I don't really follow any artist really. If you had if you had to ask me any artist, I wouldn't really be able to tell you. I just like the music.
Yeah, I do.
Tyrone Light. Oh god. Well, even lighter than light skin. I guess that. Yeah. But yeah, even
skin too. What the fuck?
I just couldn't believe, like, I just could not fucking believe that, like, I was like, this chick is hitting on me, and I'm like 350 pounds. I was like, okay, like, at the time, I had like almost no clue because I just couldn't believe in my mind that like the chick could be attracted to me at the time. I was like, no fucking way, dude. I'm not even like close to like what the fuck I can do.
What would you say you was rating wise when you were 350?
350. I couldn't tell you. I mean, I had more hair at the time, but I was also like pretty fat. So like at the time, I mean, like, I don't know. Like it kind of comes down to like I might have been like a 4, dude. Like what does fat do to the body and the face? Like, let's be real here. Like, covers up your face. You can't really see your muscle if you were muscly, even obviously at all. Like, you wouldn't see your body. So like, you're kind of fucked. Like, so that's why being obese is just so bad for like men and women.
Some dudes,
like you just
dudes they carry fat differently, you know.
Yeah, I carry my weight pretty well in my thighs, probably in my back, you know, a lot of that, and then it wasn't like some in the gut. It was very well distributed, a total like that, but like definitely wasn't ideal though. Like, you know, it was like what the fuck.
Well, some dudes do, you know. I mean, the best I've ever looked, Max, was about 3.5 years ago when I was in Germany, and I got down to about 220, 225. And you know, my facial bones were clearly showing on my face, and you know, my stomach muscles were showing, and I looked athletic, you know, and I noticed, you know, I was involved in this friend zone with this East European chick, and I went to this bar in Berlin, and I probably was around the 6. You know, I mean, I'm probably about 4 now. I drop about 2 points when I'm overweight. You know, and I noticed for the first time in years that I was actually getting female attention, and it was quite shocking for me. And it was purely because of my weight had come down to such a low level. You know, and you know, I think certain guys, they if they're not lean, Max, they won't get anything.
Yeah, I would probably say that's pretty true, depending on who you are. If you're not lean max, you probably have like no chance.
Yeah, I'd have no chance. You know, last year, I peaked at about 280.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty heavy. How tall are you again? You're pretty tall though, aren't you?
I'm just over 6'4".
Okay, yeah, you probably carry that pretty well, don't you? Like probably like
Yeah, but a lot of it goes to my face.
Yeah.
So is everybody up here above 6 feet? Then like,
No,
I
not
think
me.
5'10", right?
I'm 5'10".
Yeah.
You're big for an Asian, Drew.
Fucking wear some Skechers, goddamn. You 6 feet today. Like shit.
If I wear those like 2 or 3 inch heel, or not heel, but those fake Jordans with the 2 inches, maybe I could reach 6 feet.
Well, these chicks go through Common Core now. Just say you're 6 feet. They're not gonna be able to.
Yeah, like what the fuck is that? Don't worry about it.
Like I'm taller than you. That's all that matter. Like, shit.
Oh yeah, but I was gonna say, right, I was coming across, because I'm always looking for more black pill stuff, and the old study from, I think, back in 1998, I think, on Discovery Channel. So they did a study on how the different genders, what their key attraction is, and this is just the figure. So there's no like, it's just the outline of the person, no actual features of that person. And they measured where the eyes initially go and how they would rate that on attraction. And universally, it actually goes to the waist, the midsection. So when women rate men based on figure, they look at the stomach area. Same with men. And for men, it's easy. We look for that hourglass shape. And then for women, it's like they look at the midsection, and it's pretty distinguishable for like what do you call it, the beer belly, or the the lean midsection, essentially. And then on top of that, they started adding what do you call it, broad shoulders. And so for women looking at men, it's like they're looking for that golden ratio, the broad shoulders and the lean midsection. And for men, universally, it's the hourglass shape, essentially.
See, I'm lucky that way. I've got quite a few. I was talking to Mystery earlier, and the reason for my inceldom is that I've been hit with several bad features from both sides of my family. I'll put it in the chat. My family up in the Scottish Highlands. I've got about 20 male members on my mum's side, and they range from Giga Chad down to Chad. Yeah. And it's quite shocking when I'm around them to actually realise that I come from the same bloodline of these people, and a lot of them are Giga Chads. And I've been hit with bad features on the face by both sides of my family, and typically a male member might only get one, and I got all three.
Yeah, you never know. That's a pretty bad luck right there.
Yeah. It is bad luck. And as I've reached a black pill, I've been trying to describe this to family members, because they've been asking me, they say to you, how come you haven't settled down yet? How come you haven't got a girlfriend and all that? And I try to explain to my mother that the reason why I haven't got a girlfriend is because I've been given these bad traits that are showing my face, and she just couldn't accept it.
Yeah, one thing to add to that is contrary to what people think, it's actually the opposite of what do you call it, highlighting those exotic features. So what was it, the for the women, the hourglass shape, like there's some women that purposely have their like lower ribs removed to accentuate like the thinner waist. That's not humanly possible without like surgery. And you would think it's unattractive, but then people actually still find it even more attractive. And same with the opposite. Like people say that bulking up like Arnold is cope or whatever, and women don't go for that. Maybe in the current generation, yeah, it's not the what do you call it, preferred look, but regardless, they will still find him attractive.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, the extreme. So like even Arnold was extreme, and he took the muscle juice or whatever. to get that big to get to the extreme, but then people still find it attractive. It's like the dumb argument, like, oh, you have, or it's like, I'm not gonna date a guy if you don't have $10 million. So what? You're not gonna date a guy that has 9,000,000, $900,099 or some shit. It's bullshit, anyways. But yeah, that was the one caveat to attraction. Like the extreme is still rare, and people find it even more attractive.
No, Jack Tisson's gone. Again, internet died. I was gonna tell him another story about me being fat and getting fucking more action. Didn't make any sense. Fuck, I'm sure he can hear us. Yeah, another story about me being fat as fuck and still getting, like, basically, like, it's another, like, it's like a missed opportunity pill for sure. Definitely that one. And yeah, like, this was a white girl who was like all over me too. I was like, what the fuck? We were both in accounting class and like we were like teammates, and she got so fucking close to me that I could smell her fucking coffee breath. I was like, what in the literal fuck? I was like, what in the fuck? She's like all over me, dude. Like all fucking over me. Couldn't even believe it. I was like, what? I was like, what's going on? I was like, oh, okay. So this proves that faith greater than what height, less than height.
It's always been about the face, dude. Like, the taller you are, that's just a bonus.
Oh, there's Jack Tiffin.
Yeah. I was just saying that.
And there's the echo.
Let me do this again. There we go.
Yeah.
That work?
Does it work?
Yeah, I think all hearing the echoes. I think we're good.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's echoing.
That's still here.
The fuck? Is that it?
Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm good.
Yeah, it looks like it's gone.
Okay, good shit.
Yeah, I think the ideal physique for a man, if he's trying to look smacks, I think it's UFC fighters. You know, if you look at like guys like John Jones and Stipe Miocic, them types. If you look at their physiques, that's probably the ideal physique for a man. Lean max, like a combat athlete.
I don't know. People always talk about having to have like this, like a face threshold. Let's see. Who's someone left a comment here? Straight did. What is that? Bare minimum for a good face is 5'7". I would say like maybe 5'8", 5'9". Like 5'7". There's some chicks dude who are like literally like so fucking tall. It's not even funny. So I guess that lowers you, takes you out of a very, very tall market. But yeah,
I stand on face over height. Like, height is just a bonus.
but like what a chick, I guess in a competition between like a tall guy or a guy with a good face, like a midget, and the extremes here, we'll have like a ogre guy with like like 6'8". They're gonna pick the little midget guy with the face.
There's plenty of like postings I've seen where the guy is probably like a 2 in the face, but he's like 6'7".
Yeah,
still can't get anything. It's like there just has to be that good old balance. Like if you're tall, it's a bonus. And if you have, average face, maybe even slightly below, the height will make up for it. But I mean, if you have like a 1 out of 10 face and you're 6'7", I still think you're gonna suffer.
Lord Farquaad versus Shrek, basically.
And let me remind y'all who won that debate. Yeah, Farquaad did not have no kids in the sequel. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, is Lord Farquaad the cat?
Man that he was the man with the face. That's
I've got a theory on the face and height debate if you wish to hear it.
Yeah, I think the chick liked me because of my height. Oh, go ahead and tell your story. I'm sorry. Did you have the story right?
No, not really, Mr. I've given it quite a lot of thought about the height v face debate because it rages all throughout the internet, and I think that face it over height in general. Yeah, we all know that manlets, if you're under 5'7", you're going to suffer because of your lack of inches, and that probably is down to Darwinism. Smaller guys, and in antiquity, were less able to defend a woman, and females don't like that, so they tend to reject them. And I've got a lot of empathy. As far as I've got empathy, I'm not a very empathetic person, but there are these guys that are manlets, and they are suffering. And but I think if you get above 5'9" and you've got a good face, you enter Chad territory, despite your height. Now, I think if you're a tall guy, if you're a man that's say 6'3" plus, and you're below average face, I think it's a bit like genetic potential rather than actual current SMV. And the way I look at it is, it's like a bodybuilder. Yeah. If you've got a guy who's got a frame, the same frame as another man, but he hasn't got the correct genetics to be able to grow the muscle, then the guy with the correct genetics, he will grow big, and he can potentially gain a world class physique. But the guy with the equal frame, who hasn't got the right genetics, he won't be able to get the same level of results from his training. And I think the only thing that height gives you is that it enables you to looks max to a better degree. I think that's all it does. I think that a tall guy, if he lean maxes and he dresses correctly, he can probably improve his looks better because he's tall. I don't actually think as a baseline it really makes much difference.
Yeah, so I would agree. It's all about the face, but then, you switch your thinking for a second from a Foyd's perspective. And I think even dudes keep forgetting, like the average height, at least here in the US, is like what, 5'10", 5'11". And so being like 6'3", it's like you're in the top like 5% of men essentially in terms of height. And so from a Foyd's perspective, like you're already rare. Like, oh, he's 6'3". Like you've basically blown out like 95% of other dudes that aren't 6'3". And so then on top of that, if you had a, average face, it's just like you're already blowing out all the other dudes out of the water. So it's just seems like the height is, what they prefer, but don't forget, you're already a rarity to begin with. So that makes you even more attractive.
Yeah. I think that's the because there's a lot of tall incels. I'm one of them. I haven't managed to deal with deal for quite a long time now, over half a decade. So I'm testament to a face over height, because if height helped me, I'll be slaying at the moment, wouldn't I? But I'm not. But yeah, I do think that if you're a tall guy, you do benefit probably from looks maxing more. I think that's the only thing that height gives you. You can lean max. If you do your hair properly, it might give you a bit more attention. You can probably style max a bit more, and it gives you more of a baseline to work with. But initially, I think it's face over height all day long.
So basically, movie star versus basketball player.
Battle Rager's on, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, I would say out of the two, if I had to be like tall or have a bad face, I'd probably pick being tall. Like, just from like a straight up like survival standpoint. My God, like you'd probably be a bully to hell if you were like short and ugly. Like, my God, that's gotta be horrible.
It must
be
horrible.
If you're like tall, people won't fuck with you nearly as much. Like, okay, like if I fuck with him too much, he can beat my ass. But like, you're short, you just like kind of like, my God, you're just easy target.
Yeah, for
Easy
me,
target.
my problem is all my fat's in the midsection, so I don't have the lean reverse triangle look. It's a square. So as soon as I lean max, hopefully if I get down to like 15%, it'll make the V shape, the reverse triangle stand out. Because I have broad shoulders,
Yeah.
but it's just like my spare tires make it a square, you know?
Are you strong, Drew? Actually, have you got quite a lot of body strength?
I can't remember what I was bench pressing, maybe like 220 when I was in the gym, and like 680 pounds in leg press.
Yeah, yeah. Because a
And
lot
I
of
think
Asian
I
guys.
did, I think I was doing like 320 on squats.
Yeah, 3D Alpha talks about this. A lot of Asian guys, and they're deceptively strong in the gym.
Oh, they always surprise me, dude. They always do.
Yeah,
They always
yeah,
surprise me. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what in the fuck
yeah,
are you eating? Like, or what the fuck are you doing? Like, dang,
yeah,
dude. Yeah, they
yeah. You
surprise
see them
me
on the weight
strong.
rack, and you think, how the fuck are they lifting this? And they're like lifting just shitloads of weight. You know, it's
Yeah.
because of the levers. It's because of the levers.
This is the guy who does the pulley thing where like you pull back, what they call it's like the back exercise, but you just pull on it out of the way. And yeah, he was like, dude, basically doing the whole fucking stack. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, dang, bro, like you down here? Like, all right, well, I gotta fucking get my game up, right? Like,
I did it in Russia.
yeah.
There was this Central Asian guy who was from Kazakhstan.
Yo, I knew you were gonna say that. Let me find the picture, man. I'll send it to Mystery. Fucking Kazakh warrior. They fucking mog like even the white tall cells.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this dude, I was on the train in Russia, and he was about 5'7". This guy, yeah, and I weigh about 250 pounds, and he literally picked me up on his shoulder, pressed me onto the top of the bunk on the train.
Wow.
Yeah, the Kazakhs have got this. This is what 3D Alpha talks about. The channel's great, and he talks about the Caucasus region. They've got these genetics over there. It's just phenomenal genetics, like for strength and stamina. You know,
Where does he get his data from? What's the general data set come from? For,
the
like,
guy's
discovering...
mystery. This guy's a genius. You know, he I don't know where he gets it from, but the way he explains things is just incredible. You know,
I'm just curious of like, like normally people cite the sources in their videos saying like, oh yeah, I got this data from here, got this data from there. You know, according to this institute, blah 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 blah. You have this gene set over here that causes this.
Yeah, but he blows shit out the window. Like he talks about this tribe in the Philippines who are like divers by their job. It's like an intergenerational profession. They dive in the ocean to get their food, and they've got these genetic adaptations through natural selection, and like their ears are formed in a certain way that enables them to deal with water pressure, and they've got like a collapsed appendix, so it enables them to store energy quicker when they're underwater. And he just basically says, these people would beat any professional diver without any training. They're like a whole group of professional divers, Olympic level and above. And he says, please tell me how genetics aren't involved with this. That kind of thing,
Yeah, but like, man. But he doesn't. Does he have like any like sources at all, like stuff you like go off of, or is it just like he basically kind of just said like how like I get it, like I get how groups work. I guess he's just assuming that his audience is smart enough to know what's going on, which I guess is very true. Just saying, like,
I'm not high IQ enough to like look for these sources and shit, but
yeah, I'm just curious, people that make claims like that, they got to have like a mountain of sources because the YouTubers, not YouTubers, but the YouTuber or a YouTube will fucking come after your ass, or any other type of group will come after your ass real quick if you find out you're doing anything to do with genes.
He has got to be careful before every single video. He does a disclaimer.
Okay.
He says, he has to do every single video, otherwise the YouTube censorship might get him. But I suggest you watch his channel. It's really good. It's entertaining as well. He does cover training as
3D Alpha.
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best sports genetics channel I've ever come across.
Let me look this guy up real quick.
Yo, Mystery, I found the pics. I'll put it in the chat.
Is it Team 3D Alpha?
Team 3D Alpha, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already in the chat. The link to his channel is already in the chat.
I didn't even know. Let me I'll subscribe and see what this guy's all about.
There you go, Mystery. I posted the pics that I was talking about.
The fuck's that noise?
Talking about that baby in the background or whatever that is.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Sounds like a dog.
Yeah, it sounds like a dog going crazy. I'm like, what the fuck?
And then people for real.
Are you
What?
seeing the picture, Jack?
Yeah, and then people for real.
Yeah, they're like 6'3", dude, to 6'7".
Oh, this is
Them
from Reddit.
Kazakh.
Oh, okay. What the
What makes
fuck,
them?
dude?
Is that Genghis Khan, like genetics or something?
No, I would say Genghis Khan genes, man.
All new rulers, the emperors, dude. My God, they're coming for us. They're gonna fucking kill us. Imagine having
this
having to fight that thing, dude.
This almost looks fucking Photoshop. God damn.
No,
They're
it's
huge.
it's legit real.
What is it, Drudux? What is their genetic lineage? Is it from the Mongols?
No, it's from the fucking Nephilim. Don't you see that shit?
Yeah, I think they're the straight up traditional Kazakh nomadic warriors
Fucking hell.
raised on meat and milk, I would say.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Should I put it in the general chat?
You could put it on stream.
I mean, the average Kazakh there would just kick the shit out of the average Westerner, wouldn't they?
No, like I think I've read some study on nutrition. Like historically, the height of humans have been rising while they were like on the nomadic diet. I'm talking like blood, meat, milk, and very little vegetables. And after the industrial age, where agriculture became common, the height actually declined. And so I would say some of these people are, the traditional, just raised on the nomadic diet. And it just proves that height could keep increasing.
They're phenomenal people, aren't they?
Yeah, even like in the Africa or East Africa tribe, the Maasai, they just live on milk, meat, and cow blood and stuff. So, and they're like average is like 6.5 feet tall.
What, 6'6"?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
They can't average 6'6".
They tall as hell. I forgot that thing. Drox is right.
6'3".
They're still massive. What are the East Africans or West Africans?
East Africa, Maasai tribe.
And why don't they just go into basketball? Or do they?
They're considered one of the tallest people in the world with average height of 6'3". Traditionally, the Maasai diet consists of raw meat, raw milk, and raw blood from cattle. Same with the Kazakh warriors too. So I'm telling you, man, you want to grow big, eat the nomadic diet.
Apparently, the secret is blood drinking.
What is that, Drudux? What is the nomadic diet? What is it?
Say that again.
Because I'll try. If I want to lose weight, could I go on the nomadic diet?
Oh yeah, you'll lose weight for sure.
What is it again? What is it?
Looking back, I'm reading it. It's just basically diet consists of raw meat, raw milk, and raw blood.
So if I just drank milk and that raw meat, I'll be out, and then no vegetables. Is that it? Yeah.
I don't think they eat much of vegetables.
Raw meat. Raw milk.
Yeah,
How can you get raw milk, Drax? Where can you get raw milk from?
Possibly from your local farmer's market, because I think they By law, I think in the supermarkets they can't sell.
Has to be pasteurized and all
Yeah.
that sort of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that milk's for pussies. You gotta get the real shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in actuality, I've been to a farm. I've had like raw milk. Like it tastes like actual milk.
This shit tastes like cream.
Yeah, it's sweet.
It's amazing.
It's like thick and creamy. It's like you're drinking the genuine stuff, you know? Like the shit in the supermarket, it's like watered down, tasteless. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
you
good.
you can't go back, dog. Like it's like the raw the actual titty juice from a cow cannot be beaten. Like it's just like you've like, oh my god, I didn't know I was missing this whole sensation my whole fucking life and shit.
Yeah, and these are the one that I drank from. It's like I visited the farm. It's like the organic farm. Like they literally just grass fed, roam around, eating the natural stuff. Nothing artificially fed. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like if you have the real deal, like anything in the supermarket's just trash, basically.
Stupid question, but how many of them Kazakhs guys are incels?
I don't think they are, man. Like
Of course
they,
they're not.
what woman would resist that thing?
Exactly. They're like pure, like testosterone maxed alpha males, aren't they?
Oh, did you post it in the chat?
Yeah, and Mystery showed it too.
Yeah, I wonder what the average height is for the Kazakh warrior.
I said that story, Drew, about this guy when I was in Russia, and he was about 5'8", maybe 5'9", and I was about 280 pounds, and he shoulder pressed me onto the top bunk of a bed on a night train in Moscow. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe a person could be that strong,
Yeah, I wanted to ask this for like half an hour. What was the context of that shit?
Right. Well, I found it difficult to get out there because there was a woman beneath me who was sleeping, and I didn't want to make noise, and he just basically just picked me up and put me on his shoulder, and shoulder pressed me up there, and just and shook me hand and just went back to bed. I couldn't believe it. It was phenomenal strength. I could never seen anything like it in my life.
I'd be kind of insulted but impressed at the same time.
But yeah,
I
I
was
wouldn't.
impressed.
I was gonna say I don't recommend the raw meat, say from the supermarkets. It's like highly processed and more likely to have. You're more likely to catch food poisoning, I would say. So I would stick with the probably rare steak than eating completely raw.
Yeah. Would you be insulted, Jack? Would you if that guy did it to you?
Hell yeah, you can't, bro. I ain't about to be picked up by no dude just like a bag of peas and just tossed somewhere. Like the fuck, you end up punching your temple. I don't even care if he's trying to help.
Yeah, it was. He wasn't like, he was quite of a jovial character. He wasn't trying to like get one over me. It was just kind of like a favor kind of thing,
He get jovially kicked in his pressure points. God damn it, like shit.
Yeah. He was a cool dude. Like he was offering me food in the morning as well. He had this lovely food. He was offering that to me as well. He was a really nice guy. But that place, Central Asia, it's a strange place. The Silk Road. Hopefully, when this country opens up again, world opens up again, we can start going to these places again, can't we?
Well, sad part is by the time it opens up, we'll probably all be dead.
That's a bit pessimistic.
Well, 2185 is a long time to wait, so.
Oh, you think we're going to be closed that long?
If we're lucky.
You are black pilled, aren't you?
You ain't been here around here long enough to ask that question, dog. Shit.
Yeah, I think the lockdown is like kind of easing up everywhere. Didn't they not require mandatory whatever anymore vaccine passports?
In Britain, it's quite bad. You know, I was walking around London in the Christmas time. Have you heard of Hyde Park? Have you heard of Hyde Park?
No.
No, it's a famous park in London. It's right next to Oxford Street, and there was a Christmas market there. And I was with my friend zone, and I walked into this place, and I asked them if I could go in there, and I needed a vaccine passport. You know, you can't access public services and private places if you haven't had a vaccine and that. You know.
I wonder if all those people are actually going to survive that vaccine.
Open to debate. I haven't taken my one, but you know, people if they've taken it, it's up to them.
What? Just got back. Sorry.
You talked about the COVID passes, and I asked, does anybody think that all those people that took the vaccine are going to survive the next 10 years?
Is that applesauce I hear?
Yeah, dude.
Mister, you said that sarcastic as hell, but it probably is, knowing you.
It is, yeah.
Fucking exactly.
Mystery, how'd you lose all that weight?
How did I do it? Diet and exercise, dude. I did it the old-fashioned way.
Just exercise.
Diet and exercise. The hard part's the diet part. The diet part's the hardest part. But, trying to like maintain a diet for such a long time takes a lot of fortitude and a lot of telling yourself no. A lot of you have to be constantly mindful about what you're eating all the time.
Are you mostly like low carb or high carb or?
Oh, extremely low carb. I almost eat like no bread at the time. Eating chicken and vegetables and a little bit of fruit. Maybe no fruit at all. Actually, some days, and yeah. And then also towards the end of my losing weight, I did this intermittent fasting. I also did some of this as well. Helped a lot.
Did you do cardio as well?
I did a lot of cardio. Cardio is like the most annoying, mind-numbing thing you can possibly do. But I do a lot of it. I still do a lot of cardio every day, actually. I do like a half hour to 40 minutes of cardio every day. Some days I do even an hour just to keep the weight off. And it helps out a lot to just maintain weight and stuff like that. But to lose weight, yeah. I started off doing like a half hour every day. Then I went up to 45 minutes every day. And then eventually I made it making 2 into an hour every day. And then, I kind of stopped, but not stopped, but the moment I lost the weight, I kind of stopped doing it. But I was still going to the gym every day though, which helped it a lot. So.
And what cardio do you do? Running or what do you do?
I do the elliptical, so very low impact. Because when you're that heavy, you can't really be out there like using your joints like that. You're gonna be fucked up in the legs. Or you could do a bike. Exercise bikes are really good too, because it's like low impact. So.
Yeah. I mean, I look back in in my early 20s, and I was without bragging, I was a pretty good boxer. I was up there with some of the top guys in the amateurs, at least in Britain, and you do boxing training, it's running and punching a bag, and you're never fat,
Yeah.
You're never fat in that, but
you can basically eat whatever you want to. Like you're just going to be burning it all off next week or next day.
So. Yeah. But the thing with boxing is that it's one of them sports that when I was in my early 20s, I was deluded. I thought I was going to be a British champion or something,
Yeah.
And against genetics, you've literally with sports, you've got to have this. Is what 3D Alpha talks about. He says it's like 0.1% of the population have got elite genetics when it comes to sports. How incredible is that? 0.1% of the population have got elite genetics to be able to excel in particular sports.
fucking insane thing as the
Yeah.
who knows how many of the people it's a lot of people like relative to the population. Like when you look, not relative to the population, when you're looking at like numbers, like it seems like a lot of people, but in reality, like percentage wise, it was extremely small. And beyond that, like how do these talent brokers find this talent? Like how do they differentiate between like a bad player? Like you can obviously tell a bad player and a good player pretty obviously, but like when you're like a coach, really when you're like a scouter looking out there looking for people who are like strong or looking for people who are like really good basketball players, like how do you even like differentiate between like two really good players and like how do you pick the right one?
Well, you can't. I mean, you've got to see how they perform, and
that's the problem. Like, you gotta go look at like game after game after game after game after game, and you have to go to another game, and like you're looking at two prospects, and like how do you even do that process?
Well, I like the Mike Tyson story. I mean, I'm a boxing fan, and you've got a kid from Brownsville, Brooklyn. Do you know that area, Brownsville, Brooklyn?
Well, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Are you familiar with New York City?
Not too much, no.
No, well, Mike Tyson was from Brownsville, Brooklyn. He was from the projects.
Okay.
And he, when he was 13 years old, when he was in the juvenile hall, the correctional officers thought he was lying about his age because he had so much muscle mass. He was 13 years old, and he looked like they thought he was in his 20s because he was so strong and big. Yeah. And when he arrived in the boxing gym, he was so strong that he could hold his own with a professional light heavyweight boxer when he was 13 years old without any training.
Wow.
Yeah. And that guy was G-Max to the hilt, And that's the whole problem with left-wing doctrine. When I was in the boxing gym in my late teens, early 20s, I thought, well, if I just work hard, I can get as good as these guys, And
yeah.
I should have at that point realized that elite level sports wasn't for me, and I should have learned the code or something, or
maybe like it would have made you like adjust your expectations a little bit more instead of like having this weird pie in the sky notion of like what you can actually achieve, right?
Yeah, and that's why Kevin Samuels is such an important voice to young men, because he says, forget all this nonsense about being a sports player or a musician. It's probably not going to happen. Get yourself a practical set of skills, And he gets criticised a lot for that. Kevin Samuels is just some kind of doomslayer, a person who beats people's dreams down. But how many young men have listened to Kevin Samuels and actually taken his advice?
Yeah, everybody thinks that they're the exception to the rule, so they're gonna like be like, well, he means that for everybody else, not me. So no one actually ever takes the advice.
Yeah, it's the best advice you can ever give for a young man is just basically to be practical. I mean, you look at the elite level, like musicians. Everyone knows about the John Lennon story that he did practice a lot to be a musician. But how many? When I was in Germany, I met a guy. I was in this bar when I was Luxmaxed, and this guy said to me that he went from Germany to London and he spent 10 years squatting in London trying to make it as a musician. He said he didn't make it. He said he'd come back to Germany and become a photographer, and he lost all them years. Chasing your dreams isn't very good often, because you only hear the success stories. You don't hear about all the failures, do you?
Yeah, you really don't. Yeah, never talk about the failures.
It's a survivorship bias, something like that.
Yeah, survivorship bias. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could win the lottery and you can too. That sort of shit.
Yeah. Well, it's like a Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt's famous quote. You can do anything you want if you set your mind to it.
Like maybe you can, but about me.
Yeah, you're Usain Bolt. Yeah, I mean you've got like
legs your genetics.
You've got legs that are longer than than average, and you've got like explosion coming out of your legs that are like only found in maybe 1 in 100 million people, and you're telling people that they can do what you can do, and he knows he's lying as well.
Yeah,
it's fucking AMS of sprinting and shit.
Even that guy, Michael Phelps, that won a whole bunch of swimming medals. Like he was built to swim.
Yeah, he's built. That's what 3D Alpha says. Actually, he did a video on him, and he said like he's actually built to swim.
Yeah, the one message I don't agree with KS is he talks about marriage and you should get married. I'm like, fuck that shit.
Hell no.
I feel like he's saying that maybe because I don't know if he has to. I don't know what the fuck his mindset is. He's still like, I can't believe can't believe someone like him hasn't seen all the data about the marriage rate and how bad it is. Like, there's no way he can't possibly know that. So I don't know why he's saying that.
No, it breaks his narrative because he tells women to get married.
No, so you have to have the men do it too. Yeah, to
Yeah,
make things
exactly.
fair and equal, I guess.
And yeah, he can't side with one side only, essentially.
Yeah, he has to put out at least enough, like enough what do I call it? Like enough basically he has to keep in pretty good with the female audience of who watches him. Otherwise, he'll lose the money, or not he'll lose the money, but he'll lose the people who come on the show. Not even the audience, like the women who watch his show, who he watches show. He needs enough red meat out there to attract them to a show to actually come on and talk to him, because that's like the bread and butter of his show. Is like talking to women and basically telling them that they're not worth what they say they are. So
right, and like I haven't dug into like his history, but supposedly he was married like a couple times, divorced a couple times. Like he ended up raising Chad's stepkids, or Chad's sons and daughters or whatever. Like he did talk about it's not fun to be a stepdad and you get no respect and no shit. And it's like, why would you fucking ever take advice from, a dude in several failed marriages? It's like, get the fuck out of here.
It's not worth it in modern age to get married, is it?
It really isn't at this point.
Hell no!
Look at the laws, look at the regulations, look at all the stuff they make you do, and stuff that she can do to you that without even by breaking the contract, and you wonder like, okay, well, of course you're gonna end up fucked in the end.
Bro, that's red pill 101. Let alone the fucking black pill. God damn.
Yeah.
Even Dusty was like still having hope to get married. I was like, the point is, yeah, you can still get married. Maybe you found your quote unquote waifu, but the thing that you need to know is that, the potential to get royally fucked is all there. Like maybe you could go through a divorce and it's amicable and, you both walk away, relatively like scot-free or trouble-free or whatever. But then, yeah, the potential is there to like cause you to rope too,
Yeah, it's not worth it in the modern age to actually. I think the only you've mystery if you listen to watch the Lux Maximus videos.
I think we watched a few of his on stream, once or twice before, yeah.
Yeah, and I was talking about Mr. Drulax when you were away for a while, and he talks about the androcentric society in ancient Greece. And it's too extreme for me. I don't believe I'm not that much of a patriarchal person to do what the ancient Greeks did. But fundamentally, they understood what marriage was for, and it was basically to produce children and create a home. And that's the only time where you could get married and actually be guaranteed a decent marriage. Because there was no divorce laws, and you married a virgin.
Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to add on KS is that he does talk about, marriage isn't about love, quote unquote, it's about like practicality. It's a sacrifice, commitment, duty. So I can give some respect in that regards, because there are still delusional people that are like, oh, marriage is like quote unquote love and this and no, it's not. It's literally two responsible adults coming together to, start a family and raise kids proper.
I still think that even that idea is lost.
Yeah, in the modern day, it's
no, like in general, I think it doesn't go back far enough to the root. Like, okay, why do these two people make a commitment? Why do they have that duty? Because they get some out of it.
Yeah, nowadays, like you get nothing out of marriage. It's like yeah, that's why it's terrible.
Yeah, exactly. When people say, "Oh, it's about duty and all that," they present it like, "Oh, it's just about doing this just because you're supposed to do it." Like it doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, the problem is that like people keep talking about like when you have like a philosophical pyramid, like people are talking extremely like very generalist, like saying like you should get married because you should get married, but they don't ever actually get down to the why of things. Like, why are we why should we get married? Why should we have children? Why should we do any of this? Like, well then, like, the people are asking the question why, and and the only answer that you have is because is basically because I said so, and it's like, okay, well, that's not good enough. Like, you need to have a reason why you do the things you do, and it's like it has to be consistent enough to like make sense. So
no, it's in the modern world, it's a death sentence for men. But I think what KS does say is right about it being a business contract. You know, it's something that's defined by two people coming together. You know, but I think recently, I think one of your midweek streams, you did a analysis of British Tinder. Do you remember that mystery?
British Tinder?
Yeah, you did. You did it. I think you did it midweek, about a week and a half ago.
Oh my God, did I?
I was studying, and then you clicked on. I looked, and I stopped studying and listened to you for about 20 minutes, and there was a woman on there, and she was like 28 or 29, and she said she didn't want children, but she also wanted marriage. You know.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, and you know, like, what's the point in that? You know, and you know, when I was going on these dating sites and I was looking at these women, and there was the amount of times that you get these profiles, and they say, you know, if you don't like this aspect of me, you know, turn the you know, don't bother. If you don't like this aspect of me, don't bother. And then the bottom of their list of demands, I say, if you want children, you want a family, don't bother to contact me. So what they're saying is like, and this wasn't just a one-off case mystery. This is 1 in 3, yeah, on British dating sites. You know, you've got all this list of demands, which basically means you're gonna get nothing but shit, yeah. And you know, and you've got to fulfill her expectations, but you're getting nothing out of it, yeah. And like there's literally no reason to actually even have time with these people, you know.
What do you mean? There's a reason.
What's the reason then, Jack?
You're supposed to do it because you're a dude.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah, dudes, men do that stuff because men do that stuff. That's obviously the reason.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's the biological imperative that we've just got to be simps.
Yes.
Yo, as soon as the list comes out and there's something unreasonable, it's like you should be walking away.
Totally. But I mean, in the British situation where I think it's like 1 in, what was it, mystery? Is it like only 49% of 30-year-old women in Britain have got children?
I think it recently crossed the 50% was like the number, I believe, that don't have children or something like that.
So 50%.
Biggest one in history, yeah.
So you're basically going to be spending, you know, you're going to be looks maxing, career maxing, you know, working on your social skills and all your game and all that nonsense. And you're going to spend 5 years dealing with toxic behavior, and you're actually going to gain nothing out of it. I mean, there is literally no point in even contacting these people, is there? You know?
Yeah, it makes some sense why Chad's pump and dump. That's when the women have like degraded to such a level, it's like, okay, well, they might as well just degrade them even further, because what's the point? Like, you can't salvage that shit.
What countries do you think have still maintained like a semblance of rationality in the world? You know, I mentioned Philippines, but anywhere else you think whether feminism hasn't become so bad yet?
Parts of Africa, probably.
Afghanistan, obviously.
Yeah, well, the obvious one there. Not anymore. Anyway.
Africa. What African country? Like Nigeria, a place like that?
It depends. Like, I'm assuming Nigeria probably more so than the West. Obviously, parts of the West,
and
but still,
naturally the rural areas too.
Yeah, if you go to I was about to say, if you go to the metropolitan area, though, you're probably going to find pockets or maybe even major performance of feminism and stuff like that there. So modernity tends to have this effect on us. So,
you know, if you wanted to have some sort of eugenic like capacity when it comes to like pairing up a woman, the best place would be Sierra Leone. You know, they've got the highest IQs then in Africa.
Didn't know that.
It's about 93. It's actually about the same as Ireland.
I thought okay.
You say, yeah. I mean, if you want to pick up a woman, I'll suggest there, Sierra Leone. If you find a smart one there, she might be, you know, 110 or something.
But West Africa is still one of the poorest places on earth, so
Shit, all the more reason they might have lower standards. Goddamn it!
Exactly.
Plus, I remember that fucking anime. I remember all y'all motherfuckers picking low IQ on that one fucking stream we did, so none of y'all can front.
see the problem is it's catch-22. You can't bring her back to the West, so it's either you're gonna stay there, but do you really want to stay there?
I mean, you could just move to a different country altogether, though.
Places like West Africa, like Sierra Leone, they have got cities with modern amenities, haven't they? I mean, if you're working from home remote doing STEM, you could live there.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could live the first world living in the third world
Yeah.
because you would make enough with the Western money.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a woman there who's part of that traditional culture, then you're winning. You know, you actually are winning. You're actually winning completely, and it's the black pill that's making you win. You know. But if the moment you took her back to the West, then we all know what happened.
If you take it back to the West, you just have a Western woman.
Yeah, I actually got a pretty good video on this. Maybe Mystery can play it. Can you send videos over what is it? StreamYard?
You posted a link to it, I think.
No, this video is actually downloaded on my PC. I guess
I
I
have
could
no
just put it. Yeah, I guess I could
How many
put it on,
gigabytes?
oh, it's megabytes. This is like a 30-second clip.
You might be able to send it through email.
I'll just put it on Discord.
All right.
And then I think Mystery can see it.
I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute.
What about Brazil? What do people think of Brazil as a place?
To do what?
Well, just if you were geomaxing, what do you think of Brazil?
Heard it's like heaven for black men, so who knows? Not heaven, but at least good enough, better than most places for black men. So,
What, Brazil? Yeah.
yeah, Brazil.
All right. But you'd have to stay out there too, yeah. You'd have to stay out in Brazil.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
You know, I saw a YouTube documentary about the favelas out there. They look pretty cool. You know, you have this perception that you've got these gangs on every corner, and they're going to machine gun you down as you're walking through the street. But there was like commerce going on, and people were like old ladies walking around. It looked okay, you know.
Yeah, crazy ass shit happening for sure when it comes to Brazil. I would not want to live in that place, but like that. But then again, I guess at some point you probably get used to it though.
Yeah. Have you seen that YouTube channel, Bald and Bankrupt?
Nope.
No, he's an English guy, and he makes a point of going to the most dangerous neighborhoods in the world.
Oh, maybe I have seen that video actually.
The bald guy, yeah, the bald guy.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that video before.
He's a crazy mofo, and he was walking through the streets of Mexico, and we all know that Mexico's got some problems, underestimation.
Yeah,
and he was warned as just walking towards this. They call them boros out there, boreos or something, boreos. They've got a name for it, like favelas in Brazil, and it's boreos in Mexico. And this dude walks right into the middle of it with his cameras. And he makes the point. He says that it don't matter where you go in the world, it's always the same.
I think we're good.
No echo.
No, I think it was like half a second, then it stopped. It's cool.
Okay.
I think I sent it to you, Mystery.
Amish people, they've averted all this bullshit.
Did you get it, Mystery?
Yeah. Trying to
Oh yeah, I hear the music, so you got it.
What in the Africa was that? Like shit.
Yeah, I could send it to you,
Close
Jack, too,
that.
if you want.
Mystery's probably gonna play it on the stream anyway.
Mute the jazz. That sound okay? Okay, this is good. Put the volume up a little bit. Get rid of this. Okay, here we go. Black Cell in Thailand. Here we go.
She's feminine. She's beautiful. And by the way she takes care of me, she inspires me every day.
I don't ask you this way together. This is what she do.
She lets me get my work done. She doesn't nag. She makes me breakfast every morning. And she can fry some chicken. Taj know how to fry. I even taught her how to make grits. She makes me grits in the morning. She's learning pancakes. She's a good cook. I mean, whatever I like or whatever makes me happy, that's what she does to keep me happy. And I do the same for her. She makes me dinner at night if we don't go out. She brings me tea before she goes to bed. Yeah, Noodle, walking it out. Huh, Noodle? We walking it out. Say, walk it out. Walking out? Yeah.
Wow.
That guy's a fucking hero.
So I keep saying, man, stack your bread, get the fuck out of here.
That guy is a legend, man. That guy has realised exactly what to do. That guy
Okay,
is a legend.
so it's confirmed that white dudes of all kinds and black dudes that are like high tier normies at least can make it to Southeast Asia.
I would say if you got the skills, you can make it outside the West easy.
I mean, look at his life. You know, he must have realised that back in Western countries, he was just going to get divorce rates, and
No, not even that. Like you saw the dude, he's definitely like inkwell in the West for sure. Like, you know, that looks ain't fucking getting you bitches lining out the door to get
Yeah,
ready.
I was about to say, dude. No way that dude. Yeah, he looks pretty rough looking, my dude.
Yeah, so
I like
that's what
that.
I'm saying. It's like you guys don't listen, but stack your bread. Just get the hell out when you can.
that's what my dad tells me. My dad tells me to give up and just. And my dad says to me, you know, get out and go somewhere else. You know.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't remember where I got it from. I wanted to find out more of like what he actually does.
For real, because I've seen that video somewhere. I forgot fucking where.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think he's like a video editor, or he probably does some tech stuff. Like, because in the video itself, when he shows like he's doing some work, it looks like some video editing stuff. I don't know. Can't really tell because the video ain't good. But you know, it's some sort of global skill set, I would imagine. Didn't look like a coder cell, but you know, basically he's living the life in Thailand, probably remote working, making the bucks, and got his Asian Becky.
You can tell by looking at him, he's just the type of man that's he's probably done a lot of thinking.
Possible.
And he's just worked out. He just worked out that he's just, you know, I've heard that this is something that I heard from another person, and he said that the best people he's ever met in his life are Asian exiles, and these are Americans. The best Americans he's ever met are Asian exiles, people that have left America and gone to Asia because they've done a lot of thinking back in America. They've realised there's no point, and then they've got over to Asia, and they're the people that realise what life's all about, you know. And he's living a life, isn't he? You know, he's living the life. Dinners are coming to him, you know. He's got a lovely girlfriend, you know. And I bet he doesn't give a flying fuck about America anymore.
Yeah, more than likely not. Fuck. Why the hell would he?
I bet he doesn't read the news. I bet he doesn't care about anything.
So I wonder how the kids would be received.
That's curious, actually.
It's like, I know Naomi Osaka and you had Tiger Woods. I mean, it's gonna be kind of fucked up question. Would they just be sports moggers? Like, I don't know.
I think Naomi Osaka's dad is like a 6'3" Tyrone. So I guess she had the genes to do well in women's sports.
How tall is Tiger Woods?
I think Tiger Woods is also like 6'2". So I don't know. To me, they look like Tyrone's kids. So they were destined to do at least some good or perform better in life, I suppose.
You know, I met an Asian chick on a dating site, and I really regret not keeping contact with her. So she was like, she was very tall for an Asian woman. She was about 5'8.5", and she had an insecurity about it in her country because she towered over the locals. But I thought to myself, if I settled down with this woman and, you know, my height and her height, I'd have like these giga changs, you know.
Giga Chang.
Yeah, giga changs mystery.
Yeah, Tiger Woods is 6 feet or 6'1". So he's definitely not short.
Okay, so we found the fucking secret ingredient to making martyr kids. Just fucking get a black dude and an Asian wife. You can make $1 million a year once they grow up. Cool.
Yep.
All you gotta do. Giga Bruce Lee's. It's 5 hours, guys. My God, we've been doing it for a while now.
Yeah, do you think that's something that a lot of American guys should do? Just go to Southeast Asia, just forget about the West.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Do you think there's something that a lot of American guys will end up doing? Just going third world maxing kind of thing.
The ones that can probably will. Probably your best option. The next tier down would probably just be like Eldar or something like that. Did not do a lot. There's always going to be a working class of men though who's always going to work. The men who have kids, the men who have families, the men who have a stake in society will probably still work. But who knows how few and far between those men will be.
I made a whole graph of this shit like years ago.
You know,
Yo, I will add to this, right? Because there's a couple of black cells that are coder cells, you know, co-workers, and the ones that I know, they're either like, you know, African, or if they're American or African American, I should say. And both of them that I know of, they're married, and I think both their wives are African wives. So they didn't marry the quote unquote traditional, or I wouldn't say even traditional, but they didn't marry the African American woman. They married the African woman.
Are these coders, yeah? Products?
Yeah. Co-workers of mine. And
right.
it's rare. I don't see a lot of black high IQ cells and coder cells too.
Shit, I think my fucking brother's a coded. Like, I forgot.
Where do they train?
So what?
I'll just ask you, Drew. Like, these coders, did they get their education in Africa or did they get it in America?
I actually don't know. I'm assuming one of them is graduated from university here, and the other guy, he's from Africa. So I'm assuming he probably had some education in Africa, but then probably got it more here as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, like even back then when I was going to community college, I know this one kid from, you know, Somalia. He ended up graduating as electrical engineer, and he works like in Boeing. And then this other guy, he was from Nigeria, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Nigeria, and he works at NASA at the Kennedy Space Center. So yeah, both of them went on to uni, and I think they both actually got electrical engineering degrees.
When you work at NASA, you basically that's like the most high profile institution in the world, isn't it? That's like you've made it, haven't you? If you're working for NASA,
Yeah.
that's pretty much it. That's like the zenith of, even if you work as a cleaner in NASA, you've done something for your life. You know what I mean? He's an electrical engineer.
Yeah, I think both of them are EE majors. Oh,
Yeah,
actually, no. One of them is EE. I think the other one's mechanical engineer.
yeah, yeah. That's good.
I guess I chose the wrong one. I became a computer science major.
Yeah. Well, that's still good. But you're good at writing code, aren't you, Drillux? Can you write in all different languages like Python, JavaScript, and all that?
Pretty much. I'm mostly doing web dev, so it's all JavaScript all day.
Yeah.
But yeah, Python, Java, C++, C Sharp.
Yeah, for
Uh,
CCNA, you only really
some
need
assembly.
Python.
Yeah, I would say a lot of it. Well, I think the university is still more the old fourth gen programming languages, so like Java and C++. But I think the newer kids are learning coding in Python and actually even JavaScript too. But I actually kind of think it's worse. Like coming from a strictly typed language, you actually probably learn coding better, in my opinion. Like, because Python and JavaScript is a fucking abomination. Because you can have every data type in an array. It's confusing as fuck if you don't, at least in the beginning.
Hmm. It's something with coding. You just got to you might pick up one or two bits of information a day. You just got to hope that it all gets together in the end.
Oh, Jesse is asking if I know React. I'm like, bro, I've been coding in React for the last 4 years. But yeah, to answer his question,
Can I ask you a question, Trulux? Do you when it comes to coding, do you believe that every single coder is basically self-taught?
yeah, I mean to an extent, yeah. Like I mean, education is basically self-taught, right?
Yeah,
Like the professor can teach you or quote unquote profess all he can. I mean, it's up to you to learn it right.
yeah,
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's like where you learn it from doesn't really matter in regards to whether you went to like a official university or some boot camp or you just studied this shit off YouTube. Like at the end of the day, it's like, do you understand it? Can you code? Can you produce results? So having a piece of paper or a degree doesn't necessarily make you any less high IQ, I guess.
mm. Yeah. Because at the moment I've done the CCNA. I've done most of it now, and we're moving on to the because networking's changing. You don't just need to know about routers and switches and all that nonsense. It's now moving over to automation. So you've actually got to be able to automate your commands on the CLI. So you've got to actually be able to write code. Like do what write loops and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah, that's why I argue too. Like, I mean, even the EE majors and mechanical engineer, it's like I forgot what program they use. It's not AutoCAD or some other one. But then even for the EE program, you're required to be able to program in Java. So,
mm,
um, Yeah, like cause me and the EE major, we both took a lot of the common classes. So it's like we took intro to programming, Java 1, Java 2, and those are all like requirements.
Yeah. Well, this is why it's at the moment a lot of the IT jobs are I thought the networking configuration was basically going to be a way of escaping coding, but even Cisco are saying now that you've got to have these skills, you know.
Oh yeah, I used to do software testing back in the day, and it depends like what kind of testing, but like this used to be game testing, so it's not like a high level testing and shit. But then I've heard in recently they're asking some basic computer science questions like what is an array, what is a stack, a queue. I'm like that shit has nothing to do with actual testing, but it's like they're trying to weed out for more higher IQ cells, I guess.
Mm. You can you actually work remote in your job, Dulux?
Yeah, I'm actually working remote.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Because just looking at the the future with
Yeah,
like,
I think yeah, I was talking to the new hires and they're basically like, yeah, I did the interview via Skype, uh not Skype, Zoom, I guess. And then it's like they passed the interviews, they did the coding stuff, they had their HR meetings or whatever via Zoom, and then you do the DocuSign to sign all your documents and shit. Everything's online, man. And then I guess they get their laptops, the company laptops, shipped to them directly, and then they also reimburse you like $150 if you need to, buy like extra keyboard, mice, eight HDMI cables or whatever, and then yeah, it's like basically you got your company laptop and start working remote. And I guess after you quit, you just mail back the laptop.
yeah. Do you use Linux in your job?
Not quite, but yeah, it's like we're required to log into like servers and sometimes use not necessarily Linux, but just the command line.
Right. Right, because we're doing all this at the moment. We're doing we're doing Linux and Git and all that. Git the version control, that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, that's what I use like daily.
Yeah, because for repositories,
It's
just
like
to make it back.
git pull origin master, git branch, git checkout dash b my branch,
Yeah.
make changes, git commit dash m I fix this bullshit, git commit push dash u origin my branch. Yeah, dude, it's all in my head. Like I have this so fucking memorized. It's not even funny.
Yeah, do you know the funny thing is, because I've got the last few months of the CCNA now, and I've gone past all the like the networking configuration, like packet tracer modules, and I thought I'd nailed it, and then Cisco have added another course on the top because of automation and how servers now are using Linux and all that, and there's all these new technologies coming in like IoT and there's a need to understand things like machine learning and things like that. And I was handed these 8 modules to do, and I panicked because they were lined up on this website, and it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I looked at it, and then I saw another 8 sections underneath it. and I thought they were extra course material. Do you understand me? So I thought it was 8 times 8, but then today I realised it was only 1 times 8. I just when you click onto the web page, they appear as 8 on one web page, but 8 on the other. Are you with me?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah. And so basically, I thought I had 8 times more work to do. So I was working out I'd have to study 10 hours every night and have no breaks. But now I realise I do 4 or 5 hours. Well, we've got all this. We've got Git, APIs, APIs, how they work, and then using Python. And then there's a little bit on cyber security. And then we're finished, But,
Yeah. Like, I guess one advice I can give is, definitely pay attention and try to learn the material. And I don't know if there's exams or not, but yeah, definitely pass them. But I'll tell you for sure, like, in a couple of years, you won't remember anything. But I guess the goal is to, pass and then graduate or whatever, and then get a industry job, and that way, you actually utilize the skills that you learned and get paid for it.
yeah, I think with Cisco, I think the most practical learning application they've got is Packet Tracer, because you can actually in real time work on networks, simulated networks. It's exactly the same as you'd find in the laboratory, in a lab.
Yeah, like I didn't know jack shit with the command line, but then, after a while, it's like half my day I'm just typing shit into the console,
Yeah.
So you'll get it. You'll get it eventually. Like, you'll get used to it.
Yeah. Well, I did. The recent one was a troubleshooting challenge, and I had to work out 5 problems on this packet tracer. And when you get it, it might take you an hour to work out one problem, but when you work it out, you start to reduce the time down to minutes in the end, and in the end, it's just becomes second nature, and you can just see it straight away. But it's just getting them show commands and seeing what's going on in these machines. Initially, it does take time. Once you actually know what you're doing, it does become quicker and quicker. But I think networking's easy. It's just all the stuff that goes with it, like the coding and all that, and all the other stuff it's periphery to it. The actual building networks is pretty rudimentary. Understand how they work.
Yeah, by nature, I think coding is fucking boring and tedious. It really is. And to some extent, I think they're paying us all this money because it is soul crushing and mind-numbingly numb at times.
Do you enjoy it now, Julex?
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. What you like at physics? See, what you like at understanding like the science behind IT?
Like in retrospect, I took the engineering physics at university, but it wasn't necessarily needed to graduate. It definitely helped my odds of getting into the major, yeah.
Yeah.
But in retrospect, I was like, man, I'm advocating for taking only the classes you need, because yeah, engineering physics was like one of the hardest shit I ever did in my life.
I'm doing it at the moment. I did a maths module and I did pretty well. But we're doing physics now. We're doing like our the first part of it was pretty easy. It was like how light works, like fiber optics, and how signals are sent through cable for copper cable.
It might be different, like in your context, because then it makes sense for networking, like the fiber optic stuff. I'm talking like actual physics.
Oh, all right,
because even the EE majors had to take it, the mechanical engineers had to take it.
Yeah.
Like for the CS major, we really didn't. Like maybe the first physics, because it suffices the which are natural sciences with a lab course.
Yeah.
But then I ended up taking physics 2 and 3, and in retrospect, I was like, why? Why did I do this to myself? But yeah, it was physics 1 is the classic Newtonian theories. And then I think the 2 was the worst. It was like electromagnetism, basically electricity and all that stuff. And physics 3 was like quantum physics and nuclear physics and light and particle and gravity and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I haven't actually got a scientific brain. I'm actually terrible when it comes to scientific subjects, so I'm just scraping by this at the moment.
Yo, don't be fretting. I was fucking clueless in that class. It's like you could study 20 hours and still feel like you don't know jack shit.
I just finished reading one book on basically the physics behind networking. There was like things like hammering code. I can't even remember some, all this crazy shit. And I can honestly say I actually know nothing after reading the whole book. I literally know nothing, and I've read the whole book. You know, it's so mind-numbing, boring, and hard.
I used to read the textbook and still don't get it. It was just like, what is this stuff?
And you think to yourself, what is the actual reason? What kind of mind actually thinks these things up? You know, what kind of person in this world can actually come up with this shit? You know,
basically our based forefather incels. Like literally, Newton died a virgin. I hear, right?
Did he really?
Yeah, but he was too high IQ. He invented calculus.
Doesn't it show you how sex selection is sometimes faulty? You know, this is what Lux Maximus was talking about. Friedrich Nietzsche, who was perhaps the smartest man in Germany during the 19th century, he was rejected twice by German women. Yeah, you know, he got chosen by some jester max. He got some jester maxing local musician was chosen over him once, and then he was chosen over some other guy again. And this
sometimes faulty.
Well, of course it is, Jack. I mean, if Friedrich Nietzsche can't reproduce,
man, the whole thing is not set up to make geniuses. The fact we got here is a fucking accident. Like, shit.
What do you mean, Jack? What do you mean, mate?
I'm gonna say some shit I've said way back. Female nature is set up to pick the best caveman. That's about it.
Yeah, but surely somebody that, as I said, Newton, Friedrich Nietzsche, yeah, right? Why the hell aren't they being selected?
Because female nature is set up to pick the best caveman, not the smartest person, not the one that contributes the most. It's set to Neolithic settings, and it hasn't changed since.
Oh, so you mean that basically...
I'm saying female choice is dysgenic as hell.
Jack, you're right, mate, yeah? So when a man is rejected, and the best caveman's being chosen, it is dysgenic because it means that they're becoming less human. You know, they're going back to Neolithic.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I kind of... if I say I really cared, I'm lying, but there is definitely a worry, right? That like men are not motivated anymore, plain and period, simple. Like I think even first talked about it where it's like there was this high IQ person, a PhD, and he realized like, why am I doing all this shit when the end game is he can't even get a family? And so I think a lot of men in general are dropping out of society. It's like, why bother? Why try so hard?
And this is going to have a massive effect on the future intelligence of various places around the world, isn't it? Because if what Jack's saying is that we're going to have this sex selection taking place where they're just picking the best caveman, yeah, then the general intelligence is going to drop to a lower point. And you know, civilization itself is not going to be able to function at the same level because you don't have the people being able to push it forward or even maintain it.
The thing you kind of end up with is like a few pretty dudes or a few aggressive dudes who may or may not be at the bottom as far as economics and intelligence in general, getting a whole bunch of women. Basically, the low inhibition people who might or might not look good tend to reproduce the most, and it's only the best of that crop either. So you just have a few of them fucking all the women, and they have the harems, and pretty much every other segment of society is either has one kid or it's just outright frigid.
Bloody hell.
Don't ask me how I know.
This is one of the things I've found, but since I've been, looking at the black pill is, have you noticed that the most high IQ African Americans are incels?
Yeah.
How dysgenic is that? How dysgenic is that?
Well,
I think the culture punishes it.
it's controlled by the females.
Yeah, like what's that documentary? I think it was even actually the White House video, like Obama back in the day. It's like his push to, or his campaign, like learn to code or some bullshit. And they had a couple of high profile people on there too, like Bill Gates, and I don't know if there was Elon Musk on there, but anyways, they had Reggie Miller on there, like one of the famous basketball stars. And he was talking about his childhood, and he's like, yeah, I was all nerdy. I liked to code.
I
But
saw it.
Yeah, and he's like, but I had to hide the fact that I was a nerd because, I didn't want to get ostracized. I swear, dude, it's like the black culture punishes you for being Urkel, I guess.
I saw that dude. Is he a basketball player? The big guy?
Yeah, Reggie Miller.
Yeah, I saw his video on a Python course I'm doing.
Yeah, actually, he probably was talking about learning Python.
Yeah, Will.i.am, he's learning Python as well.
Let me see if I can find it.
He's actually a pretty high level coder, isn't he? That Reggie Miller.
Well, I mean, he's a professional b-baller, so I think that's his first occupation, but maybe he is a coder on the side.
Yeah, he does. He can make games and all that, and he's pretty high level. Yeah, Jack. So when you're saying this female sex selection is actually dysgenic, so basically they don't select for intelligence whatsoever. Then they just don't care about it.
Maybe the things associated with it, like it wouldn't be intelligence itself. Most often, it would most likely be the things you get from being intelligent. Like, okay, he has more resources, he has a safer place, like that sort of shit. The byproducts, but in and of itself, not really.
Yeah, because I've tried all that in my 20s, Jack. Signaling that I'm not that clever. I'm not Drulax's level of intelligence, or yourself or Mystery. I'm pretty baseline. But I did all the acting, if you know what I'm saying, Jack. In my 20s, I tried to pretend, that I knew things, and it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. But you're saying basically that all they're really after is the results of intelligence rather than actual raw intelligence itself.
I would definitely say that's the major trend.
Yeah, I think you're right. So a guy like Newton, I mean, Jack, Newton, he's probably the best scientist of the 17th century. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about him. I know that he did calculus and gravity. I don't know anything else about him.
No, Newton invented calculus.
Yeah. So he's a pretty high level guy. Yeah.
All right. So did he have status from that?
Well, Jack. The answer is the proof's in the pudding. Not one woman in England would have sex with him.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, let's go back to that. Did he gain any social status from that? From inventing calculus?
I bet he was treated like shit.
Exactly. Did he have a whole bunch of money?
Wasn't he like an aristocrat?
I don't know. Drulax, I know. Drulax, was he an aristocrat? Doing?
Yeah, I think he was in the higher upper echelon of the British.
Yeah, so he got the time to do that type of shit.
Yeah, he was I have to look it up, but I mean, he had all the time, like all his basic needs were met, right?
You say he was a virgin. Was he trying to get women, or was he just asexual?
I don't think he was asexual. He probably got rejected, like just like any other guy.
He wasn't a bad-looking guy, was he, Newton?
I don't know about his looks, but yeah. I mean, what was it? He was in either the King's College London, so he was like, was he? I don't know if he was a professor, but yeah,
I
I'll have
mean,
to look it up.
even just off of what we said, we haven't talked about his intelligence yet like it was a contributor. Well, okay, yeah, we're saying he's an aristocrat. Yeah, he was rich. Like, it's more like whatever success he might have had would have been, I dare say, in spite of his intelligence, not because of it.
Surely some wench from a village out in the English countryside would have opened her legs for Newton. You know what I mean? You think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be his intelligence making the difference. It doesn't seem.
You think that he's not good enough for any of them, and he invented calculus.
I'm not saying he wouldn't be good enough. I'm just saying I don't think the intelligence would be a strong factor, if at all, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, and then we've lost from our gene pool that guy. Yeah,
we keep losing from our gene pool. That guy.
Yeah. It's true. Nietzsche, he didn't reproduce either.
You don't even have to go to famous people. You can just think about like the high IQ people we have in our societies already. They end up here.
Yeah. That's a worrying. Well, the thing is, though, Jack, if we're not going to be here and our genetics aren't going to be here in the future, why do we even?
I was reading his bio. Apparently, he was the son of a farmer, and I guess he worked his way up.
That's incredible. Well, in 17th century England, he was low status male at beginnings.
Yeah, born in 1642.
Oh, so yeah.
I guess the question is, how much did a farmer make?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
like, was he like a big time farmer? Like, what's a farmer mean? Like, does that mean like he was like a settler or something like that? Not a settler, I guess, but would have been like just own land. The fact that you even own land back then meant something. So like,
yeah.
I'm not sure if that maybe it puts him like a not like maybe like a middle class sort of area. I don't even know what that would be, but like back in like that time period. But
that could have been a feudal mystery.
What feudal?
I think he was just a feudal farmer, and then it says Newton learned to read and write from his maternal grandmother and mother. I think he was one of 3 children. Let's see. He went to boarding school, but he did come back full time to manage the farm.
That's a rich kid.
Yeah, I suppose he would have been rich, like if they owned a farm,
Yeah, the fact that you even own land back then meant something. Like, okay, you own the farm. Okay, well, there you go. Like, if you're part of like the pleb class, like you probably don't own shit.
You ain't going to folding.
What do they call it? The landed gentry or some shit.
Yeah, you don't have like a plantation.
Yeah, and then it says here, I think either his uncle was received I don't know, an MA. I don't know what that is, but from
Masters.
Yeah, like some sort of masters from Cambridge. And then what is it? The headmaster, yeah. So since his uncle's the school's headmaster persuaded his mother to prepare him for uni, so I guess he had like connections too.
And then he's going to fucking university back then. Wasn't a public school, that motherfucker.
Yeah, and then he went to Trinity College and then later to Cambridge. So yeah, I mean, this guy had connections and
yeah, but still, the fact that he had this status, if he was part of the 17th century landed gentry, that would probably mean he had royal connections as well. Because back in the 17th century, at that point, if you really needed to be connected to the crown to get anywhere.
Yeah, he's basically like Hunter Biden, not degenerate.
Yeah.
Which would explain the lack of children.
Well, the funny thing is that during that period in history, the people with the highest birth rate in medieval England were the rich. That was the people with the highest birth rate because they were able to survive, and the poor people their birth rate was very low because there was a lot of infant mortality. So to think of a guy of that caliber who was the smartest person in the country at that period of time and he was an incel, that's an insult, that's a real insult. He must have been a really bitter person towards later life. He shouldn't have bothered. I know it sounds really, really crass and crude and wrong to say it. Newton shouldn't have bothered to do it. Why has he done it? He should have fucked him off and just spent all his time on his farm.
I'm not sure incel's the right word because that would imply he had no chances. From the looks of it, I would just take a guess that he was probably a volcel, to be honest.
I'll look him up now, see what he looked like. Newton. I'll look him up.
Not like he was a school shooter with a manifesto in the 1700s and shit. We can examine his whole psyche. Lord Perryman.
I found
don't come to boarding school tomorrow. Oh,
I found a video for that. Learn to Code with Reggie Miller. Put it in the link.
He looks like a sort of angry guy, Newton. He looks like he's been sex depraved his whole life.
Oh, they got Bill Gates. They got Mark Zuckerberg, Reggie Miller, and actually even Elon Musk in this video.
Will.i.am's in that video as well.
Yep. He's in there too.
Learn to code. It's like they call it the superpower of the 21st century, don't they?
Kind of like code.org, what most schools don't teach. Actually, yeah, it is bullshit because at least when I was going to school, like this whole computer science field was practically new. And so I keep joking with one of my friends, we're like the lost generation. Like we never capitalized or got to capitalize on code. It's only after like we became adults that we basically learned to code. And see, this is what I don't get too. It's like the young cells of today have all this technological advantage to learn the shit that, I guess my generation never had. And still there are a lot of losers.
Well, you grew up. Well, go ahead.
No, sorry, Jack. Come on, mate.
No, I was about to say you grew up in a different kind of social environment than all these.
Yeah. I mean, I was learning Netscape 1.0. And 28.8K modem, 56.6K modem.
And also interacting with friends in real life and shit. So,
Jack, when do you think? My theory is, and this might be just a personal opinion. I think that mankind, particularly the West, reached its peak in the 1980s. I think it was the best decade in human history, and then from the 90s, it went downhill.
Yeah, I think a lot of people claim humanity peaked in the 70s.
70s?
Yeah, earlier than that, in my opinion. Like, that was probably the best time to be a human. And then
80s?
Once
70s?
Yeah, no, 70s was. And then from 80s onwards, it just became a decline.
Yeah, as somebody born in the 90s, it seems to just be a straight slope downward.
Oh, you born in the 90s, was you, Jack?
92, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm in the 80s, so.
I was born in 83. the 90s was a decade of there was kind of like a youthful optimism with the music at a time, particularly in Britain with Blur and the Verve and Oasis.
Yeah, everything was going all right till that whole 9/11 business.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was a bit of a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah, the terrorism really put a damper on things.
Yep, yeah. And then I think from 2010 onwards, it's just got insane. Maybe the smartphone might have been the worst invention in history, and the best might have been the wheel. it was whoever come up with that idea of a smartphone has got a lot of explaining to do.
Even before the smartphone, like back when I was in high school, like just the fact people could text and shit was kind of ruining shit a little bit. But yeah, once like MySpace and social media in general, that was just
it was the end.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, though, Jack, is I don't know if it's like in England, in America, but in England, you can no longer argue with somebody in the street. Yeah, I know. It's a human right to do this. Like if you have a disagreement with somebody, you tend to voice your angst at them. Yeah, whatever. But nowadays, the phone comes out. Yeah, and it's like you're even losing your freedom to actually be an individual and sometimes like stand your ground, because once that phone comes out, it's just you're going to be on social media. I mean, do you remember that on Incel TV there was that guy? Do you remember that? Drew, I spoke to you about it, yeah. And there was this guy, and he was the Asian guy, and he was talking to that JBW guy in Taiwan. He was shouting him. Can I go talk about Relax?
I remember that. Was that the one on the subway?
Yeah. Now,
yeah, I remember that.
I took a different perspective on that than other people. Right, that Taiwanese guy, yeah, he was shouting at the other guy, the JBW guy, yeah, right, and that was between the JBW guy and the Taiwanese guy, yeah, nobody else, yeah. The Taiwanese guy was making his point. The JBW guy should have made his point back, but to have the audacity to to film it and spread it around the world, yeah, and take it from a personal situation between two men to the whole world, yeah, you've got to be the biggest piece of shit going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right, dude.
If I was JBW in Asia and some dude started giving me loads of shit, yeah, I would just and then the girl I was with took her phone out. You know what I'd do to the phone? And after she got it, I'd smash it. Yeah, I'd say there's no way I'm playing that game.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing, it's like the biggest passive aggressive thing you could do to another person. Like you're saying, I'm not gonna face you down. But what I'll do is I'll spread it around the world and hope that the state comes at you. Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing with this modern thing with the phone. Yeah. I've never filmed a person in my life. You know that. Never ever filmed a person. I will not do it under any circumstances.
Yeah.
But the that guy.
We'll get back on this real quick, but to answer one of the dude's question in chat, like the education system now is cocked.
Good God.
Indoctrination camp bullshit. And then back then, going to school and learning meant it's weight in salt or whatever. Nowadays you just got your smartphone, you'll just quote unquote Bing it, and it's like the less emphasis on actually learning, and it's like what's your Google foo skills, basically. The higher your Bing skills, the smarter you are. So it's like, yeah, people are just turning into low IQ pros that can look up shit online faster than their classmate or something. it's like there's no actual learning and there's no precedence, right? Like I think instinctively back then you knew that the ultimate equalizer is your education. Like they can't take away what you know. But nowadays it's like yeah, it just doesn't really matter as much as it used to. That's part of the reason going low IQ and just more degenerate society. But yeah, just had to put that shit out there. And then yeah, back to Jack's not filming anybody.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I'm in agreement here, anybody else, but I just think it's terrible to film somebody, you know.
Well, now that you put everything that way, like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's just.
It's like the first line of this fucking surveillance state is the surveilled at this point.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is one of the things that that the cameras on the streets. We had in London. I know it's not. I know it's not a great thing to do, but they made memories that you can't make these days. And we used to have football hooligans. Yeah. And there'd be teams, and we'd have like Arsenal, West Ham, Manchester United, all these soccer teams. Are you aware of these teams? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they would meet up and they would fight each other in the streets, in the cities and that and stuff, And I know it's not a great lifestyle, but they had like a sense of freedom, yeah. And they had a sense of like they could do what they liked. They were like sort of they weren't controlled. And as soon as the video cameras come in and CCTV cameras, it all stopped, yeah. And that kind of on the edge, kind of Wild West culture, completely went with it, yeah. And when you've got this population that is continually thinking about if you're being surveyed, you basically you become like a sort of a caricature of what it means to be a man, because you're always worrying about whether you've been looked at that time.
That, that is actually, yeah, I guess it is inherently feminizing. Constantly worrying about your appearance like that and shit.
Yeah. But in America, you've got these places where, would you say that American guys in general are more sort of masculine than they are over in Europe?
That I wouldn't know. If you're talking about over the generations, I would certainly say everybody's getting a little more soy every day.
I have to disagree. Probably Europeans are more masculine. There's a lot of fucking soy here.
Good God.
But whereabouts in Europe? Not in Western Europe, surely, because it's like soy capital. So we've got like France. That's probably the most effeminate country in the world.
We got spots that compete.
What French?
I think it's probably shit everywhere now. It's like I don't think there's much advantage in the old school machismo or macho or whatever being masculine. Now it's like every dude is like too afraid to act quote unquote masculine.
Yeah. You've got
There's like so much soy. It's not even funny.
Yeah. Except, I mean, I know it's on YouTube, but you got some pretty tough Canadians at the moment, haven't you? If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah.
It's fucking like 5 truckers, and that's about all they got.
When you've got leaders like Trudeau, like who literally is like the epitome of like a soy boy, and he's actually leading a whole country.
Yeah, he's probably not the epitome.
Oh, I think there was a new meme that came out. It was like a picture of him from 2019 or 2020. And then his latest picture in 2022, it looks like he aged 10 years in literally 3 years.
Yeah.
And I think he's highly unpopular right now because of the honking.
I like them guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
when people can't get their shit, I think everyone's just gonna be mad.
Do you know what? I don't really follow politics that much, but when I saw it, I was kind of secretly pleased.
Oh, and then there's that one guy spurging out. I think it went kind of viral, but he's like, it's like, I haven't slept in 3 days. Shut your fucking horns. And then the trucker just keeps blowing it.
Yeah. Keep blowing that thing. You know what I mean? That's the thing about the modern world is that we've lost so much in terms of in Britain. Only half of the women in Britain are now reproducing, so your chances of forming a family are getting lower and lower. But we've got this mass communication now, so it's kind of a weapon against tyranny.
It's mixed results because there's the weird thing about it. On one hand, everybody can communicate, but on the other hand, all the big organizations can surveil everybody. So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
a all-inclusive panopticon where everybody can hear each other.
yeah. It's true. It's true. But it's what I think it's one of the reasons why we're not living in a worldwide tyranny now is because as much as we could is because the communication is so vast that people can spread it around so much. So if they try to put tyranny in one place, it wouldn't stick for long because people know what's going on.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind the technology is changing all the time. So it's like, yeah, at this stage, it's like that. As things move forward and things get more technologically dependent, that dynamic might go away.
Well,
You're gonna have more and more. Let's say the VR goes to its natural conclusion. You're gonna have more and more your senses literally controlled by these big organizations.
Yeah, there's also something called I think Drulux know about. Drulux would might be a help with this. There's a new technology coming out now when it comes to when packets are traveling through the networks. It's geez, what's it called? It's not packet sniffing. It's Drulax. What's that? What's it called when you've got like one node and a second node and it travels through a network and it's and there's the way that packets can be filtered through the network. So they do it in China.
Smart routing or something?
Not smart routing. No, it's not. It's
Onion
not
routing, like what?
It's not. It's not still the routing process. It's actually when the packets are traveling through between routers, they can actually filter filter the actual packets as they're moving.
Not quite sure. Like you have to give me a bit more context.
All right. So you've got like you've got your node and you're sending a packet say to a network across the country. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And as it goes to the edge router, and it goes to the next ISP. There's a machine in between these that actually it's like a sort of like a phantom router, and it will have an algorithm, and it checks the words and the videos and the voice voice over IP, and if there's certain words or certain anything, they can stop it at that time. So they can actually stop it actually going through the network.
So are you saying like in regards to more censorship?
Yes, yeah, but it's a word for it. It's new technology. It's literally come out over the last 2 or 3 years, and the Chinese use it to block off communication from the Chinese to the outside world.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's only utilized in China so far, so for the mainstream, I wouldn't know.
I can't remember the name of this technology. I literally did it about 3 weeks ago. You're right, Jude. Actually, forget things, don't you?
Yeah, it's just the nature of things. I mean, it's been quite a while since I was from my uni days, so I don't remember half the shit I learned.
Yeah, I can't even remember this. It was 3 weeks ago. Oh god, it was packet filtering, and this technology has got the potential to basically shut down communication across the whole world with an algorithm, and they've got it now.
So when I look up packet filtering, it comes up with packet filtering versus stateful firewall. So I
It
think
could
it's
be
in
something to do with a
regards
firewall. Yeah,
to
it could be something to do with a firewall.
yeah, I think it's like stopping it at the firewall so that it doesn't get out of China, I guess.
Yeah. Oh god, it's this. Yeah, it's really infuriating me. I have to look it up. It was. Next time I come on the stream, I'll talk about it. It's a technology that's just been brought in, and it can stop any kind of communication they want, and they're doing it in China at the moment.
Why does shit remind me of Metal Gear Solid 2? Swear to.
I'm looking at stateful packet, or this is under network security, stateful packet inspection.
That's it, packet inspection.
Yeah, stateful packet inspection firewalls, generally referred to as stateful firewalls, function in the same general principle as packet filtering firewalls.
Yeah, inspection.
Yeah, and here's the difference. They are able to keep track of the traffic at a granular level, which is what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And then while a packet filtering firewall only examines an individual packet out of context, a stateful is able to watch the traffic over a given connection, generally defined by the source and destination IP.
Yes.
The port being used in already existing network traffics.
That's the one.
This type of firewall can identify and track the traffic related to a particular user-initiated connection to a website and knows where the connection has been closed and further traffic should not legitimately be persist. Jason Andrus 2014. So I think this has been around for a while, but I don't know, maybe 2014 is relatively new, but then I'm pretty sure this has already been in China for a long time.
Yeah, we can't communicate with Chinese people, I mean, when I was doing my like dating sites and that, you speak to people in China and they can't actually communicate. They've got no Facebook, have they? They've got nothing.
I mean, I knew a couple of
WeChat or some shit. I forgot.
Yeah, I knew a friend from back in school. He was like a international student from China, but yeah, he told me there's many ways to get around the Great Wall or Great Firewall of China.
Yeah, these VPNs and that, yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, supposedly it's punishable with severe penalty in China for having a VPN.
They can't do point have to use a remote access VPN, and they can get around it.
Yeah, I guess that's the one thing I learned from school. Just find a keyword and I'll hunt it down and learn it.
I think the Chinese, do you think they're the most oppressed people in the world?
I'm trying to think of other oppressed people, but yeah, maybe right now they are.
The way China is, they have the most blatant types of I spoke on this before. Their method of social engineering is overt, and in the West, it's covert. So, over there, you have 1984 with the cameras and all that shit and the social credit score. Over in the West, you have shit like Brave New World, where they control, basically, they give you this sense of fake freedom to do whatever you want, as long as shit they want you to do. I don't know.
Possibly North Korea, I would say, is probably the number one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Never mind.
Oh yeah.
Fuck all of what I just said with that shit, North Korea.
No,
There's
I was
nothing
trying
more
to think of
small-minded.
I was trying to think of like an African nation, but I'm like, no.
No, Africans are not. You know, they've. I mean, I don't know much about Africa, but they seem to be a bit more free than are in the West now. You know.
Well, yeah, you don't have to get a clot shot or any of that shit.
Yeah, I think the uptake is about 0.1 in some places.
Yes, but of course. But guys, we must end the stream pretty soon. It's been 6 hours now. My God. All right.
All right,
You
gentlemen.
got ready for the last words? Do some fucking last words. Jack Tiffin, last words.
It's been a pleasure speaking to you, gentlemen. Jack, Drulax, and Mystery, and wish you all well for the week. And I hope this year is good for all of you. And the
All
listeners.
right, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude. Jack Nickelback, my dude. Last words.
Seems like nature hates IQ as far as reproduction. So
It's very possible.
if you want to reproduce, act like a dumbass.
Act like you don't know anything. Pretend it's true, but yeah.
Man,
Act
this
like a dumbass
computer shit
pretend
tough,
sometimes.
dog. I don't know what this shit is.
I'm just as dumb as you are. Wow. Yeah. Play that game, right?
Yep.
Just dumb. All right, dude. Thanks for coming on.
All right.
Drolic, my dude. Last words.
You know me, man. Stay based. Keep stacking your bread. Get the hell out when you can.
There you go, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude. Okay, then there was one. We are tired. Almost 10 o'clock here, so I did a long stream for you guys today. I guess long used to be 8 hours now, but I have a class to take, so I can't really be on here like I used to be. Like that. You guys got lucky today. Tomorrow you won't be nearly as lucky. Thing I probably won't have time to actually do a stream tomorrow. So I'm gonna be studying all day tomorrow, basically. So for this exam I have to do next week. So all right, guys. Hope you guys had a good stream. Hope you guys felt good during the stream. Hope you guys continue to feel good after the stream and all through your life. It's been quite the fucking stream. A lot of good topics covered today. A lot of good stream stuff. Not stream stuff. A lot of good topics really today, which is really cool. So pretty good variety. I'm studying advanced accounting. All about mergers and acquisitions and stuff like that. So yeah. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed. And I will see you guys. Oh, I'm sorry. And cheers. Nah, more like put pussy no peace. This is my only happiness. That's sad, dude. Tyrone Analogy 102. Yo, what the fuck? God dang. All right, guys. Mein Kum. I agree. All right, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Peace out. I may or may not see you guys tomorrow, but peace out anyway. Peace out, my dudes. Hope you guys enjoyed. Peace out.